Audiobook title, Naval Gacha System. It's time to monopolize the Seven Seas Part 04. The knights felt elated to hear the words of the War Master and regained their morale. Meanwhile, the captain was in silence as he observed the ongoing discussion between the knights and his War Master. He had the same idea about the United Navy. He considered them as heretics, but he didn't dare to underestimate them. Even though the fleet they sent in the diplomatic talks wasn't the full might of the fleet Principitus Humanum, they were still significantly strong in comparison to other navies in the Fairest Sea. The fact that War Master Theodore decided to retreat meant that the United Navy posed a significant threat. "Have you told them about the rebellion, Sir War Master?" One of the knights inquired, wanting to know where the fleet of Principitus Humanum was aware of the insurrection. "I have already made my report. Reinforcing battleships should arrive this morning," the War Master uttered with confidence. This was the reason why they didn't retreat despite the possibility that the Dragoness dwelled on the island. With the reinforcements, even if they wouldn't be able to defeat the Dragoness, they could probably cause devastating casualties to the rebels. Before the War Master could continue with his thoughts, however, a guard entered the command tent with a panic-stricken face. He breathed in and out heavily as though he had sprinted his way to the tent to immediately report something crucial. The War Master and the knights raised their eyebrows, wondering why the guard had interrupted their meeting. On the other hand, the captain furrowed his eyebrows as he felt something was wrong. "The western fortification has fallen. I repeat, the western fortification has fallen," the guard shouted with all his might, causing the knights to freeze up. The War Master and captain immediately walked out of the command tent. As they turned their eyes to the heavens above, they saw giant metallic birds flying through the clear skies. Explosions seemed to echo from the outskirts of the town, Servuserator. But to the two of them who already realized what had happened, it was none other than death knocking on their door. "It seems that the main force of the United Navy has arrived. Prepare for the evacuation and fortify the defenses," the captain yelled at the knights, who immediately got out of their trance state. They nodded at the captain and followed his orders. The War Master looked to the distance with shock and horror. This was the organization he considered as dregs and heretics. Such power shouldn't belong to them. "Hey, report this to the fleet. Get the reinforcements now. We don't have any more time." The captain ordered the War Master, who was unknowingly terrified. But as soon as he had heard the words of the captain, the War Master regained his calm and swiftly took out a runic communicator. Chapter 94, 094 War for Liberation Part 13. Western Fortification Infiltration. An hour ago, before the strategic meeting of the knights and the War Master, on the outskirts of the Western Fortification, a wooden carriage with a giant mannequin pulling it arrived at a nearby hill. As it made its full stop, the ones inside it stepped out, revealing themselves to the world. They were the Alpha Vanguard Task Force, who were fortunately assisted by the giant mannequin, Espada. "From now on, you will be on your own, Sir Campbell," Espada uttered to the first lieutenant after taking off the straps on his body. The first lieutenant stretched his limbs and nodded to the giant mannequin. He also didn't forget to say his thanks to the war chief of the mannequin. "Thank you for the ride, Espada. It's the least I can do, Sir Campbell. At any rate, I'll be commanding my fellow mannequins. I hope you will be able to accomplish what you are trying to do in the Western Fortification," Espada expressed to the first lieutenant, and ran back to the central interior where most of his kin resided. They needed a leader to guide them in this liberation, so he must be there for them. First Lieutenant Campbell watched as the figure of the giant mannequin got tinier by the second. He sighed to himself and turned his attention to the Western Fortification before them. The Western Fortification was, to say the least, pretty big. Anchored between two hills, it was the perfect coastal fortification that separated the island's interior from the seas. Its stone walls, clad with hundreds of cannons and anti-siege weapons, made it incredibly impervious to any landings of the foreign world. Though, the same couldn't be said for the United Navy. "Let's go. The schedule for the landing has gotten earlier since the fleet is already sailing towards this island, so we must make haste," Campbell said to his men, who all nodded in response. The Alpha Vanguard Task Force then treaded into the plains between themselves and the Western Fortification, and it was difficult. The fortification was heavily defended with patrols going in and out of the fortress, making it hard for anyone to infiltrate nearby. However, the task force didn't need to destroy the entirety of the Western Fortification to complete their mission. What they needed to do was assassinate a leading figure of the fortress. This figure was a War Master working for the governing body of Servuserator. Stealthily following the patrols of the fortress, the Marines found a back door leading to the Western Fortification. The problem was it was heavily defended. To enter the fortress of the West, they needed something to attract their adversary's attention. It seems that we need to call for another Sierra strike, Campbell muttered under his breath and looked at the marine communication operator. Noticing the gaze of the first lieutenant, the operator nodded in understanding and decided to call for assistance from the Combined Offensive Fleet, Spear of Longinus. The operator took the call, and a minute later various confirmations. He gazed at the first lieutenant and reported the status of the Sierra strike. Sir, the Spear of Longinus has confirmed the Sierra strike. Hearing the report of the operator, First Lieutenant Campbell nodded in satisfaction. The only thing they needed to do now was wait for what was to come, and the waiting didn't take long. Half a minute later, a shooting star pierced through the heavens and was headed to the western fortification. But as it was about to impact the western fortification, it exploded prematurely. A radiant light followed along with a thunderous roar of the explosion. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. First Lieutenant Campbell squinted his eyes and observed the result of the Sierra strike. Black smoke escaped the explosion, and it didn't seem to penetrate a transparent defensive bubble surrounding the western fortification. This was to be expected. The reason why an infiltration was needed was fairly simple. It was because of the existence of war masters who could conjure incredible defensive spells that could resist explosions with ease. As long as they had time to prepare themselves, it was theorized that they could survive a nuclear bomb as long as they weren't directly hit by it. Of course, this was merely a theory. MV right angle epsilon emer upsilon ya. The United Navy didn't know what the limits of magicraft were. So, they could only assume that it has no limits and must overestimate enemies with magicraft. But even though the Sierra strike couldn't penetrate the shielding of the western fortification, it had done its job to cause chaos and get the attention of the guards out of the interiors. Looking at the back door, the guards were moving erratically and immediately got inside the fortress. Obviously, they followed almost immediately and got inside with relative ease. Meanwhile, inside the western fortification, the War Master got out of his office with an astounded expression. Just recently, the entirety of the fortress shook tremendously. It was as though an earthquake hit them out of nowhere. What the hell just happened? He cried out to his subordinates who were rattling throughout the hallway, preparing for a defense. One of the guards stopped and explained what happened to the War Master. Something attacked us out of nowhere, War Master. They caused a huge explosion. Fortunately, the shield runic array saved us. Hearing the report of the guard, the War Master realized that it was an attack. Without any hesitation, he sprinted away from his office and went through a long array of circling staircases. He got down from the top of the fortress and got to its very bottom where its shield runic array dwelled. Arriving at the hallway at the bottom of the western fortification, the War Master stood before a large stone door. With a flick of his fingers, the door opened, unveiling the shield runic array room. He entered the room and saw many runes engraved onto the walls, shining with radiant light. It seems that the explosion was pretty strong. Almost every rune in the room shone, signifying that the explosion had enough power to demolish the entirety of the fortress. I need to maintain it, the War Master thought to himself, since he didn't know whether or not their enemy would attack again. He needs to be cautious. But who the hell attacked us? Was it the rebels? No, it came from outside of the island. The War Master of the western fortification mumbled numerous words questioning about the attack. He thought of the rebels as the culprit of the explosion, but the direction it came from was outside of the island. And he was confident that the rebels didn't have enough power to enact such an explosion. If not, then it must be them. As the War Master of the western fortification, he wasn't unaware of the news regarding the scuffle between the expansionary fleet of Principitus Humanum and the heretical organization, United Navy. Since the plantation colony of Servuserator was part of the colonial dominion, it was no doubt amongst the targets of the so-called United Navy. But to think that this United Navy would have such power. The War Master quietly thought to himself as the runes engraved in the shield runic array weren't to be underestimated. Even the greatest amongst the Magus would have a hard time penetrating it. At least they would need to charge up their spell to bring down the entire shielding array in an instant. At any rate, the War Master knew that the maintenance of the shield runic array was their path to salvation and hope until the arrival of the reinforcements. So, he must maintain it no matter what, for the sake of his life and future as a War Master. But before he could continue with his thoughts, a guard entered the room of the shield runic array and shouted to him, "War Master, we got infiltrators." The words of the guard spooked the War Master, who glanced at the guard with furrowed eyebrows. "What do you mean by infiltrators? Did the main gate get breached?" He questioned the guard, who promptly shook their head. "No, sir. The defenses of the main gate are still optimal. They must have entered through the back door. The guard explained to the War Master. Shouldn't you be defending the back door to the fortress? That place should be filled to the brim with you. Before the War Master could continue, he saw the horrified expression of the guard. A lot of our reserves were sent to a reinforcing army that would take back the governor's manor. We haven't heard from them since they reported their arrival on the outskirts of the manor. When the War Master heard of the guard's words, the War Master couldn't utter a response. It was he who sent those reserves into the reinforcing army to take back the manor. After all, it was of importance to them as it would help in quelling the rebellion. None would have imagined for no battle to take place in the outskirts of the manor. Only a massacre and a mass hill of corpses burnt to the brim. As the War Master was about to open his mouth, a piercing sound echoed in the air. It was akin to a vase being smashed onto the ground. Bang! It was a mere moment, but it was enough for the War Master to see the guard slowly fall to the ground. He was shot in the head and died in the horror of what had happened to their reserves. The War Master immediately activated his runes, creating a barrier between him and the outside of the shield runic array. And afterward, several figures in dark-suited uniforms revealed themselves while holding rifles in their arms. They looked at him, like predators stalking their prey. Chapter 95. 095 War for Liberation Part 14. Alpha Task, complete. Amidst the hall of the shield runic array room, the War Master stood and gazed upon the dark figures in the entrance. The moment they emerged, he swiftly cast a barrier spell between them and the shield runic array. At the moment, they were in a standoff. The War Master kept casting defensive runic spells while maintaining vigilance towards the infiltrators. You must be the ones that instigated the rebellion, warriors of the United Navy. The War Master uttered with a questioning tone. He detected no mana from them, making them akin to a rock. The death of the guard gave him enough time to realize what had happened and cast a barrier against the infiltrators of the night. When the words of the War Master echoed throughout the hall, the shadowy warriors of the United Navy didn't give their response and merely stared at him. The War Master of the Western Fortification furrowed his eyebrows upon noticing the infiltrators' lack of response. But that didn't matter. As long as the shield runic array wasn't destroyed, their enemies would have a hard time penetrating the island through the west. This would provide them significant time that could aid their survival. But before the War Master could continue with his thoughts, one of the shadowy warriors finally spoke to him. You must be the War Master of this fortress, correct? His uncaring words resounded with calm, as though the War Master wasn't much of a problem for them. I am a War Master of the Magus Tower. Your United Navy should have never provoked you. The War Master couldn't continue his arrogant remark as the infiltrators fired at him without hesitation. *BBRRRTTTTT. The entire hallway flashed with rapidly blinking radiance. Thunderous roars of gunfire bellowed in the air while bullets rained towards the War Master. Luckily for him, the barrier spell he had previously cast was proven to be effective against the rifles of the infiltrators. This gave him a tinge of confidence in his precarious circumstance. 5 seconds later, the infiltrators stopped firing at him after one of them gave them a hand signal to halt. The seeming leader of the infiltrators stepped forward and expressed his disappointment to the War Master. It is unfortunate that we cannot penetrate this shield of yours, War Master. This must be one of your so-called runic spells, correct? A part of magicraft that equates preparation to success, he uttered with aloofness. The War Master got out of his trance of being immediately attacked and regained his composure. He furrowed his eyebrows and gazed at the leader of the infiltrators with hate. You overestimate your technology a bit too much. The power of magicraft is beyond your understanding. Your pitiful technology will never compare to our mystical power, he exclaimed with prideful determination. After uttering such words, he immediately cast a fireball towards the infiltrators. A ball of fire materialized before him and propelled towards the infiltrators. The shadowy warriors of the United Navy swiftly made cover behind the walls of the fortress. Seeing it, the War Master chuckled with unmarked arrogance. Boom! You rats are hiding beneath my power. How foolish! It's only a matter of time until you'll die by my magic. Without delay, the War Master cast more fireballs towards the entrance. Boom, boom, boom. Crimson red flashed over his face as he couldn't stop himself from laughing at the pitiful scene of the infiltrators hiding behind walls. His barrier was impenetrable. There would be nothing they could do about it. The arrogance of the War Master, or any practitioner of magicraft, wasn't unreasonable. When compared to the technologies of the foreign world such as cannons and old-age rifles, magic seemed to reign supreme. However, this was the advantage that the United Navy had over the foreign world. Their complete underestimation of technology and overestimated their capabilities. As long as the United Navy could use this to its complete potential, they could topple seemingly impenetrable fortresses with relative ease. After some time, the hull of the shield runic array room calmed down. Darkness returned as scorch marks were scattered throughout the entrance of the room. The War Master stopped firing, gazing at the entrance with a grin on his face. Several seconds passed by, and the infiltrators emerged from the walls. The War Master turned his head slightly upward as if looking down at them and remarked, "You can't think of defeating magic. This is a world where it reigns as the apex of existence. Its power gives us the ability to become gods of our own. It seems that the whole debacle got into his head a bit too much." But this was great for the so-called infiltrators. After all, this was what they were waiting for. First Lieutenant Campbell squinted his eyes and glanced at his men. The barrier was troublesome, but it wasn't something they couldn't handle. They infiltrated this island expecting to handle Magus and War Masters. So naturally, they were equipped with an arsenal that could assist them in terminating these magic users. "Has it been assembled?" he muttered to them. His men nodded in confirmation as it had been prepared. It took some time to assemble the two anti-Magus guns, or Anzio 20mm Vulcan. They were also heavy, so they needed a minute or two to assemble them. Fortunately, the War Master before them was as foolish as those they had met before. Too arrogant of their disposition as practitioners of magic. "Good. I'll give a signal once an opportunity arises." Campbell nodded at them and turned his attention to the War Master before him. The guy was still sputtering nonsense about the dominance of magic. He appears extremely confident of the barrier before him. "You aren't replying to me now, huh? Has my runic spell made you lose your voice?" The War Master couldn't stop chuckling, but the First Lieutenant didn't care. While the War Master was going on with his power trip, Campbell stealthy signaled his men. It didn't take long before the two Anzio 20mm Vulcans were pointed at the War Master. "What?" The War Master was confused as he saw the stupidly massive rifles pointed at him. Wait, could they even be called rifles? In his eyes, they looked more like a tiny cannon. With no hesitation or delay, the First Lieutenant ordered the anti-Magus guns to fire towards the War Master. And following his orders, the Marines pulled the trigger, causing the barrel of the Vulcans to radiate light. Bang bang, a loud and thunderous roar echoed throughout the hull of the shield runic array. The 20mm bullets of the Anzio 20mm Vulcans easily penetrated through the barrier in mere moments and pierced through the hull. The War Master felt his vision blacked out in an instant, causing him to fall to the ground with a thud. Blood splattered everywhere as his head was cracked open along with a gaping hole on his chest. The penetration capabilities of the anti-Magus gun weren't to be underestimated. While the barrier might be able to resist explosions and small arm rounds, a supersonic penetrating bullet wasn't to be underestimated. First Lieutenant Campbell watched the corpse of the War Master and shook his head while sighing. Magus and War Masters were too arrogant for their own god. But perhaps this works the best for the United Navy. Though, obviously their underestimation wouldn't last long, and they would become smarter with time. Until then, he hoped the United Navy would be able to develop better countermeasures against the magic druggies. At any rate, Campbell glanced at the shield runic array and gave orders to his men. "Plant C4S to the walls. We'll have to take their shielding down since we have the chance to do so." The Marines nodded in understanding and took out a bunch of C4S from their bags. During infiltrations, bombs were always handy to destroy enemy structures. It was good to bring a lot of them, especially when tasked to destroy something. The Alpha Vanguard Task Force took their time in planting the C4S throughout the shield runic array room. After the First Lieutenant inspected it for a second, he nodded in satisfaction and ordered them to leave. "Let's withdraw. Our mission is complete." With that, Operation Phantom Liberation was near its completion. The Marines got out of the western fortification after fighting through some guards. As they climbed up a hill, they could hear the deafening blast reverberating behind them. Boom, 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 boom. Some parts of the western fortification crumbled and collapsed. Guards were screaming throughout the fortress while the chaos got even stronger. Campbell watched the scene from afar as he took off the dark hood covering his head. His golden blonde hair swayed from the ruffles of the breeze of wind, while the radiance of sunrise pierced the sky. The morning had finally begun, and it was time for the sun to rise from the lines of the boundless horizon. As he observed the gleaming sunrise with interest, the Marine communication operator gave him a radio, signifying that the High Command wanted to personally call him. Campbell raised an eyebrow, wondering what they wanted from him. But before he could question them, He could hear the words of the fleet admiral sounding out from the radio. He immediately straightened his back in instinct and wanted to salute. Luckily, though, he stopped himself from saluting out of nowhere and listened to the fleet admiral's message. First Lieutenant Campbell, congratulations on completing your mission. The combined offensive fleet of the United Navy, Spear of Longinus, has arrived on the shores of Cervuserator. We will be picking you up. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk. Out of nowhere, several shells fall down to the western fortification, causing deafening blasts everywhere. It came from none other than the capital ship of the United Navy, Trinity of Solace. Chapter 96, 096 War for Liberation Part 15. Spear of Longinus. On the southwestern shores of the plantation colony, Cervuserator, the combined offensive fleet of the United Navy, Spear of Longinus, found themselves adrift with the tide as their capital ship, Trinity of Solace, laid waste to the unshielded western fortress. Bam, 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 bam. Inside the bridge of the modernized battleship, Trinity of Solace, Abraham observed his naval guns firing at the western fortification, bombarding it to bits. It took some time, but we finally arrived. The fleet admiral of the United Navy muttered under his breath as he watched the devastation his warship brought to the fortress. A lot earlier than expected, Fleet Admiral. Beside him was a gorgeous lady with silver blonde hair, with ashen irises that seemed cold and aloof. The lady watched the devastation with an uncaring gaze. She was the only vice admiral of the fleet, Vice Admiral Charlotte. Her words about being early were somewhat correct. The landing was scheduled for noon, 12 hours after Operation Phantom Liberation began. But unexpectedly, the situation in the field escalated faster than expected, so the fleet had to assist their infiltrators before the reinforcing battleships of Principitus Humanum made their landfall. And from the looks of it, they were faster than their adversaries. What can we do about it? Our task forces were so good at their job that we needed to adapt to their breathtaking speed. Abraham slightly smirked while glancing at Charlotte, who was beside him. The Alpha, Bravo, and Special Task Forces were practically blitzing through the island at remarkable speed. The Bravo Vanguard Task Force took the eastern side of the island with some assistance from the Special Task Force, while the Alpha Vanguard Task Force liberated the central part to the west of the island. With the intelligence gained by the Alpha Vanguard Task Force, they were able to locate the manor of the colonial governor, prompting the official mission of the Special Task Force to start. It also didn't take long before the Special Task Force took over the manor and captured the governor alive. Since the beginning of the mission, Operation Phantom Liberation was riddled with success, which took the Vice Admiral and Fleet Admiral by surprise. As their task forces were causing a lot of noise and chaos on the island, they understood that it wouldn't take long before the reinforcements from the Principitus Humanum arrived. So, they had to conclude their preparation as quickly as possible to give assistance to the forces in the field. They did complete their missions faster than expected, Charlotte softly uttered, as she watched the combined offensive fleet, Spear of Longinus. It consisted of several Admiral Gorshkov-class frigates, an Arleigh-Burke-class destroyer, a San Antonio-class amphibious transport dock, and finally, a modernized Iowa battleship. Their grand fleet was far from complete, but its naval power was unparalleled in the high waters of the Ferris Sea. It was their shield and sword against anything or anyone in this foreign world. But before Charlotte could continue with her silent thoughts, Abraham beside her inquired something about Operation Phantom Liberation. Charlotte, has the UNS Guardian of the High Seas made its position near the shore? He calmly questioned the Vice Admiral. Charlotte looked at him for a second before answering with an aloof voice. The UNS Guardian of the High Seas has been reported to be a click away from the shores of Point A. It shouldn't take long until we begin the beach landing. Hearing the Vice Admiral's explanation, Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his gaze to the beach in front of the western fortress. They were lucky that these guys hadn't placed any mines on their shores. Otherwise, a landing would have been troublesome for the United Navy. Well, it's like no problem couldn't be solved with air power. Wait, now that I think about it, what about their air power? A thought emerged inside the mind of Abraham, and it was none other than the subject of the Wyverns. Vice Admiral Charlotte? What is the status of their air force? Abraham questioned Charlotte as he wondered about the current situation of the Wyverns. Destroyed, sir. The air force of this island has been utterly destroyed. Charlotte gave a cold answer to the Fleet Admiral before continuing with her words. A couple of hours ago, Bravo Vanguard Task Force took their time in destroying various nests of the Wyverns. Barracks in the east containing Wyvern riders have also been devastated beyond relief. It was one of their duties to cripple the air force of this colony, and they had done a good job doing so. The vice admiral ended her explanation with a slight grin. Meanwhile, a click away from the shores of the western fortress, the UNS Guardian of the High Seas opened its stern. The last phase of Operation Phantom Liberation was finally about to start. It was time for the beach landing. Yampienda. As the stern of the amphibious transport dock fully opened, Volcax began escaping the metallic confines of the warship. Each air-cushioned landing craft was transporting one M1A2 Abrams tank and 2 platoons of Marines. Following the Volcax were a dozen amphibious assault vehicles carrying a squad of 12 Marines each. This meant that the beach landing operation had over 100 Marines participating in it. But the landing didn't simply stop in the sea. In the flight deck of the LPD, 2 Ospreys were about to launch themselves from the warship. Each Osprey was carrying 2 squads of Marines to create a forward task force deep into the western shores of Point A. Their propellers resounded throughout the air as they propelled their metallic bodies to the heavens. Afterward, they pointed their nose toward the landing zone and swiftly flew toward it. Back to the flight deck of the UNS Guardian of the High Seas, another Osprey got pulled out of the hangar deck. It was slowly tugged into the flight deck and was rapidly checked by various engineers. After checking the Osprey, which didn't take a minute, the engineers gave a go to the aviation officers, prompting the next 2 squads of Marines to get ready. The preparation was quick as it didn't take long before the 2 squads of Marines were sent to enter the Osprey. The pilot of the bird glanced at the Marines behind him and called the air control for the upcoming flight. The air control immediately responded, and the Osprey was cleared for flight. After the squads of Marines got themselves seated in the bird, the propellers of the aircraft started rotating. Each clap echoed in the metallic interior of the aircraft as it trembled. The Osprey then lifted off the flight deck and followed the trajectory of the first 2 Ospreys. The Marines inside the bird watched through the windows as the tides of the seas surged into the shore. Beside its tides were various amphibious vehicles of the United Navy engaging in a beach landing. Luckily for them, though, the western fortress was already pummeled to the ground. Their adversaries couldn't mount an effective defense against their beach landing, resulting in no casualties upon landfall. But things were different in the forward task force sent by the United Navy. Bang! BBBRRRTT. Bang! Bang! In the metallic interiors of the Osprey, the Marines could hear gunfire echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. As they observed through the window, they could see an army of men trying to destroy the forward task force. Arrows were shot everywhere along with screams. There were also some guards operating flintlocks, but they weren't that much different from the archers with them. The Osprey landed in the field where the forward defensive task force was erected. Their job was to halt anything and anyone from moving into the shore so that none of their arriving brothers would be killed before getting out of their amphibious vehicles. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. An explosion resounded as the Marines got out of the Osprey. They immediately got into position as the commanding officer of the forward task force stood in front of them. He was a lieutenant colonel and was of higher rank than anyone in the field surrounding them. The guards of the western fortification are deserting from their positions, but they are converging to our current location to mount an attack against the shoreline. Although the effectiveness of their assault on the beach can be questioned, it is our job as the forward task force to keep them at bay. Many more of your colleagues are fighting off these crazy bastards, so help them. The lieutenant colonel shouted at the newly arrived Marines, who nodded in understanding upon hearing his orders. They swiftly positioned themselves to assist their brothers in the defensive effort. Since the 3rd Osprey had landed into their position, the first one lifted off and returned to the UNS Guardian of the High Seas to pick up more Marines. 10 minutes later, the second one followed. BBBRRRTTTT. The Marines kept firing at the incoming crazed guards. Despite deserters of their fortress, these maddened guards seemed uncaring for their lives. They were akin to possessed monsters who only knew how to destroy. Obviously, there was something wrong about the situation the forward task force found itself in. Perhaps a mystical phenomenon was at play. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away from the forward task force, a dark-cloaked figure stood in silence, observing the situation from afar. His spell had worked and maddened the surviving guards to attack their invaders. But it was fairly clear that these guards were ineffective, though he already bought time for the Principitus Humanum to have a chance to reclaim the island. I wonder if I should summon my golems? Chapter 97. 097 War for Liberation Part 16. Beach landing. On Point A of the western shores where the beach landing of the United Navy was made, various amphibious vehicles were scattered about with hundreds of Marines stepping out from their metallic confines. The Abrams tanks transported by the Lcacs were released deep into the beach and swiftly rolled out into enemy lines. The Marines, with the help of their armored vehicles, also punctured through the beach. The beach landing of Operation Phantom Liberation was a success. At the moment, the United Navy was entering the conflict with the shock and awe doctrine, bringing about Seahawks roaming the skies. Victory seems easily attainable for the United Navy. Obviously, however, things were far from simple. Kilometers away from the shore, the perpetrator of the conflict happening with the forward task force was observing the beach landing with concern etched on his face. Their adversaries were far more capable than what he had expected. The army of their enemies had been entirely deployed in mere moments, signifying the inevitable fall of Cervuserator. If he doesn't do anything, the town of Cervuserator will be overwhelmed by the forces of their adversaries. So, he needed to find a way to halt them from their advance and buy time. I was trying to save this spell for later, but it must be used at this moment where they haven't fully entrenched themselves to this beach. The Magi uttered with furrowed eyebrows. He wouldn't have bothered saving his spells if it was before he stood on this island. But his only colleague was promptly defeated by the Dragoness and mercilessly killed. He needed to be cautious and save up his cards. Or perhaps, he would die like his friend. I don't have time to wait, and this is a rare opportunity. The Magi became determined and steeled his heart. He would maybe meet his end on this very island, but he was a proud magus, not a coward of a magic practitioner. With this in mind along with his determined heart, the magus conjured his grimoire to appear before him. And it did. The air surrounding him changed as a dark book materialized out of nowhere. He gazes upon the book with a fierce glare and opened it with a flick of his fingers. Pages rapidly turned before stopping at a particular spell. The magus took a deep breath while observing the spell in front of him with a scrutinizing gaze. Imperial Golem. This spell requires a lot of mana to be cast. As a result, a dozen 100-meter hardened golem would emerge from the ground. He quietly thought to himself since the moment he cast this spell. He wouldn't be able to cast defensive spells for himself, but in exchange for the power of the Titanic Golem, it was worth it. The magus then closed his eyelids and cast the spell. A giant magic circle imprinted itself below him as it glowed in darkness. It shone with shimmering radiance even though it was pitch black, a telltale sign of its murky pose. Imperial Golem. With a single thought, the grand summoning spell was fully cast. Meanwhile, on the beach of the western shores, many of the Marines and armored vehicles were heading out to support the forward task force. But as they were doing so, the ground trembled. At first, it was akin to slight shaking, but with time, it became a full-blown earthquake. The Marines were unprepared for the unexpected emergence of the earthquake, but they quickly adapted to the shaking. It didn't take long before the earthquake calmed down, leaving the Marines time to breathe. But sadly for them, it was far from over. Asterisk boom. Asterisk 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 asterisk boom. Asterisk. Out of nowhere, nearby hills of the western shores erupted with unrivaled force. It was as though multiple volcanoes exploded throughout the land. It was a shocking scene for the Marines who felt hopeless for the first time. And the despairing circumstance continued. Following the cloud of dirt erupted into the heavens were colossal figures far bigger than anything they had ever seen, each one with a height of 100 meters. It was the first for the Marines to see a behemoth of a titan. Giant monsters in the sea were within their line of understanding, but titanic colossuses on land were far from what they could possibly conceive inside of their minds. The magus looked at the daunting scene with pride. His imperial golems will trample upon those who dare the question and resist the power of the magus tower. He couldn't help but think of the despairing soldiers of his enemies, and feel glee from their horror. But not everyone in the Marines was shocked. Bang bang bang, BBBRRRTTTTT. The Abrams tanks fired their shells towards the Titans in front of them, while the surrounding armored vehicles fired everything in their arsenal. Gunfire echoed throughout the beach along with brilliant lights. One of the dozen behemoths stood nearest to the western shore and faced the onslaught of modern arms firsthand. Explosions, bullets, and craters shrouded its body as it roared with all its might. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Surprisingly, the offensive attacks of the Marines were somewhat effective against the colossal monsters. Unfortunately, however, they didn't have enough firepower to disable a single one of them. But the Marines were far from being alone. They weren't sent to the shores of Cervuserator without any tinge of support. Instead, it was the opposite. Behind them was the full power of the United Navy. The combined offensive fleet, Spear of Longinus. In the bridge of the capital battleship, Trinity of Solace. The fleet admiral stood inside with a cold expression on his face. He was in his high horse when they first began their landing operation. However, the emergence of the titanic behemoths practically poured cool water on his previous excitement. It looks like we have a stray Magus on the loose. We must handle this variable before it could cause more chaos on the battlefield. Charlotte calmly uttered while standing behind the fleet admiral. Stray Magus? That guy must be packing to be able to summon these gargantuan monsters. Abraham remarks as he glares at the towering titans, threatening to trample his marines. He'd rather have such a horrific fate to be trampled than his army. How should we handle the titans, Fleet Admiral? Charlotte inquired, wanting to know the plans Abraham had in mind against these monstrous threats. Abraham looked at her for a mere second, and an answer already appeared inside his head. The only path for a navy to handle a land kaiju was destruction through sheer firepower. Bomb them through damnation and leave none of them behind. Their existence will collapse by the firepower of our navy. Abraham expressed and continued. As impressive as a titanic colossus is, let's see how it would fare against our warheads. Hearing the words of the fleet admiral, Charlotte could only smile as she fully agreed with the plan he had in mind. It was simple and direct. It should be enough against these mystical phenomena. I'll relay your orders, Fleet Admiral Abraham. Charlotte softly said to Abraham before heading out to meet with the intelligence officers and communication operators inside the ship. Abraham nodded at her, grateful for the Vice Admiral's assistance. Afterward, he turned his gaze to the western shores of Cervuserator, brimming with titans of unparalleled proportions. He was determined to destroy them and execute the one that summoned such horrors before his marines. It didn't take long for the turrets of the Trinity to slowly turn towards the monstrous entities near the shores. It seems that the Vice Admiral had relayed his orders to the fire control. It wasn't only the fire control of the Trinity of Solace relayed with the orders of the Fleet Admiral. Surrounding warships were also given the same order, which was the destruction of the monstrous titans. Various frigates and destroyers operated through their battle stations as they prepared the launch of warheads at the behemoths walking towards the western shore. Nevertheless, the Trinity of Solace was the first to fire with its 16-inch naval guns, giving a salvo to the behemoths. Bam, 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 bam. Blasts escaped the barrels of the naval guns, firing munitions comparable to tiny cars. The shockwave was deafening, but it was the song of liberation for the naval personnel. Near the western shores of Cervuserator, the Magus watched his work of art tread through the plains of the plantation colony. In his eyes, they were unstoppable compared to his adversaries. But things were never meant to be smooth going. It could be said for the United Navy, and the same applied to the Magus. With his eyes on the dozen titanic monsters heading towards the shorelines. In a mere instant, all of them glowed with sun-like radiance. What followed were deafening roars echoing throughout the heaven and the earth. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk. The thunderous explosions resounded to the western half of the island, from the western shores to the town of Cervuserator and the governor's manor. It was heard by everyone and everything. The Magus could only watch in horror while hiding amidst the shrubs of the plains. One by one, his proud creations fell to the earth, their indomitable size, privy to the firepower of the United Navy. This was the conclusion of those who dared to oppose freedom. Death through explosions. In the outskirts of the governor's manor, Laplace stood within a misty plain shrouded with white fog. Surrounding her were burnt corpses scattered throughout the wasted grassland. Hearing the deafening explosion from the far distance, the edges of her red and supple lips rose. My, Abraham, you're quite merciless. Chapter 98. 098 War for Liberation Part 17. Stray Magus. What? How is this possible? The Magus questioned with horror deeply rooted in his voice. His work of art, titans beyond the realms of those who had no magic could handle, fell in mere moments before his eyes. It was the unexpected reality that he never thought of partaking in, but it was the current reality he dwelled on, and there was nothing he could do about it. Adapting and trying to survive after his failed attempts to annihilate his adversaries was his only option. The moment I cast by the spell, it was fairly clear that they would be coming after me. The Magus mumbled to himself after calming his heart and mind down. While he preferred to use spatial transmission to get out of the island after failing to destroy his adversaries with the spell. Unfortunately, the price of such a grandiose spell was his entire mana pool. This practically made him akin to a normal human after casting the spell, which was a significant downside of the spell. I have to leave this place, he quietly thought to himself while walking towards the direction where the town of Servuserator dwelled. He could have them protect him until some of his mana returned, which was the only path of survival he had in mind. With this in mind, the Magus determined himself to walk the vast distances between the western fortification and the town of Servuserator. Meanwhile, in the governor's manor in the central region of the plantation colony, Laplace noticed Mercedes walking towards her with the radio in her hand. The dragoness raised her eyebrows, wanting to know what Abraham wanted from her after causing such a tremendous explosion. Lady Laplace, the fleet admiral has called. Some stray Magus summoned gargantuan behemoths near the western shores of Point A. Mercedes calmly reported to the dragoness and continued. Most of the towering monsters have been destroyed, but the stray Magus hasn't been captured or terminated. The fleet admiral wishes for you to take care of the stray Magus. Hearing the words of her second-in-command, Laplace nodded in understanding and thought about the matter given to her. A stray Magus was unexpected, but it wasn't too surprising. Perhaps, the stray Magus was a colleague of the Master Magus she had previously buried 6 feet underground. Nevertheless, the task given by Abraham was right up her alley, so she had no reason to reject it. Understood. I'll accept the task, Laplace softly said to Mercedes, who merely nodded in understanding. The dragoness then continued with a calm smile and a pleasant voice. Mercedes, take care of the manor while I'm gone. Assure that the governor stays alive until my return. Mercedes looked at the white-haired lady and nodded once again. It seems that a stray Magus will be hunted by a dragon. How unfortunate. To meet such a ruthless fate. Laplace grinned at her second-in-command and disappeared from the spot. Silence soon shrouded the manor as the special task force continued guarding the premises. After the dragoness left the manor, Mercedes opened the radio and reported that the dragoness had accepted the task of the fleet admiral. She would be handling the stray Magus that managed to escape. Back to Laplace, she was sprinting through the plains, heading towards the western shore where the incident took place. She was moving at an incredibly rapid pace, slowly creating a sound barrier in front of her. And it didn't take long before she pierced through it. Bang! It only took 15 minutes for Laplace to arrive on the western shores where the combined offensive fleet of the United Navy, Spear of Longinus, could be seen in the distance. She looked at it with amazement as it looked spectacularly different from any fleets she had seen before her arrival in the sea region of Terra. But she wasn't here to enjoy the view, but to investigate the crime scene. Laplace turned her gaze towards the massive corpses of hardened golems scattered throughout the plains. It seems that they were bombarded by the superior firepower of the fleet, causing them to be promptly destroyed. But that wasn't what was important as Laplace recognized the spell used by the stray Magus. Imperial Golem. She wasn't ignorant of the spells used by her adversaries and rivals. The Imperial Golem was an impressive spell that could summon gargantuan golems that towered over the skies. Their numbers were highly dependent on the mana of the caster, which meant that a Master Magus could perhaps summon 100 of them. However, there was a big downside to such a spell. It cost the caster's entire mana pool. Quite a dangerous price to pay, especially for a Magus. Mana was their lifeline, practically the fuel to their magicraft. Without it, they would be sitting ducks, akin to ordinary humans who wouldn't be able to do much against physically strong opponents. The fact that he used such a spell against the Marines. It seems that he had underestimated the firepower of the United Navy. Laplace muttered to herself and continued with a sigh. They always underestimate those without mana, but perhaps this will be their wake-up call to one single fact. The United Navy isn't to be underestimated. M4 all epsilon rho upsilon ya. At any rate, as said before, she wasn't here to observe the scenery or talk about the foolishness of her adversaries. She needed to find out the status of the stray Magus and the corpses of the Titans. It was fairly clear. The stray Magus was significantly weakened. Even an ordinary human could get a punch to the bastard's face. And this was a piece of good news. This makes things easier. The dragoness thought with a smirk emerging on her face. Abraham had given her easy prey, and she'll take her time in hunting it. I guess it's time to catch up with the stray, Laplace mumbled and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Finding a single Magus on a massive island would be hard, even for the dragoness. However, the stray Magus could only head towards a single spot on the island. The one place that could be considered safe for someone like him. The town of Servuserator. In the meantime, the stray Magus walked through the dreaded plains of Servuserator. There was still a vast distance between him and the two, but he was fairly far from the beaches of the western fortification. This should give enough time for him to escape the clutches of his adversaries. But walking such a large distance is pretty troublesome. He muttered under his breath despite the morning breeze calming his body. Exhaustion was seeping in at a faster rate than ever before. He wouldn't last long if he continued his pace, which meant that he needed to rest. But taking his time to rest was impacting his survival. After all, they were coming after him, and they would probably get closer the moment he stopped moving. With this in mind, the stray Magus had no choice but to keep moving even though his body was aching along with exhaustion knocking into his mind. However, as he took one step forward into salvation, he noticed the air surrounding him change. It was barely noticeable, but noticeable nonetheless. Obviously, there was something amiss. The stray Magus furrowed his eyebrows as he prepared himself. His grimoire materialized before him as he was willing to scrape his remaining mana to meet the threat coming after him. Seconds passed by, and only silence met him. He was confused and wondered whether or not was falling into madness from exhaustion. It was hard to confirm such a theory, and perhaps there was no need for confirmation. After all, behind him was her, the dragoness. His instinct screamed at him to run away as his spine shivered from horror. It was as though death was knocking on his doorstep, wanting to come in. His breathing became ragged as he slowly turned his head to the rear. It was then he saw her, a gorgeous white-haired lady with black horns and a dark draconic tail. This was the source of his terror, and it was understandable, since she was the dragon of the revolting tide, the destroyer. Dragon? It seems that they sent you to kill a small fry like me. Should I consider this an honor? The stray Magus wanted to maintain his sanity by speaking in equal terms to the dragoness. But the two of them were never equal, for he was nothing but an ordinary man in the eyes of the dragon. They sent me to take out the pest that bothered them. Don't think too much about it. They are more concentrated on liberation than this so-called honor of yours. The white-haired dragoness replied with arrogance. The stray Magus furrowed his eyebrows but didn't utter a single word. It seems that he was delusional as to think what he had done mattered in the big picture. He hadn't even brought down a single one of them, so what he did was for nothing. I should have escaped when I had the chance. The stray Magus quietly thought to himself as if accepting his inevitable death. But out of nowhere, he swiftly cast his lightning spell to the dragoness, who deflected it with a flick of her fingers. Bam! Moments later, the dragoness disappeared in front of the stray Magus and emerged beside him. Without any hesitation or delay, she swung her pale arms and immediately decapacitated the stray Magus. His head fell to the ground, rolling forward before getting squashed by the dragoness's leather heels. His body burned in crimson flames, making sure that no pieces of the stray Magus were left alive. The stray Magus died, in a mere instant, by the United Navy's executioner. Chapter 99, 099 War for Liberation Part 18. The besieged town, Servuserator. In the western part of the island, the town of Servuserator dwelled, and anchored within its port was the expansionary battleship of the Principitus Humanum. This ship was the hope of the settlement and its people. It was the torch that kept the colonists of Servuserator from despairing out of their unfortunate circumstances. The captain of the expansionary battleship furrowed his eyebrows as explosions resounded from the outskirts of the town. He could also see metallic birds flying through the skies, unimpeded. The situation of the Servuserator was far from good. They were surrounded at all sides, and they didn't even know when the reinforcements from the expansionary fleet of Principitus Humanum would come. Captain, there are forces other than the rebels. They have invaded through the beaches of the western fortress. One of the knights reported to the captain. Hearing the words of the knight, the captain furrowed his eyebrows. It seems that his thoughts were true, which was a piece of bad news for him in the town of Servuserator. Other forces, It looks like the United Navy has arrived to claim their trophy. The captain quietly thought to himself, slowly feeling hope fading by the second. They had no chance against their adversaries. Fighting against them was guaranteed bloodshed and defeat. But the colonists of Servuserator were pinning their hopes on the authority of humanity. So, he and they must not give up amidst these despairing times. With this in mind, the captain regained his confidence and wanted to fight despite the inevitable defeat. He turned his determined gaze to the knight hear him and ordered them, "Prepare our defenses. We will fight in this town until the very end. For we are humanity's warriors, we shall not surrender." The captain uttered to the knight, who nodded with a hopeful expression, "Go, we don't have any more time left. Man every inch of this town with defenses. Let them know of our power and become humanity's shield against the heretics. He ordered the knight to immediately relay his orders. The knight nodded once again vehemently and ran off to give the orders of the captains to the surrounding knights. The town of Cervuserator must be protected no matter what. When relaying such orders, the knight uttered the very words the captain had spoken to him, causing the morale of the remaining local garrison to increase further beyond. On the other hand, the War Master gazed upon the invading forces of the United Navy that were closing in. Defeat seems inevitable in his eyes, but the colonists appeared to be riled up. This made the War Master smile as he thought to himself with a tinge of satisfaction. It looks like he's not so bad with his speeches. Though, will it be enough against the firepower of the United Navy? Without the assistance of the main fleet, we have no chance against our adversaries. But perhaps, buying time is simply enough for us. The War Master closed his eyelids and sighed. Beforehand, he was confident and prideful. However, things were different now. He had come to accept reality for what it was. Magicraft wasn't as supreme as he had previously achieved, and these traitorous humans with advanced technologies could perhaps find some leeway against it. Although it was hard to accept, it was the truth. The War Master held his runic communicator tightly as any responses from the main fleet hadn't been heard ever since they sent the distress call. He wanted to throw it away for being useless, but it was his hope. He hoped that a voice would come out from the runic communicator and save them. Meanwhile, in the governor's manor within the central region of Cervuserator, a Seahawk slowly landed on the front lawn of the manor as various Marines stepped out of it and secured the nearby area. After making sure it was clear and safe, they signaled their eagle to leave the confines of the helicopter. What emerged was none other than the Fleet Admiral of the United Navy, Abraham Shepard. He wore an admiral's uniform with a peaked hat over his jet-black hair. On his chest was a golden 5-star insignia plastered over his uniform. It presented his power and authority over the United Navy. The rank of the Fleet Admiral. Following the Fleet Admiral was the Vice Admiral of the United Navy, Charlotte. She was the executive officer of the capital battleship, Trinity of Solace, and the second highest ranking officer in the United Navy. Like Abraham, she wore her black-colored admiral's uniform along with a darkened peak hat above her silver-blonde hair. A 3-star insignia was bonded over her chest, signifying her authority as the Vice Admiral. The two of them walked through the lawn of the governor's manor, heading towards the front door of the building. The Marines had already scoured the area, while the Special Task Force met them in the doorstep of the manor. Upon seeing the Fleet Admiral and the Vice Admiral, the soldiers of the Special Response Unit straightened their backs and saluted to their superiors. Abraham and Charlotte nodded at the soldiers of the SRU and continued on their way into the governor's manor. As they entered the luxurious hall shrouded with towering marble pillars, they noticed the governor strapped on a chair in the middle of the hall. Abraham looked at the guy, who seemed to have already lost hope and couldn't help but feel chills. This was done by that problem dragon, making him somewhat fear becoming on her bad side. My, Abraham and Charlotte. It looks like I wasn't late. In front of them was the dragoness of the United Navy, Laplace. Her silver-white hair swayed left and right as she walked towards the two high officers. Right angle row theta. Abraham raised an eyebrow, while his eyes laid on the dragoness, who appeared to be enjoying her time in the plantation colony of Cervuserator. I assume that the task has been completed. He calmly inquired to the dragoness, who responded with a teasing grin. Already done. The stray magus is 6 feet underground, or perhaps spreading throughout the air. She appeared to be satisfied with her work, which Abraham didn't question. Good, that guy was an annoyance. The fact that he could summon such towering giants makes him a troublesome opponent. Abraham nodded in satisfaction and walked past the dragoness. Is this the governor of the plantation colony? He questioned the gorgeous white-haired lady, who maintained her smirk and briefly nodded to his inquiry. With their leader gone, their chain of command must be in chaos. Any remaining variables other than the town of Cervuserator shouldn't be a problem to us. Abraham muttered after observing the governor. The reason why he wanted the governor was fairly simple. It was to introduce a peaceful surrender to the humans in the town of Cervuserator. This would lower the bloodshed, and would not be horrendous for both his forces and the enemies. Correct, Fleet Admiral. Charlotte stood beside the Fleet Admiral while looking at the tied-up governor of the plantation colony. She expected for a magic practitioner to be the leader of the colony, but it looks like she overestimated them a bit too much. The governor of Cervuserator will be useful in acquiring a surrender from the town. So, Lieutenant Laplace, send him to the front lines to meet with the main army. Charlotte glanced at Laplace, who kept smiling at the two of them. Laplace didn't respond to the stone-faced girl and merely gazed at Abraham, who briefly nodded at the dragoness. Affirmative. We'll be sending him to the front lines. Laplace softly replied to the Vice Admiral of the United Navy. Charlotte wasn't bothered by the actions of the dragoness. It was the usual behavior of the problem dragon. But it was better for the dragoness to ask direct orders from the fleet admiral. So, she was satisfied by the actions and behavior of the problem dragon. Before that, I'd like to talk to him, Abraham uttered as he got nearer to the governor, who was tied up to a chair. The governor looked incredibly tired, but as he noticed someone getting closer to him, his body awakened. He opened his eyes and looked at the one in front of him. It was a middle-aged man, wearing a naval uniform of some sort. The most prominent thing on the man was his insignia, a 5-star. The governor realized that the one before him was none other than the leader of the United Navy. This caused the wisps of raging flames in his heart to grow stronger. You're the one that ordered your United Navy to invade my land, huh? You're underestimating the power of the sovereigns a bit too much, the governor said to the fleet admiral with hatred on his face. You'll lose everything you have, and the Albion Empire will personally seek revenge for what you have done to Servuserator. He continued spouting his mouth without care of consequences. A cold expression emerged on Laplace's face as she stepped closer to the governor, but Abraham stopped her from moving forward with his hand and smiled at the chained man in front of him. Please don't misunderstand. The United Navy isn't the type to underestimate its opponents. I merely hope that you'll accept an unconditional surrender to the Navy, Abraham expressed to the governor. The governor clenched his teeth and questioned, and why should I do that? Hearing the reply of the governor, Abraham's smile slowly turned cold as he reached out to his holster. A revolver resided between his fingers while he pointed it at the governor. Because you won't have any use anymore if you don't do so, and your entire town will be pummeled into the ground. We have the capabilities to do so, and can do it without any problems. Do you really want to be the first to test our patience? He questioned the governor, who felt chills after hearing his words. Chapter 100. 100 War for Liberation Part 19. The Battle of Servuserator. Prologue. In the outskirts of the besieged town, Servuserator, the surrounding fortresses protecting the settlement were flattened to the ground while its survivors became prisoners of the Marine Vanguard forces. Only the town remained under the control of the colonists, signifying its battle as the turning point of Operation Phantom Liberation. The Marine Vanguard forces halted their advance about 10 clicks from the colonial settlement and were preparing for the final siege. It would be difficult, but it must be done for the liberation of the island. Amidst the Marines, Laplace stood before them while gazing upon the lone town near the western shores. It was fortified with high walls reaching 20 meters tall and perhaps 5 meters thick. If it was the usual forces of the Ferris Sea, they would have had a hard time conquering the town. But sadly for the town of Servuserator, they were dealing with the United Navy. The capabilities and versatility of the United Navy weren't to be underestimated. From the ground, air, and seas, their utilization of strategy, tactics, and technologies in warfare was unrivaled. So, the results of this siege were fairly simple and clear. It would end with the defeat of the forces within the town of Servuserator. I hope that the strategy of Abraham does work. It would be troublesome if things get bloody, Laplace muttered under her breath, as she didn't want to see the Marines sacrificing themselves for a siege. It would be saddening. It depends on who the current leader of the town is, Lady Laplace. Beside the dragoness was a noble wolf beastfolk, also known as the second-in-command of the Special Response Unit, Mercedes. Laplace glanced at Mercedes for a second before nodding in agreement. It all depends on the leader of their adversaries to decide whether they wish to die or not. Lieutenant Laplace, someone called the dragoness from behind, prompting her to point her eyes at where the voice came from. Upon gazing at the one that called for her, she realized that it was none other than First Lieutenant Campbell, the leader of the Alpha Vanguard Task Force. First Lieutenant Campbell, here I thought you'd be taking your time in the UNS Guardian of the High Seas. After all, your mission has been completed, Laplace said to the First Lieutenant. The First Lieutenant merely smiled and responded, well, we simply decided that it was good to see the end of what we started, so we joined along. Campbell uttered the truth, as he desired to see the conclusion of the liberation. Whether it would be a bloodbath or a happy one didn't matter. Seeing the final moments of what you began was something he and his men were interested in, and perhaps, you'll be interested in one of our allies, Campbell uttered while pointing at the giant Minikin walking towards them. Most of the Marines had their eyes on the giant Minikin, but they soon returned their attention to their duties. His name is Espada, the war chief of the Minikin tribe. He is the one leading the liberation of his people and guiding them to cooperate with us. First Lieutenant Campbell introduced the giant Minikin to the Dragoness. Laplace looked at the giant Minikin and remembered that these were the ones that the United Navy planned to liberate and serve Usurator. She almost forgot about them as her attention was mostly concentrated on her task. But upon remembering them, she took notice of their usefulness in construction and transportation. They would be helpful to the growth of the town outside the Port of Dawn. Good to see you, Espada. I am Dash. Before Laplace could continue and introduce herself to the giant Minikin, Espada intruded and said with surprise followed by profound respect, Laplace, the dragon of the revolting tide. Laplace raised an eyebrow after Espada uttered her former identity as a rebel leader. It was expected for her enemies to know about her, but some random war chief in the sea region of Terra knowing her was astounding. She didn't expect her former identity to perpetuate throughout the Ferris Sea. You were right, but also wrong. I'm not the dragon of the revolting tide anymore, but Lieutenant Laplace of the United Navy. I quit my former job. Laplace shook her head with a smile. Listening to the words of what he considered his hero, Espada was beyond shocked. The legendary dragon that dominated the entirety of the frontier with her power was considered a deity by every beast folk. And the fact that she retired from that was... Espada couldn't correlate a single word to it. Perhaps, maybe, a tinge of emptiness. You became part of the United Navy? Why? What about the revolting tide? What happened to the rebellion? Espada inquired as he wished to know about what happened to the liberators in the frontier. I'm the only one that left. They should still be operating in the frontier. Laplace answered, becoming annoyed that she was getting straightforwardly questioned about her pasts. I see. I will not decide whether the path you had chosen was better for you or not. But let me ask you one final question. The giant Minikin wanted to ask his last question to the Dragoness. Square root da. Wanting to end the farce as early as possible, Laplace accepted his proposal since it was better to answer one single question than to face many. Ask your worst. Did you regret leaving the revolting tide? Espada softly questioned, not wanting to unexpectedly meet the ire of the Dragoness. Hearing the words of the giant Minikin, silence shrouded the air as a tense atmosphere intruded. Campbell looked at Espada and Laplace, wondering if he should pray for the safety of his newly gained ally. Laplace didn't utter a single word, but the edges of her lips rose as a smile emerged on her face. She looked directly at the eyes of the giant Minikin and responded with utmost confidence. I don't regret it. The United Navy is the best path for me. Her reply and her expression were enough for the giant Minikin. It looks like his hero has taken a path he doesn't regret. It seems that it is. The Minikin tribe stands with you, dragon of the United Navy. Espada bowed to Laplace, who merely glanced at him with her golden irises. Noticing how low his bow was, the dragoness lightly chuckled and remarked to the giant Minikin, no need to bow. The United Navy doesn't require someone to bow. Instead, why don't you give me a salute? You should have seen Campbell do it right, Laplace said, making Espada straighten his back and salute to the dragoness. That's the way. Anyhow, let's return our attention to the town. Laplace turned his gaze towards the town of Servuserator and continued with her words. Take out the governor. It didn't take long before the governor stood beside her. But unlike her, who stood free, he was cuffed and chained to make sure that he wouldn't escape their grasp. Abraham should have told you everything you need to say. I hope you'll do your part, Laplace said to the governor, who merely looked at her and turned his attention to the town. After some time, he nodded at the dragoness, accepting what he was told to do. Seeing the acceptance of the governor, Laplace merely furrowed her eyebrows and decided to drag him to the front gates of the town. It only took a minute for her to arrive in front of the town of Servuserator with the governor beside her. The guards manning the front gates of the town were shocked, along with the knights who were preparing for battle. After all, before the gates was the governor of Servuserator. The colonial governor is alive, a guard shouted, causing a commotion in the front gates. The captain and war master of the expansionary battleship got into the walls and observed the governor in the distance. It seems that them using the governor for their plans were true. The captain muttered under his breath, while the war master nodded in agreement. With the guards of the local garrison observing him, the governor stepped forward while thinking about the words he needed to utter to the remaining garrison. It was to peacefully surrender to the United Navy to avoid bloodshed. In this way, he could guarantee their survival and also his. But as he thought about it, even though he wanted to save his life, he didn't wish to tarnish himself as a coward. So, he became determined. Looking at his men, the governor clenched his fist as he knew he would regret what he was about to say. But for the sake of Servuzerator, it must be done. They needed to fight against these invaders and reclaim their lands from the rebels. My salty dash. Unfortunately, however, the governor couldn't continue speaking as he felt a pale hand over his throat. It was soft and warm, yet cold and damning. It was none other than death. If he dared to conceive his plan, he shall die in the most painful death possible. Despite regaining his confidence and bidding into his newfound bravery, death was something the governor couldn't fight against. No matter how much he desired to not be considered as a coward, he wanted to live above all else. So, out of fear for his life, the governor lost his courage. My soldiers, surrender yourselves to the United Navy, and they shall give us mercy. If we continue this farce, the town will be burned asunder and bloodshed will entrench itself to Servuzerator. For our people and future, we must lay down our arm. Sadly, once again, the governor couldn't continue. An arrow was shot from the walls by an archer, piercing his chest. Chapter 101. 101 War for Liberation Part 20. Battle of Servuzerator. In the bridge of the capital battleship, Trinity of Solace, the fleet admiral read through the reports of what had happened in the front gates of the fortified town, Servuzerator. It was a piece of bad news regarding the diplomatic failure of their strategy. The governor of the plantation colony, during his speech to make his men surrender, died from getting shot by an archer on the high walls of the town. An arrow pierced through his chest, making the medical personnel unable to save him. This is troublesome. To think that the governor died, Abraham muttered after reading through the file report. But he wasn't that bothered by it. In all actuality, the governor could have been saved by Laplace. After all, she was the dragoness. But perhaps there was a reason why she didn't save him. He'd have to ask about it later. However, for now, he needed to handle what was to come next after the diplomatic failure. The local garrison had already uttered their stance on the subject matter. They would be fighting for their own town and would be willing to lay their lives for it. Though, they weren't the ones that the United Navy considered troublesome. Currently, the field between the Marine Vanguard forces and the town of Servuzerator was tense. A battle might erupt in a minute, and it would be bloodshed for both sides, especially if the variables hadn't been evacuated. What he meant was, the civilians. The civilians of the town hadn't been evacuated yet, and are still residing in their homes. With a population of over 10,000, it would be difficult for the Marines to fight without causing some civilian casualties. And civilian casualties aren't good. Abraham uttered with furrowed eyebrows. Correct. An urban war would be devastating for both our forces and theirs. But they seem adamant in fighting. Perhaps they don't care about their lives. Charlotte stood beside the fleet admiral and remarked, I don't care about what they think. If we pummel the town into rubble, it would burn the bridge between us and humanity. We need to conquer the town without it burning asunder. Abraham expressed his annoyance at the matter. How about sending the Special Response Unit? This circumstance appears to be up to their alley. Vice Admiral Charlotte suggested, making Abraham raise his eyebrows. That was a good idea. With their capabilities, they might be able to behead the leadership of the local garrison, dampening the town's defensive capabilities by a wider margin. That's a good proposal. Please call the second-in-command of the Special Response Unit. I need to have a talk with their lieutenant. Abraham nodded in satisfaction and turned his head towards the communication operator, giving her orders. The communication operator nodded at her fleet admiral and immediately opened a transmission to the Special Response Unit. The electronics inside the bridge buzzed and hummed before a voice came out. This is Second Lieutenant Mercedes. What are the orders? The aloof words of the wolf beast folk girl resounded in the ears of the communication operator. The operator squinted her eyes and swiftly relayed the orders of the fleet admiral to the second lieutenant. The fleet admiral wishes to talk to the lieutenant. Hearing the words of the communication operator, Mercedes was a bit surprised. But the edges of her lips rose as it appeared that their fleet admiral would be sending them to another mission. It filled her with honor to be of use to the fleet admiral. I shall do so. Mercedes responded, and the communication operator was then met with silence lasting 10 seconds. Afterward, a soft yet proud voice escaped the communication radio. Abraham, what can I do for you? The communication operator had already connected the transmission to the main array, so the words of the lieutenant echoed throughout the bridge. I didn't want to mobilize you after sending you out to take care of the governor's manor, but it seems that the situation has worsened. The Marine Vanguard forces cannot begin their attacks without causing damning casualties to the civilian population inside the town. So, we want your special response unit to take out their leadership. Can you do it? Abraham inquired, wanting to know if Laplace was confident at the task he was giving to her. My unit should be able to do it. But getting 2 missions in 1 mission, Laplace said with a pitiful voice as though she was being overworked by her boss. Abraham couldn't help but face-bombed and asked, "What do you want?" For some reason, after uttering such words, he could feel her giggling on the other side. He merely shook his head, thinking that it was his imagination, and waited for her response. How about a date? And you'll be the one spending. Abraham was astounded by the suggestion of the dragoness, but he failed to hide his smile, which was obvious for everyone to see. Charlotte shook her head as the fleet admiral was too obvious. I'll think about it. He coughed and replied to the lieutenant, who merely smiled on the other side as it was enough for her. The reason why she wanted to have a date was because of her fellow soldiers discussing it. It seems to be an event where one would take someone out to a restaurant of some sort to eat. And there were a lot of things she wanted to eat. Other than that, she also desired to have some time with Abraham. After all, it has been a while since they spent time with one another. That's good enough. I'll take care of the town of Servuserator, so wait for your good news. Laplace responded to Abraham and continued. Also, be careful, Abraham. The fleet of Principitus Humanum might emerge on the shores of the colony. It will be a full-blown naval battle. Hearing the warning of Laplace, Abraham nodded in understanding and replied, I'll take our warning to heart, Laplace. You as well should be careful out there. Thank you, Abraham. Laplace softly uttered, and the transmission was cut. Silence shrouded the bridge as every naval personnel stared at their fleet admiral who was silent. When he noticed their eyes, all of the naval personnel swiftly pointed their attention to what they were doing and pretended that nothing happened. It seems that Fleet Admiral enjoyed the talk with the lieutenant, Charlotte remarked with a smile while Abraham whistled, pretending to not hear anything from her. It has been a while since the moment he freed Laplace from her shackles in that damnable merchant ship, and their relationship was more or less anchored somewhere. They weren't in that kind of relationship yet despite the ever-growing interactions. Their duty as the Fleet Admiral and Lieutenant of the United Navy was impeding any signs of growth in their relationship, which was truly disappointing. After all, Abraham wasn't ignorant of Laplace's exploits throughout the United Navy. Whether it'd be the creation of the Special Response Unit, the improvement of relations between beastfolk and humans in the Port of Dawn, and the success of various operations that could have brought massive casualties, he could only cite to himself and hoped that things calmed down for the sake of the two of them. At any rate, let's continue with our discussion, Abraham said and opened another file report. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the town, Servuserator, the Marine Vanguard forces had entrenched themselves and awaited further orders from the High Command. Almost the entirety of the island had been conquered by the United Navy, and they were in the process of stabilization. Sadly, however, there was the Thorn, consisting of the town of Servuserator and its remaining colonists. As long as they remained on the island, the influence of the colonial dominion of Terra perpetuated all throughout its land. If they wished to liberate the Minican tribe and their land, the colonists would have to leave the island and never return. Somewhere in the encampment of the Marines, most of the superior officers in Operation Phantom Liberation were gathered together for a meeting. It was mostly about the task ordered by the Fleet Admiral. You're saying that the Fleet Admiral wants you to take care of the local garrison's leadership? Lieutenant Colonel Aquila questioned with raised eyebrows. Yes, Abraham wants the Special Response Unit to partake in the mission. Laplace nodded with a smile, not bothered by the intricacies of the upcoming mission. That isn't a bad idea. With the leadership gone, they wouldn't be able to defend the town to their maximum capabilities. We can also call for their surrender, and no one would be bothering to stop it. But the problem of this matter isn't about the effectiveness of this mission. It is primarily about whether the SRU can handle such a mission or not. Lieutenant Colonel Aquila expressed his thoughts about the matter. I can vouch for the capabilities of my unit, Lieutenant Colonel. There's a reason why the Fleet Admiral specifically called for us to do such a task. Otherwise, he would have called anyone else, no? Laplace uttered with a soft yet determined voice. Lieutenant Colonel Aquila merely looked at the golden eyes of the dragoness for a moment before nodding at her in understanding. I suppose you have a point. Thank you for your trust, Lieutenant Colonel. Anyhow, the Special Response Unit will be leaving in half an hour. The faster we handle the town, the better our circumstance will be. Laplace stood up and walked out of the command tent, heading to the gathering tents of her unit. Chapter 102, 102 War for Liberation Part 21, Battle of Servuserator, 2. In the barracks of the town of Servuserator, the leadership of the local garrison gathered together for a meeting about what had recently happened in the front gates of the town. After all, What had happened was something they couldn't ignore. The governor just died, and it was one of our own that killed him. One of the knights muttered with a cold expression and continued. Even if he was spreading the words of our adversaries, we didn't have the right to kill him. The fact that a colonial governor died by our hands means that we will be responsible. Even if we survive our current circumstance, the Albion Empire will start an investigation into his death. Perhaps, the Inquisition would also be mobilized. The words of the knight caused the atmosphere in the meeting room to tense. How about we throw the responsibility of his death to the United Navy? Wouldn't it be better if the governor was known to have died in the hands of the United Navy? Another knight suggested, causing the War Master to shake his head in rejection of the idea. No matter how much we accuse the United Navy of killing him, the interrogation methods of the Inquisition are remarkable. What had happened was seen by every guard in this town, and it was clear that it was one of ours that killed the governor. It wouldn't take long before the Inquisitors come knocking on our doors. The War Master understood the capabilities of the Inquisition. It wasn't to be underestimated. The Inquisition was a branch of the Magus Tower that would investigate and gather intelligence throughout the world. Whether it was interior or exterior investigations, the Inquisition would always have their hand on the matter. The death of a colonial governor was a serious matter, especially if the colonial governor belonged to the Albion Empire and was part of the governance authority in the colonial dominion of Terra. It would have been better if the United Navy killed the governor themselves, but unfortunately, that wasn't what had happened. What happens to the perpetrator of the assassination? The captain questioned the knights, wondering what had happened to the archer that brought them this troublesome situation. Imprisoned in the dungeon, Captain. The archer was maddened, repeating the word traitor. I would have wished to separate myself from this archer, but sadly, we are responsible for his actions. A burly knight responded to the captain. I see. However, instead of discussing the maddened one, let us turn our attention to the United Navy and our situation. The captain decided to change the subject since they were still under the predatory gaze of their adversaries. Hearing the words of the captain, the knights, and the War Master nodded in agreement. Even though the matter of the mad archer was important, they needed to survive to worry about its consequences. Good. The captain gave a nod of satisfaction and continued. Now that we have killed their speaker, that would mean that negotiation had fallen between us and them. Were we even planning to negotiate? A knight inquired, wanting to know the thoughts of the captain about the negotiation. Obviously, the United Navy would ask them to surrender. Naturally, we don't. Negotiation against our adversaries would stain our code of honor. They have invaded our land, and we will not stop defending until they leave our shores. The captain didn't plan to negotiate with the United Navy. In his eyes, they were invaders. Even if they had the dragon on their side and had full control of advanced technology, the courage of humanity wasn't to be underestimated. Despair wouldn't be enough to break their wills. Since we have no plan to negotiate with the United Navy, how about we talk about our plans against them? The siege is practically confirmed. The question is when it would start and where. The War Master spoke to the knights and captain with wisdom. The capabilities of the United Navy aren't to be underestimated. There's a reason why they conquered most of the plantation colony overnight, and it wasn't only the dragon that amount to that conclusion. Their operatives are highly dangerous. Wyvern camps throughout the island were destroyed, along with barracks burned into rubble by their firepower. The War Master wanted them to understand the power of the United Navy. Sooner or later, we will be fighting in the streets of Servuserator. None of our fellow men have been evacuated yet. I believe we need to do so to avoid puddles of blood scattering throughout our pavements. He proclaimed to the others with a determined voice. He wanted the civilians of the town to evacuate so that they wouldn't be in the middle of a crossfire between the local garrison and the United Navy. Besides, the local garrison wouldn't be able to defend properly with civilians on the way. Evacuating them would be troublesome. We would have to relocate a significant number of our guards to guide the evacuation. Not only that, I believe that they should fight with us. For Servuserator and its glory. A knight expressed his thoughts, earning the frown of the War Master. The first words of the knight were sensible, but his last words weren't something that the War Master agreed to do. However, it appears that most of the men in the meeting room were in agreement with the knight. This made him sigh in disappointment, but there was nothing he could do about it. Right angle epsilon YYR dot. This wouldn't do good for the local garrison, but they are blinded by their pride as knights. The War Master quietly thought to himself, though such thoughts never escaped his mind. The discussion between the leadership of the local garrison continued until they were interrupted by a guard entering the meeting room with a frantic expression. He was breathing heavily as though he had run from death to get here. What happened? One of the knights questioned as he stood up from his chair. The guard soon regained himself and looked at the people inside the meeting room. Hope lit up inside his eyes as he immediately reported the situation. "We have a problem. Intruders have gotten inside the barracks," the guard said with terror in his voice. He remembered his colleagues falling one after another after a thunderous shot resounded from behind. "Has the front gate fallen? How have the messengers not reported this to us?" Another knight stood up, slamming his fist on the table. "It's impossible for the front gate to fall without causing commotion and chaos throughout the town. The intruders must be infiltrators," the war master uttered, calming the knights surrounding the round table. The captain also sighed in relief, as he thought that the front gate of the town had fallen to the control of the United Navy. If they were attacked in such an unprepared state, it would have been devastating for them. But why are they infiltrating the barracks? Who are their targets? A knight questioned since he found it confusing for a group of infiltrators to enter deep inside enemy territory. It was practically suicide, unless the targets are us, and the infiltrators must be the group that conquered the entirety of the governor's manor. It seems that the United Navy has sent their best to bury us. The war master wryly smiled as the walls and ground shook. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. An explosion reverberated throughout the barracks while the screams of the guards echoed throughout the halls. Dust shrouded the entrance of the meeting room before a single guard ran out from it with horror plastered on his face. However, the escaping guard couldn't keep running as a gunshot sounded from behind. Bang! He fell to the ground with a thud as blood dripped from the hole in his head. The guard who reported the situation crawled away from the entrance of the meeting room in horror as silhouettes formed from it. On the other hand, the knights prepared themselves and armed their swords forward. It was obvious. Their enemies were now before them, and they would have to fight if they desired survival. The war master and the captain were at the very back of the room, watching the entrance of the meeting room. The captain was preparing himself for the worst, while the war master activated various runic spells scattered throughout the meeting room. "It looks like we wouldn't be there to see the victory of Servuserator," the captain mumbled, causing the knights and war master to glance at him. They understood that his words were the truth to their circumstance, but they weren't willing to go down without a fight. They'd rather die fighting than cowering themselves and begging for mercy from their adversaries. The dust outside the meeting room slowly cleared out, and a white-haired lady soon emerged from it. With jet-black horns and a dark tail followed by luminous golden irises with slitted pupils, it was clear who it was. The dragon of the United Navy, Laplace. They actually sent a dragon to assassinate someone. The war master couldn't stop himself from wryly smiling. One would expect for a force to use a dragon as a weapon of mass destruction. To think that the United Navy would give it a job of assassination. The knights held tightly to their swords, not wanting to let their own weapons go. As the dragoness stepped forward, she looked at the men in the meeting room with a smile on her face. Her golden irises observed them with their faded radiance. It was as though death itself had knocked on their doorstep. "All of you must be the leadership of the local garrison," she softly uttered, maintaining her tranquil smile. Chapter 103, 103 War for Liberation Part 22, Battle of Servuserator, 3. Beside the white-haired dragoness, standing at the entrance of the meeting room, were two dark-suited soldiers armed with SA-58 assault rifles. They swiftly pointed their barrels at the knights and fired without hesitation or delay. BRRRRTTTT. BRRRRTTTT. In mere moments, a barrier formed between the knights and the dark-suited soldiers. This protected the knights from ill-fated deaths, causing relief to swallow their shoulders. Unfortunately, however, the rifles held by the soldiers weren't to be underestimated. BBBRRRTTTT. The dark-suited soldiers kept firing at the barrier with no intention to stop. Their assault rifles were equipped with drum magazines, giving them a greater amount of ammunition they could pour out from their arsenal. The runic barrier created by the runes of the War Master glowed in brilliance. The War Master noticed that it was about to break and shouted at the captain, "Get down!" Hearing the words of the War Master, the captain got down to the floor and immediately hid behind surrounding desks in the meeting room. At that moment, the runic barrier cracked and the lead hail of bullets went through. The meeting room was devastated as everything above the waist height was gunned down. The knights who were relieved met an unfortunate fate of having their bodies be filled with bullet holes. Only two of the people inside the meeting room survived: the War Master and the captain of the expansionary battleship of Principitus Humanum. The War Master glanced at the corpses left behind by the attack of the dark-suited soldiers. The frozen and horrified expression of the guard especially struck him with deep-seated terror. He was already aware of the capabilities and power of the United Navy, but to be directly affected made him realize how devastating they really were. If they continued their foolish thoughts of holding out against a siege of the United Navy, all of them would have been massacred and left for dead on the streets of Cervuserator. With this in mind, the somewhat terrified War Master reached a sensible conclusion. They never stood a chance. There was no use in fighting against them. It seems that he finally understood the feelings and thoughts of the governor. Perhaps, the governor understood the devastation the United Navy was capable of, or he merely wanted to save his own skin. Though, regardless of what the governor thought, it didn't matter to the War Master as he planned to do the same. That's how you cut off the head of the snake? Laplace softly muttered with a smile on her face as she looked at the destruction before her. The round table was filled with bullet holes while the floor was littered with corpses. But before she could continue thinking about the obliteration of the meeting room, a figure stood up in the middle of the mess. To be honest, she thought that he would try pretending dead in order to live. However, it looks like he has another idea in mind. We surrender, Dragoness Laplace. The War Master raised his hands while gazing at the Dragoness with determined eyes. They needed to surrender to avoid a massacre from taking place inside the town of Cervuserator. Laplace raised an eyebrow, surprised by the surrender of the War Master. The edges of her lips rose as she questioned the surrendering man. What makes you think that we will accept the surrender? The War Master furrowed his eyebrows after hearing such words. Surrendering only works if their adversaries want them to surrender. But he was confident that the United Navy wanted them to surrender. Otherwise, the United Navy would have pummeled the town into rubble. A victory won without pulling a trigger was the greatest victory one could ever have gotten. A saying of the elves, perhaps the United Navy acts with the same principles. Lady Laplace, the Code of War requires us to accept surrendering enemies. We can't kill a surrendering enemy as it would be considered a war crime. Behind the Dragoness, Mercedes stepped forward and uttered to her lieutenant. Laplace glanced at Mercedes, understanding her reason. She then looked at the War Master as though she had lost her prey and sighed. You have a point. I don't want my date with Abraham to be delayed or interrupted because of some war crime. She didn't want to bother with the intricacies of the United Navy, and she wasn't against it. Let the United Navy have a useful prisoner of war. With the knowledge that the War Master had in Magicraft, he might be able to help the Navy in its advancements in the line of Magicraft. But what about your captain, War Master? Laplace squinted her eyes as if she would behead the War Master the moment he decided to act rashly. Sensing the agreement to their surrender, the War Master glanced at the desks where the captain hid and called out, Captain, let us surrender to the United Navy. We need to stop this futile battle. For all Euro, For a moment, no one responded. But after a couple of seconds, the captain got out of his hiding place and raised his hand like the War Master. He looked at the Special Response Unit and lowered his head after sensing the gaze of the Dragoness. I surrender. With that, the leadership of the local garrison fell. The barracks were burning asunder while the guards of the local garrison were in chaos. The chain of command fell, so it was hard for the guards to maintain their calm. Mercedes took out a radio from her pocket and called for the Marine Vanguard forces. The hissing of the radio echoed before a voice escaped its confines. Report, mission success. The head of the snake has been cut off. Begin the forward phase and start the siege. Mercedes calmly reported and ensued for the next and final phase of the operation to begin. Affirmative. The Marine Vanguard forces will be heading out. After the confirmation from the other side, Mercedes closed the radio and turned her attention to the window. The sceneries of the town of Cervuserator were seen. Hundreds of medieval buildings housing people, scattered like trees in a forest. It was quite a sight, entirely different from the port of Dawn. Meanwhile, in the skies above the town of Cervuserator, various helicopters flew inside the town, hovering above important and strategic locations scattered throughout the colonial settlement. From the helicopters were Marines dropping in and taking over their designated landing point. The local garrison guards could only look up and see several giant metallic birds transporting their enemies into critical infrastructure. And there was nothing they could do about it. The defenders of the town of Cervuserator were already embroiled in chaos due to the fall of the leadership and the barracks they resided in. So, their defensive capabilities were far from their complete potential. As the Marines took over the strategic targets of the town such as the port, front gates, towers, and walls en masse, the ground forces also rolled in from the open iron gates of the town. Tanks, a dozen of armored vehicles, and hundreds of Marines rolled in. The guards had no chance and were promptly killed. Some surrendered upon seeing that there was no chance, while others ran for their lives and deserted their posts. The civilians hid themselves deep inside their homes, while tanks and armored vehicles rumbled in the outside. The Marines would kick open the door and check the interior of various buildings whether they contained deserters or not. If there were, the deserters would be dragged out. If not, the civilians would be left alone as the Marines continue on their way. A number of guards wanted to fight against the Marines, but were immediately dealt with by the helicopters scouting the heavens for any leftovers from the local garrison. Everything practically felt, and none of the colonists could mount a tinge of resistance against the Marine vanguard forces. Not only that, but the port of Cervuserator was also captured. The expansionary battleship was set ablaze by its crew and scuttled, so as to not let their adversaries steal it from them. The crew also fought against the Marines, but were utterly defeated. By the end of the battle inside the port of Cervuserator, only a third of the crew remained. And so, the conclusion was pretty clear. The town of Cervuserator had fallen into the hands of the United Navy, and its defenders were defeated. The remaining guards of the local garrison were gathered together in the main square while civilians were advised to stay in the confines of their homes. It didn't take long for the Marine vanguard forces to take over the town of Cervuserator. After conquering its key points and strategic locations, the town was practically under their control. The War Master and the captain were dragged away from the barracks by the Special Response Unit. As they observed the streets, they realized that the town wasn't in utter devastation as there was no heavy resistance from the guards, but it completely regressed from its former glory. The streets were empty of people while Marines monitored and patrolled the streets. The War Master was shocked as he couldn't believe that all of this had happened in half an hour. The efficiency of the United Navy wasn't to be underestimated. However, it might also be because of the chaotic local garrison which couldn't perform any defensive measures against the invading enemies. It shouldn't be much of a surprise. The War Master could hear the voice of the captain behind him. He turned his eyes towards the captain, who continued, "There was no defense, so they practically pierced through like hot night through butter." And his words didn't end there. "Perhaps, even if we made some effort in our defensive measures, we still wouldn't stand a chance." Chapter 104, 104 War for Liberation Part 23, Battle of Cervuserator, Finale. Inside the bridge of the capital battleship of the Combined Offensive Fleet, Spear of Longinus, Abraham read through the new reports transmitted by the Marine Vanguard forces. And from the looks of it, they had won the Battle of Cervuserator. The Marine Vanguard forces steamrolled through the defensive fortifications of the town after the Special Response Unit took out the leadership of the local garrison. The guards couldn't mount a proper defense against the Marines, causing them to be completely defeated half an hour later. It was practically a complete victory for the United Navy, but that didn't mean that they had no price to pay. According to the report, a single Marine got KIA during the intrusion of the municipal hall and the interior walls of the town. As the Marines were pushing through enclosed space, some Marines were unlucky enough to be ambushed by the maddened guards. Other than the Marine that died, there were also two that got injured by a spear and an arrow respectively. The news of the death caused the fleet admiral to frown. He understood that it wasn't possible to eradicate casualties during battle, but that didn't make it less tasteless nonetheless. "I guess we should host a funeral for the Marine?" Abraham sighed to himself and continued reading through the report presented by the vice admiral beside him. The next lines in the report were primarily about the captured prisoners of war. But what interested him the most were two individuals amongst the list of recorded names. According to the list, they were the captain and the war master of the expansionary battleship. The fact that they were captured instead of killed was a piece of good news. The United Navy was dwindling its treasure troves of intelligence, so they needed more to keep their information up to date. These two practically appeared at the perfect time. Not only that, there was also the identity of the war master, which could help them in researching the subject of magicraft. Though, the problem of whether or not he would comply and assist the R&D department of the United Navy was another aspect the fleet admiral had to tackle. But there were many ways to make an individual give his accord. Perhaps, Laplace has the skills to make the war master assist them in their research efforts. Nevertheless, this was for the future him to handle. Another segment of the report was the Minikin tribe. With the help of the so-called war chief, the United Navy identified over 4,000 to 5,000 Minikins in the plantation colony. A fairly large number, but an understandable one. All of the captured Minikins practically got dragged into the plantation colony of Cervuserator to be enslaved by its colonists and assist them in the plantations scattered throughout the island. However, the numbers also pose a problem. Unlike before when the United Navy saved over 100 beastfolk slaves, the Minikin tribe was more or less intact, making them somewhat difficult to handle. There was also the consideration, questioning whether the Minican tribe should be assimilated into the newly established town of the Port of Dawn. While he would like them to join their town, he understood that the great numbers of the Minican would create an imbalance in the beastfolk population. Though, the problems of the Minican tribe didn't have to be taken care of now. There was still time left, and the liberation of the plantation colony was far from over. At any rate, the report about the conclusion of Operation Phantom Liberation was lengthy, but detailed. It made the fleet admiral understand the situation in the field despite not being actually in it. Before I tackle the problems recorded in the file, I should consolidate the Navy's power and authority over the island. Abraham thought to himself as he was confident that the colonial Dominion of Terra wouldn't take this liberation well. They would probably send their navy, army, and the expansionary fleet, Principitus Humanum, to reclaim the lost colony of Servuserator. Since the United Navy had liberated the island from its colonial overlords, it was their duty to make sure that it stayed liberated over a period of time. They simply couldn't retreat and watch as the colonial Dominion of Terra took over the island once again. However, staying and defending the island poses a troublesome situation for the United Navy. Instead of being on the offensive, they would be on the defensive. This course of action would be costly for the naval organization, and there was also the maritime protection of the Port of Dawn. This is a problem of conquering a territory. Our forces get split up trying to defend every single one of them. Abraham muttered under his breath, while Charlotte raised an eyebrow and remarked, "To be not on the defensive, Fleet Admiral, is to stay on the offensive." Her remark was painfully obvious. Every nation throughout various wars from several eras never stopped in one territory. They continue on the other so that the former would stay protected while they take more. It was a simple logic. The question was whether or not the United Navy could support such an endeavor. It would be costly to their logistics if they ever dared to continue warring against the colonial Dominion of Terra without resting. There was also the stamina of the Marines that they needed to take care of. They simply couldn't keep sending the Marines into battle. They would sooner or later collapse from mental exhaustion. I understand that, Charlotte. But the question is, should we? As he had said before, should they stay on the offensive instead of calming things down? Well, no matter how much he tried to question it, the answer was clear. Charlotte only smiled at the fleet admiral, who sighed upon meeting her determined gaze. While he thought that it was a bad idea as they might be chewing more than they could handle, he also understood that offense was the greatest defense, right angle epsilon m rho. As if responding to his thoughts, a mechanical bell rang inside his mind. Ding! Abraham raised his eyebrows as the only time it rang was when the declaration of war was declared and Operation Phantom Liberation was created. Either the mission was completed, or perhaps a submission emerged. Fortunately, however, it seems to be the former. Operation Phantom Liberation, Liberation Submission, Operation Phantom Liberation Completion Requirements, Liberation of Servuserator, 98% territory liberated, calculating rewards, submission status, completed. It has been a while since he received a submission reward from the naval Gacha system. So, the notifications bombarding his head were a welcome one as they might assist him in their offensive plans of action. Congratulations, Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard. You have completed a submission declared by the Naval Gacha System Apparatus, Systema. Audiobook title, Naval Gacha System. It's time to monopolize the 7 Seas Part 04B. You have completed a submission declared by the Naval Gacha System Apparatus, Systema. Rewards will be given promptly in 321. You have obtained 2,500 naval points. Naval action rewards. Meanwhile, somewhere in the northern seas of the sea region of Terra, a fleet of 5 expansionary battleships was heading towards the plantation colony of Servuserator. They had previously received a distress call regarding a rebellion and an infiltration of UN forces in the colony. While they could have activated their spatial transmission array to arrive instantly at the plantation colony, they were sadly met with a turbulent storm that practically left them stranded in the northern seas during the entire night. After the storm calmed down, they wanted to immediately activate their spatial transmission array. However, upon trying to contact the plantation colony, no response returned. This forced the fleet commander to withhold the spatial transmission and call for assistance from the main fleet. After all, the situation in the plantation colony of Servuserator might be far from simple. Fleet commander, has the storm calmed down in your area? The voice from the runic communicator questioned. The fleet commander took a deep breath and responded to the voice. The storm has calmed down, sir. Well then, have you arrived at your destination? The strange voice inquired once again, while the fleet commander earnestly replied, No, sir. The plantation colony hasn't given any response from our runic transmissions. I believe that we have lost the colony. The fleet commander was cautious. The moment the plantation colony didn't reply, he immediately thought of the colony's defeat. Asterisk. The plantation colony of Servuserator cannot be lost, fleet commander. But the loss of 5 expansionary battleships can be damaging to the colonial dominion's naval power. Asterisk. Luckily for the fleet commander, the voice didn't order them to go on a suicide mission. Asterisk. However, the colony has a population of over 10,000 subjects of the Albion Empire. We cannot simply abandon them. Try to contact the troublemaker and negotiate for their release. Asterisk. Otherwise, the Albion Empire will hold us responsible. Hearing the orders of the voice, the fleet commander nodded and responded. I shall do so, Fleet General. With that, the runic communication between the two was cut off. The fleet command sighed to himself as the safest sea region of Terra had become embroiled in a problematic situation. This kind of problem was something he expected in the frontier, not this far back in the territorial domain of humanity. But there was nothing he could do about it, as it was the gears of destiny turning in a direction that shouldn't have been possible. He could only adapt and try to survive for what was to come. I hope that the United Navy will be open for negotiations. The fleet commander mumbled to himself before turning his head to his men. Without any further delays, he immediately ordered his War Master. Activate the spatial transmission array. Send us to the waters near the plantation colony. When the War Master heard the orders of the fleet commander, the War Master nodded and swiftly activated the spatial transmission array along with his fellow War Masters. A gigantic radiant spell circle materialized in the heavens above the fleet, and the spatial transmission began. The space around the expansionary battleships distorted as the waves became turbulent. Then, in an instant, the fleet of massive battleships disappeared. Chapter 105, 105 War for Liberation Part 24, The Hunter of the United Navy. It has been a while. Abraham observed the digital window before him, presenting his current accumulated naval points. The amassed naval points were a lot for the fleet admiral. With this amount of wealth, he could practically summon several Admiral Gorshkov-class frigates, further advancing the Red Fleet. But at that moment, Abraham had his attention pointed to something else. It was the random naval spin, or naval gacha for short. Even though the warships under the control of the United Navy were versatile and powerful, they were far from enough to assist the naval force to become a major power in the region. He needed more, and he hoped to get an even more flexible warship. But he had a difficult time trying to continue with this decision of his. More ships didn't mean that it would be better for the United Navy, and the docks of the Port of Dawn were at maximum capacity. The port wouldn't be able to handle more warships. So, if he desired to summon more warships, he also needed to upgrade the Port of Dawn to handle the emergence of the spoken ships. This made him wonder if he should roll a random naval spin or try upgrading the port. Systema, any thoughts about my problem? Inside his mind, Abraham decided to ask the assistance of his precious partner, Systema. It didn't take long, and a mechanical bell rang inside his mind, signifying a response. Ding! The current naval power of the United Navy, although capable of standing on its own in the sea region, is far from dominating the sea. If the fleet admiral desires to increase the naval power of the United Navy to the next level, access to more ships is required. Regarding the troubles of having too many warships, the fleet admiral can administer a ship rotation to make sure that the docks of the Port of Dawn aren't always at maximum capacity. This would improve the efficiency of the logistics and will lower the pressure on the utility personnel in the Port of Dawn. The response of Systema was long, but it was clear. Abraham understood what his precious partner meant, and her suggestion of a ship rotation was useful. Although it would be costly, this would advance the logistical level of the United Navy. After all, a ship simply can't always stay in the docks. It needed to sail the seas, otherwise it might as well not be built. With this in mind, along with Systema's response, Abraham determined his next step forward. The edges of his lips rose as he mumbled to himself. Thank you for the suggestion, Systema. It was quiet, yet clear for the fleet admiral's precious partner. Then, a monotone voice soon followed. You're welcome, Fleet Admiral. Glad that I could help. After hearing the monotone voice of Systema, Abraham turned his attention to the status screen before his jet-black irises. Not much had changed, but it wouldn't stay the same in the following moments. But before the fleet admiral could try summoning more warships through the random naval spin, he needed to warn his naval personnel first. Otherwise, things would become troublesome. Vice Admiral Charlotte, Abraham called out, grabbing the attention of the beautiful lady beside him. Charlotte turned her grayish yet calm eyes to the fleet admiral, wondering what he wanted from her. I'm about to summon a warship. I need you to warn the fleet about the emergence of a ship in the middle of the sea. I don't want them attacking it, thinking that it's an attack from the enemy. Abraham uttered to the Vice Admiral, who nodded in understanding. Understood, Fleet Admiral. It shouldn't take long for me to relay your orders. The Fleet Admiral summoning more warships was great news for the Vice Admiral, but obviously, she understood the intricacies that needed to be held before doing so. Their enemies were capable of teleportation, so the combined offensive fleet, Spear of Longinus, might consider the newly emerged warship as an attacking adversary. The Vice Admiral took off and called the intelligence officers, relaying the orders of the Fleet Admiral. The intelligence officers did the same and transmitted the orders to the data link with the help of the communication operators. It didn't take long before Charlotte returned and saluted Abraham before giving her report. Fleet Admiral, the orders have been relayed and the fleet is aware of the summoning. Hearing her report, Abraham calmly nodded and closed his eyelids. Charlotte looked intently at the Fleet Admiral and thought that he was gathering his power to summon more of the United Navy into this foreign world. But sadly for her, she was wrong. Instead, Abraham thought of something else. RNG God, may my prayers be heard by you. Don't give me something bad. As long as it can be useful, it's enough. He was praying to his luck to be not bad. Otherwise, he would be punching air if he received a fishing boat out of nowhere. While it could be useful in supporting the economy, Abraham needed military and naval power before economic utilities. Abraham took his time and finally determined his heart. He opened his eyes with resolve and muttered inside his mind, "Systema by your partner, a random naval spin." It didn't take a moment as a mechanical bell rang inside his mind once again. It was time. Zyder Waya. Ding. Random naval spin selected. Triggering spin. Quite a while has passed since he had seen the gigantic floating wheel materializing before his eyes. Although his naval personnel couldn't see it, Abraham felt that it was as real as the electronics surrounding him. At any rate, the gigantic floating wheel began rotating. At first, it was slow, but with time, it became faster. The arrow passed through several classes and types of ships as the wheel rapidly spun. Abraham's heart was rapidly beating as he kept asking the RNG God to give him mercy. Anything useful for his current circumstance was enough. It didn't need to be overpowered. The Fleet Admiral kept watching as the classes and types inside the floating wheel became blurry due to how fast it was spinning. Thoughts kept raging inside his head along with his hopes and dreams. Revolution terminating in 5 4 3 2 1. Please give me something useful before Abraham could continue. He saw the arrow of the gigantic floating wheel point at something as the wheel completely halted. He squinted his eyes while a notification rang inside his mind. Congratulations! You have received America-class landing helicopter assault. At first, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He rubbed his eyes as he thought that his mind hallucinating what was before him. But it was the truth in reality. Oh my! RNG! During this very moment, Abraham wondered if he should build a religion surrounding the RNG God. To think that he would be blessed by such machinery. This made Abraham very elated, though on the outside, he remained calm. It seems that his luck in this world had been blessed. Was this the second wish he picked? Great luck? Abraham wanted to chuckle, wondering if he was smart enough to pick a gacha system with one wish and use another to increase his luck. Though, I highly doubt that. This isn't a novel, after all. He shook his head and decided to return to reality. As he got out of his excited trance, the detailed information panel materialized before his eyes. UNS Jaeger of the Blue Seas. The UNS Jaeger of the Blue Seas is an America-class landing helicopter assault of the amphibious assault ships classification. It is a landing helicopter assault designed to transport the Navy and Marine Corps ashore in a larger and longer range. The landing helicopter assault ship supports special aerial operations, air assault, air dominance, or expeditionary warfare missions and can serve as a secondary aviation platform for amphibious ready groups. The Jaeger of the Blue Seas has a massive displacement of 46,000 long tons with a length of 257 meters and a beam of 21 meters. The LHA has a maximum speed of over 20 knots and a sizable complement of 65 officers and 994 enlisted personnel. The Lightning carrier can also support a military force of 1,687 Marines. The LHA carries a large array of aircraft ranging from 12 MV, 22B Ospreys, 6F, 35B Lightning II Stabil multi-role jet aircraft, 4CH, 53K heavy transport helicopters, 7AH, 1Z/UH, 1Y attack/utility helicopters, and 2 Navy MH-60S Nighthawks for air-sea rescue. The main armaments of the landing helicopter assault ship are its 2 evolved Sea Sparrow missile launchers, 2 rolling airframe missile launchers, and 2 Phalanx CIWS. It also has supporting arsenals such as 3 Mk-38 machine gun systems and 7 dual .50 caliber machine guns. And finally, it has a massive flight deck and a gigantic interior hangar deck for repairs and maintenance. Reading through the detailed description of the UNS Jaeger of the Blue Seas, there was only one word inside Abraham's mind. Wow, there wasn't much he could say about it. It was better than the UNS Guardian of the High Seas, and it had 6 F-35Bs. This meant that he finally had jet aircraft under his command. Not only that, but the LHA practically had a bigger army of Marines inside with the worth of 2 battalions. This aircraft alone had the capacity to conquer the plantation colony of Cervuserator on its own. Though, this wasn't the time to entertain his thoughts. Looking through the windows of the bridge, Abraham saw a golden light radiantly gleaming through the waters of the high seas. It glowed with unrivaled brilliance, while the waters below it became turbulent. The golden light brought the attention of everyone in the sea. Charlotte looked at it with interest, wondering what warship would emerge from it. And her wonder was given an answer. As the golden radiant lights dimmed with time, what replaced was a gigantic metallic silhouette with a length of 257 meters. It was massive, especially when compared to the frigate surrounding it. In its hull was a large imprint of its name, UNS Jaeger of the Blue Seas. The Hunter of the United Navy was finally born. Chapter 106, 106 War for Liberation Part 25, Negotiations. Amidst western shores, the waters made way for a sharp metallic bow sailing through the turbulent seas. With a long and wide flight deck above its hull, it was gargantuan in the sea. Across the metallic hull was its name, UNS Jaeger of the Blue Seas. The newly summoned warship of the United Navy was an America-class landing helicopter assault ship, giving meaning to its massive size, rivaling that of the UNS Trinity of Solace in length. Compared to the frigates of the fleet, it was foreboding and menacing, like a hunter or a floating building with unrivaled firepower. Inside the bridge of the UNS Trinity of Solace, Abraham watched in amazement as the lightning carrier sailed beside them. It was unlike anything he had gained before, which was understandable. After all, it was his first aircraft carrier. Sir, the UNS Jaeger of the Blue Seas wishes to connect to the data link. They desire your permission. A communication operator reported to the fleet admiral, bringing him out of his trance. Abraham regained his calm and quietly coughed before turning his attention to the communication who reported the newly summoned warship's transmission. Let them connect to the data link. Hearing the words of the fleet admiral, the communication operator nodded in understanding and transmitted the response to the lightning carrier. *ZZZZZZ. The buzz of electronics and machines echoed throughout the bridge. However, the metallic hum ended when a voice escaped the confines of the communication apparatus. Greetings, Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard. It is an honor to be a part of your fleet and naval force. I am Rear Admiral George of the UNS Jaeger of the Blue Seas. We await your command. A gentleman's voice was heard, and it came from the Rear Admiral who introduced himself as George. Abraham raised an eyebrow for a second before responding to the message. Good to see you, Rear Admiral George. We concluded our military operations just now, but your presence is appreciated. Vice Admiral Charlotte will be briefing you on our circumstances in this foreign world. Understood. Fleet Admiral. I will be hearing from the Vice Admiral about our situation. With that, the transmission ended and silence returned to the bridge along with the singing of the machines. Charlotte, you will be taking care of the briefing. I want you to summarize our situation from the beginning to the end. Make it so that it wouldn't last too long. Abraham ordered the Vice Admiral beside him. Affirmative, I will be heading to the Combat Information Center, Charlotte responded, and saluted the Fleet Admiral before taking her leave to the COC. And so, Abraham was left alone on his own, along with the naval personnel working in the bridge. He stood in silence while silently observing the lightning carrier and the horizon in front of them. Inside his mind were surging thoughts about the Jaeger of the Blue Seas. Even though it wasn't a full-fledged carrier, but a special type of amphibious assault ship, compared to other carriers in his former world, it might as well be one. Along with 12 Ospreys, it had 6 F-35B jets, 4 King Stallions, several Viper attack helicopters, and 2 Night Hawks. Its air force wasn't to be underestimated since it had the capability to rival a small nation on its own. Not only that, it also had 2 battalions worth of Marines inside of it and waiting for deployment. The forces that the United Navy could deploy in battlefronts practically increased twofold. But numbers didn't mean anything if they had no idea how to employ it. With this in mind, Abraham wondered if he should place the UNS Lightbringer and the UNS Jaeger of the Blue Seas together. Using the defensive capabilities of the UNS Lightbringer and the long-range assault capabilities of the UNS Jaeger of the Blue Seas, they would be a force to be reckoned with. Naturally, of course, there would be intricacies he needed to take care of regarding the creation of the Second Fleet. For now, the idea would have to stay in the back of his mind until the United Navy returned to the port of Dawn. Fleet Admiral, the briefing has concluded. Not realizing that time had passed by, Abraham's thoughts were interrupted by the recently arrived Charlotte. He looked at her for a second and softly responded to the Vice Admiral. "Thank you, Charlotte." The Vice Admiral merely nodded in appreciation to his words and stood beside him. Abraham glanced at Charlotte and couldn't help but inquire, "So, what do you think about the Rear Admiral?" Charlotte raised an eyebrow, but answered the question of the Fleet Admiral. Rear Admiral George is a cold old man with a black beard and dark hair. He's about 51 years old and has a strategic mind. His loyalty is undeniable, but I advise the Fleet Admiral to meet him personally. Her words were honest and straightforward. Abraham could only nod in agreement while creating an image of the Rear Admiral inside his head. Obviously, though, he understood that he needed to personally meet with the old man. Abraham wanted to thank Charlotte, but before he could do so, an intelligence officer reported a disruption in a nearby magnetic field. A spatial distortion has also been detected through their drones. Fleet Admiral, an enemy fleet has arrived. When Abraham heard of the intelligence officer's words, he didn't hesitate and swiftly raised the alarms of the fleet. Get the fleet combat ready. Prepare for battle. There was a reason why he didn't hesitate for the United Navy to prepare themselves to fight against their incoming adversaries. It was simply because the island beside them was the former territory of the colonial dominion. Naturally, they would be here to take it back. How many ships are in the enemy fleet? Abraham questioned the intelligence officer, who swiftly replied, 5 enemy battleships are in the incoming fleet, sir. 5 was a sizable number, but it was something that they could handle. Epsilon Yin. Thoughts raged inside his mind, as this would be the first proper fleet-to-fleet naval battle since his arrival into this world. He didn't know if he should feel excited, or the exact opposite. ZZZ. I am the fleet commander of the Vanguard Fleet of the Principitus Humanum. I am here to express the desire for negotiation. I repeat, the fleet is under the intent of negotiation. Asterisk, a voice echoed from the runic communicator, coming from the adversary's fleet commander. Abraham furrowed his eyebrows, a bit confused by the words of the voice. He quickly signaled Charlotte to halt any attacks toward the incoming fleet and responded to the runic communicator. This is the Fleet Admiral of the United Navy, Abraham Shepard. Speak of this negotiation of yours. His resolute words resounded, as he wouldn't hesitate to destroy the fleet before his fleet. The colonial dominion is negotiating for the release of civilians trapped in the town of Cervuserator, along with any captured soldiers belonging to the local garrison of the plantation colony. Hearing the words of the enemy fleet commander, Abraham realized that this was an opportunity. While prisoners of war could be helpful in the development of the planned town beside the port of Dawn, it would be too troublesome to keep them for an indefinite period of time. Though, obviously, he wouldn't be releasing anyone that was a treasure trove for intelligence. Affirmative. We'll accept the negotiations. Abraham accepted the negotiations for the prisoners of war and the citizens of the town of Cervuserator. And so, it was time for the negotiations. He'll let Charlotte handle this. He looked at Charlotte, while the Vice Admiral merely sighed and nodded at him. I am Vice Admiral Charlotte of the United Navy. I will be handling the negotiations. With that, the negotiations for the prisoners of war and the civilians began. Charlotte opened with the price of the prisoners' release. The United Navy wouldn't release their prisoners without a price tag, otherwise the military operation would have been useless. Most of the things that Charlotte desired from the colonial dominion were artifacts related to magicraft along with knowledge regarding magic. If the fleet commander could provide the artifacts and knowledge to the United Navy, the prisoners of war would be released. On the other hand, the civilians of the town of Cervuserator were immediately sent to the fleet in front of them as the United Navy had no control over their movements. The fleet commander of the Vanguard Fleet accepted the deal as knowledge, and some artifacts of magicraft weren't a big deal. In the foreign world, magic wasn't forbidden knowledge. Instead, it was a power only a few could control. As long as they didn't give special artifacts with great importance, it shouldn't be much. The knowledge was also something that they could give. Basic knowledge about magicraft should satisfy the curiosity of these heretics. The negotiations ended great for both sides. The United Navy got the magic artifacts and magical knowledge, while the colonial dominion got their important manpower. We'll end the negotiations here, Fleet Commander. The United Navy will deliver the prisoners of war to the northern seas where they will be picked up by your fleet. And while doing so, we expect you to maintain your side in the deal. Otherwise, things will be bad for the both of us. Charlotte coldly warned before cutting the transmission between the bridge and the enemy fleet. After the negotiations, Charlotte sighed to herself while noticing the fleet admiral gazing at her with expectations and satisfaction. She could only sigh again as she shook her head and began discussing with the elated Abraham. Meanwhile, in the captain's quarters of an expansionary battleship, the fleet commander relayed the negotiations to the colonial dominion. It seems that the voice from the other side was satisfied with the deal he had gotten. Why am I handling the negotiations? The fleet commander thought to himself, as it should have been a diplomat in his place negotiating with the heretics. Chapter 107. 107 Cervuserators Liberation Aftermath. A couple days have passed since the enactment of Operation Phantom Liberation. The newly emerged naval force, the United Navy, through this operation managed the liberation of the plantation colony, Cervuserator, thus freeing the Minikin tribe from their enslavement. After the liberation of Cervuserator, the diplomatic talks between the Minikin tribe and the United Navy began. It was mostly about the procurement of the island, Cervuserator, and the plans for the future between the two forces. The Minikin tribe were from a far land deep within the frontier. They were enslaved there and transported through various colonial dominions before arriving in the plantation colony, Cervuserator. With this in mind, one can understand that the Minikin weren't natives of the island and were as eligible as the colonial dominion and the United Navy. Fortunately for the Minikin tribe, though, they weren't chased off by the United Navy and forced to the chaotic seas of the frontier. Instead, they were given the chance to stay and cultivate the island for their own society. Naturally, it wasn't without a price. The Minikin tribe now stood under the banner of the United Navy, subsequently being bounded by the authority of the UN High Command. An economic treaty was also made that the United Navy would have a 15% discount for all goods sold by the Minikin tribe, which was a better deal in the eyes of the capitalistic fleet admiral and vice admiral. After all, a 15% discount might not seem much, but when combined together with resource, economic, and logistics, it was something that couldn't be underestimated. Other than the economic treaty, there was also an exchange of migration between the Cervuserator, now known as the State of Minas, and the United Navy's Port of Dawn. This was to further the relationship between the two and improve cultural exchanges. It all began with the resignation of the former war chief of the State of Minas, Espada, along with him joining the United Navy to represent the Minikins in the naval organization. Many loyal Minikins followed him, ranging their numbers to 1,000. In simpler terms, there were now thousands of Minikins on the island of Creskara. Such a large number simply couldn't continue to lay low and not do anything. With the help of First Lieutenant Campbell, many Minikins were employed in construction jobs in the developing town of beastfolks and humans beside the Port of Dawn. The best warriors of the Minikins were employed in the United Navy, becoming a part of the Special Response Unit, under the command of the newly promoted Lieutenant Colonel Laplace. Obviously, it would take time for the Minikins to be combat ready. However, First Lieutenant Mercedes would be training them as fast as possible. She seems to have the confidence of Laplace, which is something to be trusted. Returning back to the Cervuserator, the State of Minas was under the state of economic building. With the protection of the United Navy, they could concentrate their population on turning the State of Minas into an economic power. Through their vast plantations that could provide food, it wouldn't take long before the State of Minas started exporting their products outward. But until then, they would have to construct their society under the directive of democracy and fair justice. This would prevent the State of Minas from becoming a dictatorship or an authoritarian state. Though, perhaps, it would take some time for the Minikins to understand the concept of democracy and fair justice. But every society starts somewhere along the lines of advancement and growth. With their foundations built in the directive of democracy and fair justice, it would be hard for technological advancement and societal growth to corrupt the state. Nonetheless, speaking of exports and imports, the United Navy decided to create a merchant company that would sail outward from the sea region of Terra and beyond. The merchant company would help create customers or sellers for the United Navy and the State of Minas to rely on. But how could the United Navy do such a thing, especially without any cargo ships? Well, the answer to that question was fairly simple. The naval Gacha system. Abraham used his remaining naval points to summon another ship from the random naval spin. What got out wasn't a military warship, but a military utility one instead. Congratulations! You have received Algol-class vehicle cargo ship. This was the ship that brought about the idea of creating a merchant company for the United Navy, the UNS Wayward Sun. The Algol-class vehicle cargo ships, also known as fast sea lift ships, were the fastest conventional steam-powered ships in the former world, capable of speeds in excess of 33 knots. This was in the description of the cargo ship. Immer, Theta. It was practically a fast cargo ship that could plow through waves, maintaining a constant speed of 33 knots regardless of weather. In the foreign world where many unknowns shrouded the waters, it was the perfect ship for the United Navy. The UNS Wayward Sun had a displacement of 55,000 tons, followed by a length of 290 meters and a beam of 32 meters. The cargo ship could be operated by 43 civilians and 12 military technicians when fully operational, or 18 civilians with reduced operation status. Naturally, these ships devour fuel like a pig of gluttony, but with its capabilities to deliver goods at constant rates regardless of abnormal conditions, it was a worthy price to pay. Most of all, the price of these ships was what made Abraham accept them as a part of the merchant company's fleet. A single one costs 100 naval points, meaning that with his remaining points, Abraham could purchase 5. But for now, only one was needed for their operations. Without a route for trade, it would be foolish to send a fleet of merchant ships into the deep waters. Testing the seas of the foreign world was something Abraham desired to do. Then unexpectedly hearing your merchant fleet sunk in the middle of the turbulent waters. There was also the price of operation of these fast sea lift ships. While Abraham considered them worth it, the operational costs of these ships were too troublesome for the current United Navy. They would have to increase the numbers of their oil wells to meet the demands of a fleet of these fast cargo ships. But one would wonder, where was the UNS Wayward Sun? Well, Abraham didn't summon the cargo ship to be kept inside the docks. Obviously, he made the United Navy use it. In the northern seas, hundreds of kilometers away from the port of Dawn, the United Navy's Red Fleet dwelled before the vanguard fleet of Principitus Humanum. With the fleet were the capital battleship UNS Trinity of Solace and the fast sea lift ship UNS Wayward Sun. At the moment, the United Navy was handling the negotiated deal of the expansionary vanguard fleet and themselves. Beside the UNS Wayward Sun were the wooden medieval ships captured from the port of the former Cervuserator. Inside were the prisoners of war, ready to be transported to the vanguard fleet. In command of the UNS Trinity of Solace was currently the diplomat and the executive officer, Vice Admiral Charlotte. She had recently concluded the finishes of the deal, and the exchange was about to start. The wooden merchant ship sailed onward, heading towards the gigantic UNS Wayward Sun. On the other hand, the wooden medieval ships headed towards the expansionary vanguard fleet. The exchange between the two opposing naval forces went smoothly. The magical artifacts and books inside the wooden merchant ship were transported to the fast sea lift ship, while the other side did the same. It didn't take an hour for the diplomatic exchange to conclude. When the two sides got what they wanted, only a tense atmosphere shrouded before the expansionary vanguard fleet announced their departure. This was the first trade between humanity and the United Navy. Inside the bridge of the UNS Trinity of Solace, Vice Admiral Charlotte silently stood and watched the vanguard fleet disappear in the expanse. The magical artifacts and books were already confirmed to be authentic. They also didn't seem tampered with. It seems to be a delightful situation for the United Navy, but the Vice Admiral was far from trusting. The actions of the expansionary fleet Principitus Humanum were strange. Too strange, as they weren't as xenophobic as expected. This meant that the other side was planning to make a move. How? That was the question they needed to answer. But she wasn't sent here to speculate about the plans of the enemy. Charlotte transmitted a message to the fleet admiral and reported the success of the diplomatic exchange. I hope that we will be ready against what they throw at us. She quietly thought to herself as a response from the fleet admiral swiftly echoed throughout the bridge. Congratulations on your success, Vice Admiral Charlotte. I advise you to return as fast as possible and send the artifacts and books to our R&D department. Hearing the words of the fleet admiral, Charlotte saluted and slightly bowed her head. Affirmative, Fleet Admiral. It shall be done. The transmission between the two cuts as silence shrouded the bridge. The Vice Admiral softly breathes before turning her gaze to the bridge. Charlotte then ordered the naval personnel inside the bridge to send orders to the surrounding fleet. It was time for them to return to the port of Dawn. The escort mission was a success, and the diplomatic exchange had been accomplished. There was no need for them to dwell in the northern seas. And so, the aftermath was peaceful, but will it continue as such? Only the future could tell. Chapter 108. 108 United Navy's Greater Expansion. Inside the Fleet Admiral's office within the central branch building of the Port of Dawn, Abraham yawned while placing the file reports before him into the drawer beneath his desk. It has been a long day for the Fleet Admiral, and a week has passed since Operation Phantom Liberation. Managing the entire port of Dawn is becoming troublesome. Abraham sighed to himself as this job was affecting him greatly. He would have to relocate some of his duties to other high commanding officers, so that he wouldn't die from an unknown heart attack. Obviously, though, with his high physical capabilities, it was doubtful he could get a heart attack anytime soon. But it was better to not test destiny. I need to start hiring myself a secretary, the Fleet Admiral thought as he stood from his comfy chair. He stretched his arms upward and released a grunt from his crackling bones. It looks like spending hours sitting in a chair didn't do good for his bones. I really need a secretary, Abraham muttered as he took off his uniform and placed his peaked cap in the wardrobe. He wore his casual attire and immediately got out of his abominable office. Walking through the hallway, the personnel would salute him the moment they noticed his presence. He simply nodded at them and continued his way to the elevator. He was far different from before. The doubts inside his heart and mind had settled. His actions always uttered his confidence, which was understandable as it had been a while since his transmigration into this world. After riding an elevator heading to the ground floor, he listened to the tune in the background as the edges of his lips slightly rose. Ever since the liberation of Servuserator, things have been peaceful in the Port of Dawn. Perhaps, their capabilities and firepower made the other side cautious of them, prompting the peace. But he understood that it wasn't permanent. Almost all of the high commanding officers in the United Navy were expecting a war in the horizon with the colonial dominion of Terra. With this in mind, the naval fleet inside the Port of Dawn was always combat ready, regardless of the time period. That's for later. No need to waste my brain cells until our meeting about the matter. Abraham shook his head and threw such thoughts to the back of his mind. It was useless to spend his precious mental power worrying about something. Instead, they should be planning how to prepare against the upcoming scenario of war with the colonial dominion of Terra. The metallic doors of the elevator opened, and the Fleet Admiral swiftly stepped out of it. He then found himself amidst a vast busy hall brimming with people and beast folk alike. The branch building of the Port of Dawn had become the governing center of the island. It practically became a city hall for the people of the United Navy. Abraham merely smiled at the busy scene since it reminded him of the peace that encompassed the Port of Dawn. Quietly walking along with the busy people, the middle-aged man got out of the branch building and now found himself in the lively streets of the Port of Dawn. The loud noises followed by the roar of car engines resounded in the background. It was somewhat nostalgic as it made him recall the former modern world. He walked through the sidewalk while surrounding himself in the modern atmosphere of the Port of Dawn. While doing so, he remembered the current population of the Port of Dawn or the United Navy as a whole. According to the Vice Admiral, the current population of the United Navy was at least 11,000 with the inclusion of the beast folks. A fairly large number, which was why the Port of Dawn was expanding through the town of Aurora. The town of Aurora was a large and ever-expanding town containing both humans and beast folk. Even at first, the integration of the two was hard because of the trauma that the beast folk had. It didn't take long for them to differentiate humans from one another. To the beast folk, the United Navy and the colonial dominion of Terra were different from one another. The United Navy was their guardians, their companions, and their allies. Businesses have also been set up in the Port of Dawn. The current currency of the United Navy was the UN dollar, which took time for the beast folk to get used to. Naturally, they didn't want to be closed off from foreign trade because of their currency, so they also accepted gold. Anyhow, businesses in the Port of Dawn and the town of Aurora were thriving. Because of the advancing economy, the United Navy would probably have to pass an economic charter to keep things from becoming chaotic. The main focus would probably be to find a balance between the free market and the regulated market. This was to prevent businesses from going rogue and establishing unlawful practices. But this was for Charlotte to handle. Abraham didn't want to be bothered by such things. Without Charlotte, even with recovery, I would have gotten a heart attack by now. He quietly thought to himself while walking through the sidewalk. The Vice Admiral was amongst his treasured subordinates. If the Dragoness could be described as his sword and shield, then the Vice Admiral was his body. She was working hard to make sure he himself could live another day in the ever-growing responsibilities as a fleet admiral. Speaking of the Dragoness, he remembered the price she had given to him for the extra mission he had given. Quite a while had passed since then, perhaps she forgot about it. Though, before the fleet admiral could continue with his thoughts, a soft voice sounded out from behind. It immediately attracted his attention, causing him to stop walking. Oh my, is Abraham thinking about me? Such a distinct, teasing yet soft voice was something he could never forget. He slowly turned his head and saw a white-haired lady. She looked incredibly interesting in her casual attire. Her silver-white hair was strapped in a ponytail and her golden irises seemed to glow in a neon hue. The combination of her body was akin to a heavenly sculpture, along with her black horns and black tail. He could only describe her with one word: beautiful. It took a moment for Abraham to get out of his trance. After regaining himself, he saw Laplace smirking at him while placing her hand on her hips. It seems that he blurted something embarrassing to her, but he wasn't that bothered by it. After all, he was a man and what had taken place had already happened. There was nothing he could do to change it. So, instead of backtracking like a coward, he must move onward. "I stand by my word," Abraham uttered to the dragoness, who merely walked towards him with the same smirk as before. As the two got closer to one another, Laplace softly whispered beside his ear, "You're getting courageous by the day, Abraham." He could feel her breath, but the middle-aged man kept it in, not wanting to let the dragoness become satisfied with the tease. "But I like it." Laplace's smirk turned into a smile as she was confident of her beauty. Abraham's reminder wasn't needed, but it was something she appreciated. "Anyhow, I'm here to take what is mine. Since you just got out of your office, why don't you honor your promise?" She looked at the middle-aged man with her golden irises. From the looks of it, she wasn't taking no for an answer. "I'm an honorable gentleman. I'll see through the end of what I promised," Abraham replied while taking out his wallet. He was ready for what was to come. He merely hoped that he would survive it. "Good. I love that confidence. Why don't we go to that restaurant over there?" Laplace pointed at a luxurious restaurant down the street. "I heard the food is delightful." It seems that the dragoness was taking out a guillotine for his wallet. Nevertheless, Abraham wasn't backing down. He nodded at the dragoness as she beamed at him while holding his right arm. The man felt the satisfying softness that felt unrivaled. However, he wasn't letting his guard down. He realized that the white-haired girl locking herself with his arm was planning to suck his wallet into bankruptcy overnight. He mustn't be swayed by her peculiar actions. The two entered the high-end restaurant and were met by a waiter. The waiter, upon seeing the fleet admiral and the dragoness, felt admiration, immediately bowing to the two upon meeting. "We are honored for the two of you to be in our restaurant. As a sign of our gratefulness, we will be giving a 50% discount." The manager, who was notified by the staff, met with the two legendary figures in the United Navy. "There's no need to do so. I'll pay the same as everyone here." While he would love that discount, Abraham didn't want his precious image to be broken. Besides, it felt wrong to leverage his position. "As expected of the esteemed fleet admiral, it really is an honor for us." The manager looks like he was about to cry before getting dragged away by his staff. Abraham could only watch before turning his attention back to the dragoness. Their gaze met with one another. Laplace seemed to intently stare at his jet-black eyes while maintaining a smile on her face. "You can get anything you want, Laplace. No need to refrain yourself from ordering." He expressed that he didn't want her to restrain herself. This was a rare moment when the two of them got to spend time with one another. In all honesty, money wasn't a problem for him. But, out of nowhere, Laplace uttered an unexpected remark with utmost confidence. "Abraham, I like you." Chapter 109. 109 Dating a Problem Dragon. Inside the luxurious restaurant, Abraham found himself frozen in his seat. His gaze was unmoving for a moment while the mental gears inside his head went to a full stop after hearing the words of the white-haired dragoness. Such words were something he expected to hear in the later part of their date, not in the restaurant where they had barely begun. And he envisioned to be the one saying it, not her. From the looks of it, he had underestimated the problem dragon before him. "You're as frank as the moment I met you, Laplace," he remarked while smiling at the white-haired dragoness. Remembering the honest and straightforward dragon from the early days was something he didn't expect to be so riddled with nostalgia. "I merely took my time thinking about it, Abraham. A lot of time, and a lot of thinking. The reason why I'm confident and frank is fairly simple. It's because I already know what I want." Laplace softly smirked while staring at the jet-black irises of the middle-aged man. "I see. I underestimated your focus and patience," Abraham responded, maintaining his gaze on the white-haired dragoness while signaling a waiter. "But I'd prefer to be the one that says it, Laplace." The waiter then stood in front of the two of them and got a small notepad beneath his palms. He felt the tense atmosphere surrounding the table and felt a bit nervous after remembering the identity of the two. "Oh, I apologize, Abraham. I should have been a bit more patient." Laplace tilted her head and maintained a smile. She then pointed at several dishes on the menu, which the waiter swiftly wrote in his notepad. There's no need to apologize. Abraham also pointed at a single dish, as he didn't have the bottomless stomach that the dragoness had, and eating the same dishes for an hour would leave a bad taste on his tongue. After the waiter wrote everything the two needed, he quickly walked out of the battlefield and returned to the kitchen. When he arrived in the kitchen, the waiter felt as though his life was spared for some reason. But now that I think about it, I also have something to say, Laplace. Abraham's attention never left the white-haired dragoness. Laplace raised an eyebrow, curious about Abraham's words. Perhaps it was the same as the one she expressed to him. Interesting, she muttered under her breath and kept her golden eyes on him. I love you, Laplace. Abraham expressed his feelings despite the embarrassment it would bring him. On the other hand, his words resounded in the dragoness's ears. She didn't think that he would actually say it. This is what I love about you. As clumsy as you are in hiding your emotions, you're a bit too cute for your own good. Laplace remarked with cheeks flushed in a tinge of crimson red, while Abraham wanted to bury his head into the ground. See cute? This was the first time a girl said such a thing to him. He didn't know if he should be extremely delighted or extremely embarrassed, but nevertheless, it made him happy. Wait, why am I the one who's cute? Abraham regained his calm as he remembered what Laplace had said. Shouldn't he be the one uttering such words? Asterisk cough. Asterisk thank you for the compliment. He coughed as to negate any awkwardness that would come after the recent embarrassing situation. Though, hearing him, Laplace regained her smugness. Before they could continue in their banter, the waiter emerged beside their table with a tray brimming their dishes. One plate was given to Abraham, while several others were placed on Laplace's side. With the luxurious meals before them awaiting to be eaten, the two quietly decided to start eating their meal and enjoy the silence. Abraham picked up a spoon and fork, calmly digging through his dish. Laplace also followed with etiquette rivaling his. Quite surprising, but not too much. Laplace's ability to learn wasn't to be underestimated. The elementary, high school, and college curriculums, despite the tough learning curve, were something she speed-blitzed in mere weeks. Her intellect as a dragoness was the highest of what was biologically possible. So, in simpler terms, a genius. As the two took satisfaction from the tranquility of their time together, an hour passed in mere moments. It didn't take long before they found themselves walking down the sidewalk together. Unlike the busy road beforehand crowded with people, the streets had become fairly empty. The air was cold and calming while the night sky littered with thousands of twinkling stars. Walking through the sidewalk, Abraham silently glanced at the quiet white-haired dragoness beside him. She had a soft smile on her face, magnifying her already beautiful face. It was something he could look at for days, months, and years. He would never get bored of it. Out of nowhere, while strolling together on the sidewalk, Abraham felt Laplace's head leaning over his shoulders. Despite being fully clothed, he could feel her warmth, which was somewhat astounding. It's rare for peace in this world. Could you let me enjoy it, even for a moment, Abraham? She whispered to him while looking forward into the distance. Take your time, Laplace. I'll always be here with you. He responded and became determined inside his heart. If peace was what she wanted, then he'd attain it no matter what. Thank you. Laplace closed her eyelids and let him guide her into the darkness of the night. This was the first she trusted someone so fully, and it was a human at that. Her former self would probably laugh at her, thinking that she had become soft. But if this was the reward for becoming softer, then she would have done so since the beginning. Droplets of water fell from the dark heavens as a shower of rain fell upon the two. Unfortunately, none of them brought along an umbrella that they could use. Though, with their current physique, it was nearly improbable for them to become sick. Sorry for not bringing an umbrella, Abraham said as he was a bit disappointed at himself for not checking the weather. However, it was understandable. After all, everything took place faster than they had expected. It's not a big deal. There are times when you should enjoy the rain instead of seeking cover from it, Laplace murmured, making Abraham tenderly smile. It didn't take long before the two arrived at Abraham's home in the suburban area of the Port of Dawn. It looked the same as the rest, but Laplace wanted to see more of himself. The little shower had already ended, though the two of them were already drenched by the pouring rain. Make yourself at home. As Abraham opened the door, Laplace entered while he followed from behind. Everything inside was completely furnished, giving a welcoming atmosphere. Like to go get a shower first? Abraham suggested while Laplace looked around the house and nodded without thinking much of his words. She seems to be entranced by the serenity of his home. Okay, I'll fetch a towel from my room. Stay in the living room, Laplace. And don't break anything, he reminded before going upstairs and taking out an extra towel from his wardrobe. Laplace merely nodded and sat on a wooden chair near a desk. This was the first time she got inside Abraham's home. It smells a lot like him and reeks of his entire being. For someone who spends most of his time in his office, it seems that he stays inside his home for the majority of his extra time. Abraham returned to the living room with a white towel in hand. He immediately threw it to the face of the dragoness and smirked. Take a hot shower, Laplace. While our bodies can get rarely sick, it isn't impenetrable, he stated with confidence, causing the hushed problem dragon to regain her smug side. It looks like Abraham wants to see my naked body. She lightly giggled while Abraham merely turned his head away, not denying or confirming her words. Laplace held the soft towel and walked into the bathroom with staggering smugness. Abraham was left alone in the living room as the sound of her steamy hot shower echoed beyond the bathroom. It was at this moment he realized the situation he was in. He was too into the moment that he practically brought a woman inside his house for the first time. Damn, he didn't know he was a natural, but he would need help through these challenging times. With this in mind, the middle-aged man called out for his precious partner. He calmly waited for the mechanical bell to ring inside his head, but it never came. Abraham called once again through his thoughts, and a response didn't follow. He could whisper her name, but the hearing of the problem dragon couldn't be underestimated. Even if she was showering, his voice might as well sound the same as if he was a mere feet away from her. It seems that I have been abandoned. I'm on my own in this unknown frontier. Abraham thought with a serious expression. Thoughts surged inside his head as he needed a plan for how to handle it. But there was one piece of advice from his single friend in his former life that echoed throughout his heart and mind at this very moment. He didn't know why, but it sounded profound. When one is in love, a plan is not needed. Passion, honesty, and trust are the foundation of a relationship. Let it flow like a natural tide, and don't try to control it. The sagely words of his single friend saved him in these precarious moments. Nevertheless, the middle-aged man couldn't continue as he didn't notice the white-haired dragoness standing before him, completely drenched with steamy water and covered by a soft and comfy towel. Hey, do you have some extra clothes I can use? Chapter 110. 110 Being Trusted. In the suburban home of the highest of command, Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard, the middle-aged man found his response stuck inside his throat while his gaze scrutinized the steamy and curvy frontier before him from top to bottom. It was the first for Abraham to see such a grandiose and spectacular sight. He hadn't thought how seductive the problem dragon would be when seen in such circumstances. On the other hand, noticing the leering gaze of the Fleet Admiral, Laplace merely smirked and placed her pale hand on her hips, tilting it sideward. It was natural to have such a reaction. She didn't consider it a big deal. Besides, for Abraham to have such an attraction to her body, she was somewhat proud and considered it an achievement. Though, she didn't have all the time to be only covered by a piece of white comfy towel. So, Laplace looked at Abraham's eyes with her golden irises and muttered to him, "Mission control to Abraham, mission control to Abraham, is your connection all right?" She waved her hand with a playful smile, causing Abraham to get out of his trance and return to reality. With Abraham regaining himself, he immediately realizes his weird action and promptly apologizes to the white-haired dragoness. "Sorry about that, Laplace. There's no need to be sorry about it. My body is naturally attractive, so consider it as a gift for the time we spent inside that restaurant." Laplace shook her head as she wasn't bothered by it. Abraham then remembered the question of the gorgeous lady and swiftly replied to the dragoness. "Oh, and about the clothes. Yeah, I got some t-shirts that should fit your body, but I can't say the same for my shorts. I'll try checking my wardrobe. Don't worry, it shouldn't take long." He scurried away to his room and opened his wardrobe brimming with all kinds of clothing. Though, as he searched for clothes that could fit the dragoness, thoughts about the recent scene surged inside his head. "I can't believe that I actually froze in front of a woman's body, and she wasn't even naked." He was disappointed in himself since he was acting like a virgin. Even though he was one, he didn't want to act like an ignorant kid. "All right, Abraham, calm yourself and don't blow what had happened out of proportion. I should also not waste my time thinking and give her some clothes." Abraham rid his head of useless and aggravating thoughts, returning his attention to searching for some clothes in the wardrobe. Laplace maintained her playfulness while calmly waiting for Abraham to return. She felt satisfaction from Abraham's reaction. It was something she didn't expect to feel good about. Or perhaps, she should have expected it. Meanwhile, in the living room, Laplace maintained her playfulness and calmly waited for Abraham to return. She felt deep satisfaction from his reaction. It was something she never felt before, since for some reason, it made her excited. Excitement was a feeling she didn't expect to feel when being seen naked by a man. It wasn't within her expectations to feel such a way, but perhaps she should have expected it. After all, Abraham was far from an ordinary man in her eyes. I wonder what's going through his mind right now. The dragoness quietly thought with great satisfaction. It didn't take 3 minutes for Abraham to return to the living room. In his hands was a large white t-shirt and sizable black shorts. Here you go. Tell me if it fits perfectly or not. I'll try finding something better if it doesn't fit comfortably. He gave the requested clothes to the white-haired lady, who was still a bit wet from the steamy shower she had previously gone through. Thank you. Laplace beamed a smile at the middle-aged man while accepting the spare of clothing. She held them softly as though they were fragile and walked back to the bathroom. Abraham could only watch as her considerably large cake wiggled left and right before disappearing under the cover of the bathroom door. He didn't know if he was dense, but for some reason, he felt that the dragoness was doing it intentionally. Nah, I'm not that dense. Besides, just because it swings left and right doesn't mean it was done intentionally. It might be gravity doing its thing. Abraham was confident of his ability to read the situation. He wasn't dense on the topic of relationships and sensual atmosphere, and his thoughts made sense. According to the greatest scientist of all time, the greater the mass, the greater the attraction. Such was gravity. So, yeah, it was gravity all along. Laplace was relatively quick in wearing her requested clothes. She got out of the bathroom with an oversized white t-shirt covering her body along with the black shorts perfectly sheathing her hips and legs. Damn! Abraham didn't expect the problem dragon to look so good in his clothing. The boyish clothes and the unrivaled beauty were creating a strange yet satisfying amalgamation of gorgeousness. It looks like the two fit perfectly, Abraham. Laplace moved her body and checked the quality of her clothes with interest. As expected, no matter her clothes, she would always look good. This made her give a silent nod of approval inside her head. Anyhow, it's your turn to take a shower. After all, you also got wet from the short downpour. Laplace expressed to the middle-aged man, who instinctively nodded without understanding what he had done. Sim. As though his brain was on autopilot, Abraham walked into the bathroom with an unbothered expression and woke up after taking his clothes off. The scent and aroma smells good, which made him furrow his eyebrows. It was at this moment that he realized that actually got inside the bathroom recently used by the dragoness. Didn't he have another bathroom upstairs? Why here? This *TTY brain is sabotaging me. Abraham blamed his mind, but perhaps this was an opportunity. It wasn't an opportunity. Abraham walked out of the bathroom after drying his hair and wearing his already prepared clothing. After stepping into the living room, he found no signs of the problem dragon. Raising an eyebrow, he carefully looked around and noticed a figure in the kitchen. Heading towards it, he noticed Laplace drinking hot chocolate while also waving her hands at him. You look refreshed, she remarked with a slight chuckle and continued. Here's a hot chocolate for you, my fleet admiral. The lady smirked and pointed at the cup of hot chocolate beside her. Abraham wasn't picky and was someone who'd accept gifts from others with gratefulness, so he'd gladly accept the cup of hot chocolate. He sat beside the white-haired dragoness and took a sip from the cup. It was sweet, and the flavors were blended well. He raised an eyebrow and commented, It seems that hot chocolate is your favorite. I heard my calling the moment I tasted it. Laplace grinned and continued drinking from her hot chocolate. Ever since becoming a member of the United Navy, she has been buying a lot of products from the former modern world. This stuff was supposed to be bitter. I didn't expect it to be so sweet. She smiled as she remembered her first time tasting hot chocolate. It was during her time with Charlotte, who felt the need to take care of the problem dragon. I'm glad that you enjoy it, Abraham expressed as he took another sip from the cup of hot chocolate. The warmth was relaxing, especially when combined with the cold night. Spending time with someone else was something Abraham always desired, whether it be friends, lovers, or a family. While there were times he wanted to be alone, he had no desire to be lonely. Connection was a treasure he'd always protect. His transmigration presented him with an opportunity to become a better version of himself. Unlike the former loser of his former world, he worked hard to become who he was now. Even though the responsibilities of the United Navy were heavy and difficult for him to carry, the trust they placed in him was something he held dear. So, he wanted to live a life he didn't regret. I should be thanking you, Abraham, for giving me a second chance. Laplace expressed as her golden irises faintly glowed. Without you, I would have been lost. Abraham carefully listened to the words of the white-haired dragoness. He was patient and waited for her to continue until she uttered everything she wanted to say to him. Really, thank you, Laplace said, since she was deeply grateful to Abraham. He was the one that freed her from the shackles that kept her in place, the one that gave her a second chance for a better future. In her eyes, Abraham was greater than a savior and more than a friend. He was the one that she loved. And so, remembering the wisdom she had gathered for years, one can't hide secrets from the one they love. Laplace didn't desire to keep him at bay anymore and wanted him to know everything about her as she also wished to know everything about him. With this in mind, the kindling flames of determination inside the dragoness's heart shone brighter than ever before. She looked at the middle-aged man with a determined gaze. Seeing the gaze of Laplace, Abraham understood where the situation was going, and he felt incredibly happy that she was finally willing to tell him something about her. Abraham, I want to tell you about my past, Laplace softly muttered, making it barely conceivable for anyone to hear. But Abraham heard it clearly, prompting him to smile at the dragoness. I've been waiting for you to say that. He patted her as the feeling of being trusted made him very elated. Chapter 111. 111 Sincerity, Trust, and Faith. Alone together for the first time, Abraham and Laplace opened up to one another. The white-haired dragoness desired to speak of the truth to the one she loved, while the other thought the same. So, inside the kitchen of the Fleet Admiral's suburban home, Laplace finally spoke about her past. I don't know where to start, so I'll go with the beginning. She softly smiled and continued. Long ago, after breaking out of my egg, I discovered my identity as a dragon, a liberated creature unshackled by anyone and anything. I was the most free of them all. As one would expect from a creature who considers their freedom above all else, I was arrogant and didn't take any creature seriously. To me, they were but ants. There was no need to trample them, but I also didn't need to get along with beings I considered as feeble. But it all changed when a beastfolk tribe turned me into the guardian deity. It was surprising, and I didn't think there would be anything foolish enough to consider me as a guardian candidate. Laplace lightly chuckled, making Abraham smile. It was at that moment when I realized that it wasn't the only one that was free. They chose me to be their guardian deity, and it was all of their free will. After becoming their deity, I protected them in exchange for offerings every now and then. Though, in Laplace's final words, her smile faded and a saddened expression followed. However, conquering armies of humanity began conquering the islands of the Ferris Sea, making them their colonial dominions. One after another, tribes fell, disappeared, and became enslaved. The beastfolk tribe, who considered me their guardian, were massacred. None were left alive. Not even children were spared. I was too late, and in my anger, I gave my wrath to the island where the expanding human fleet was docking. I destroyed every single one of them and enacted my first massacre. Their ships sunk into the depths of the turbulent seas. The island they stood on burned in fiery crimson, while their respected magus got trampled beneath my feet. It was at that moment that I became the dragon of the revolting tide, the first rebellion against the invading forces of humanity. Laplace sighed to herself and uttered, that was 200 years ago. Abraham was surprised by the unexpected age reveal. 200 years ago? Then that would mean that the dragoness was beyond 200 years old. I didn't X-dash. He couldn't continue as he found Laplace glaring at him with her golden irises. She tilted her head with a scary smile and remarked, I'm sure that Abraham should know about the concept of not discussing a young lady's age, correct? Facing the threatening smile of Laplace, Abraham understood that he needed to back down. Otherwise, he would face the wrath of the white-haired dragoness. Anyhow, I was the founder of the rebellion, and throughout the decades, it grew stronger. Other deities joined me in the revolution to protect the Ferris Sea. They were the White Tiger, the Crimson Phoenix, and the Island Turtle. Other than me, they were the strongest. Laplace explained the three deities that joined the revolting tide she had created. It seems that they were strong. However, this did make Abraham wonder about how the rebellion only managed to force the invading forces of humanity to be halted in the so-called frontier. If these deities were a bit like you, how did the revolting tide not force humanity to return to Europa? He questioned the white-haired dragoness, who only wryly smiled upon hearing it. While we were extremely strong, the peak of what was biologically possible, humanity has its own deities, people they call the sovereigns. They were the strongest magus in humanity, and they were a lot stronger than us. The moment we tried to force back the human forces, One of them emerged, and we were barely able to beat him. Afterward, an unspoken rule was created. The frontier was ours, and everything they conquered was theirs. Laplace clenched her fist and gritted her teeth. Deep hatred seemed to emanate from her eyes before she continued. But even though the frontier was ours, humanity still kept invading, though even if we massacred their fleets, the sovereigns wouldn't bat an eye. Principitus Humanum was amongst the expansionary fleets I have burned into asunder a decade ago. The fact that they returned to full strength in half a decade meant that humanity could easily replace their loss. So, as long as their territory was maintained, they could keep fighting without care. Laplace remembered the amount of lives she had taken, and they simply kept coming like ants m² root epsilon ya, theta. But, sadly, humanity wasn't the reason I got enslaved by that merchant. She sighed once again as though remembering a painful experience. Her golden irises seemed to falter. Abraham didn't know whether it was from rage or sorrow. I was betrayed. Those goddamn bastards were monsters. Behind my back, they conquered tribes in the name of the revolting tide. Those that didn't join were trampled into damnation. According to them, they needed more beast folk in their cause. But in my eyes, it was fairly clear. What they wanted was power. The frontier was practically for them to take. Why should they continue fighting against humanity when they could simply become the rulers of the frontier? Laplace felt hatred, rivaling that of her hate for Europa's humanity. The moment I discovered the truth, I denounced my position as the founder of the organization and tried to disassemble it. After all, it was but a husk keeping an iron grip over the beastfolk tribes in the frontier. But sadly, I was already too late. Everyone in the revolting tide considered me as a traitor, and they, along with the deities, fought against me. Even though I was stronger than them, against all of them, even my prided strength faltered. I was barely able to escape, but was captured by human slave traders. I was incredibly weakened and injured. Runes were scattered throughout my body, and my freedom was taken away for the first time. Laplace took a deep breath as the memories of the past still etched themselves clearly inside her head. Abraham only patted her on the back as she didn't know that the dragoness had gone through such a horrible experience. Being betrayed by the very organization you created and seeing it become corrupted before your eyes. Even imagining the United Navy doing the same to him deeply horrifies him. Just when all hope was lost and I was about to be sold into Europa, out of nowhere, humans saved me. They were far different than anything and anyone I had ever seen. Their values were clear, and they wouldn't hesitate to follow them. That's why I'm thankful. Laplace looked at Abraham with determination. It was brighter than ever before. It made Abraham, who was already determined, doubtful of himself. It made him wonder if he should do the same. Speak of his secrets as she had spoken hers. Thank you for the trust you have given me, Laplace. I really appreciate it. Abraham closed his eyes and gathered his courage. So, I shall do the same and speak of my past. I want you to know me, not just the one in front of you, but also the one from the past and the one into the future. The moment Abraham uttered his first words, many more followed like a surging tide. All of them escaped the confines of his heart as he spoke of the purest truth about himself. He was Abraham Shepard, a loser of an office worker who had no life, merely working on a job and playing games inside his computer for entertainment. His world was but an empty void of black and white. He didn't have good memories, nor did have bad ones. He wasn't the bravest. He wasn't the smartest. He was lazy, while also being envious. His attitude was also far from the best. His former self was a far cry from who he was now. He wasn't interesting and was but a speck in other people's lives. When he transmigrated, he doubted any of them remembered him. The world would have been the same with or without him. None would feel sorrow upon his disappearance. No one would try to find him. That was how much he was cut off from the world. Unlike you, I didn't care about anyone. I didn't care about their freedom. Their lives had nothing to do with me, so why should I care? I didn't have grandiose goals, and even if I did, I doubt I would have sought them. That was the kind of person I am. But like you, there was a twist of fate. When I was thrown into this world, I had the ability to summon others, and were unnaturally loyal to me. It was strange to be trusted, to be given responsibility for their well-being. I wanted to change, and didn't want to disappoint those that gave me their sincerity, trust, and faith. That's how I became who I am now. I'm not the fleet admiral because of some great achievement. I was merely thrown into this situation and had to adapt. Abraham couldn't help but chuckle at himself. You must feel disappointed, right? After all, I'm not the one you thought I was. Before Abraham could continue, he felt a pale and soft finger over his mouth. He noticed Laplace glaring at him with ravenous anger. She grabbed his chin and muttered with a tinge of coldness. I don't appreciate anyone throwing assumptions, Abraham. It seems that I need to teach you a lesson. Out of nowhere, Laplace pulled Abraham's collar. He couldn't react in time and felt warmth encapsulating his lips. Chapter 112. 112 Passion, R18. In an ambient room veiled with the alluring twilight of the luminescent moon, two figures wrapped in darkness found themselves snared on a cozy pale bed. One had his back laid on the wooden frame while the other was on top of him. Abraham was pinned by the white-haired dragoness as she lay on top of him with a seductive smile on her face. How it led to his current circumstance was a question he'd like to ask. Sadly, there was no one who could answer. You're a bad man, Abraham. I will have to punish you for what you have done. Laplace coquettishly whispered beside his ear, blowing it gently with her enticing breath. Abraham blushed as his body shivered. He should be the one dominating the scene, but who can dominate a dragon? He'll have to adapt, overcome, and survive to be able to do so. The white-haired lady slowly placed her soft fingers into the t-shirt of the middle-aged man. She could feel his rigid yet compact abs and began teasing them. He flinched when the dragoness began touching his body in a strange manner. Oh, I didn't think my Abraham would be so sensitive. It makes me want to tease you more. Laplace grinned as she went further and poked his chest, causing the man to unknowingly quiver. Her mellow chest pressed on his body, while her face got closer to the middle-aged man. Abraham noticed the golden irises of the dragoness, glowing with peculiar radiance. Though, he couldn't keep his attention to such oddness since Laplace began to ravage his lips as if trying to suck his soul out of his body. Her tongue pushed through his teeth and began to cause chaos in the inside. Their saliva mingled together in a passionate blend, while their tongues danced. Although dominated at first by Laplace, Abraham adapted and became better at dancing with her through their lips. This made the white-haired dragoness lightly moan, breaking free from the sensuous embrace. I didn't expect you to adapt so fast. As expected of my fleet admiral. She breathed in and out with a crimson-covered yet smug face. A teasing smile was below it as she gazed at the panting man in front of her. Would you like to continue? Laplace pressed her crotch onto his lower body and felt something hard touching it. This caused her to shiver and moan as she was becoming too horny for her own good. She gripped his shoulders since despite her rowdy smugness and confidence, she was as inexperienced as the middle-aged man below her. Abraham wanted to make sure that their memory of this night would be memorable, so he turned their positions altogether. Laplace now laid in the bed panting, while Abraham was on top of her. Prepare yourself, Laplace. He muttered to her and opened up her t-shirt, revealing her smooth and pale stomach. He glanced at it and began pecking it, slowly heading upwards of her body. Feeling the tantalizing kisses of Abraham, Laplace held his jet-black hair as he grew closer to her chest. Abraham glanced at the towering peak of a soft breast and didn't hesitate in licking it. Abraham, Laplace clenched her legs together while Abraham fondled one of her breasts. Her moans got louder by the second as the middle-aged man kept ravaging her chest. After some time, Abraham came to rest and saw the white-haired dragoness heavily panting from the pleasure she had felt from his ravenous excursion to her breasts. This was the first time Abraham saw the naturally smug and arrogant dragoness in such a state. It stirred up something inside of him. He didn't know if it was a kink, but for some reason, he felt satisfaction from it. Abraham, this body of mine, is all yours. Play it with it, will you? Laplace craved more of what she felt and wanted to let the one she loved get deeper with her body. The soft and meek request of the breathless white-haired dragoness made Abraham extremely aroused. Without any hesitation or delay, he pulled Laplace into another embrace. Their tongues played with one another, blending their saliva into an arousing flavor. Laplace moaned as Abraham kept monopolizing her sultry tongue. While doing so, he patiently opened up her closed-off legs and took off her shorts. Her thighs shivered upon his touch while his fingers got closer to her crotch. Abraham could feel it wet and dripping from her previous orgasms. It appears she was enjoying it to the fullest. This made Abraham beam to smile, as it made him happy that his partner was satisfied with what he had done. Though, obviously, they were far from done. The middle-aged man lowered his shorts and pulled out his imposing penis. It stood mighty and fierce, causing the slitted pupils of the dragoness to shrink back. For the first time in her life, Laplace felt as though she was facing a ferocious challenger. Don't worry, I'll be gentle, Abraham whispered to the dragoness and kissed her once again. The two of them embraced as his rod dwelled in the entrance of her wet pussy. While the two embraced, the rod made its way, pushing through as gently as possible. As Laplace ferociously kissed Abraham, she felt something entering her crotch. Her body instinctively tensed up since she wasn't used to such a feeling. But Abraham assisted her and muttered to her ears, "Relax, Laplace. I'll take care of it." As though her body subconsciously listened to his words, she relaxed and felt her lover's rod pushing in. "Ah," Laplace moaned as Abraham slowly began moving his hips. Pleasure encapsulated her body as shivers ran across her waist. Even though it was painful at first, the pain became her greatest pleasure with time. Laplace kissed the middle-aged man and fiercely wrestled with his tongue. Abraham's hips in reaction to her embrace got faster, like a rapid piston accelerating further beyond. The white-haired dragoness began loving the pleasure brought to her body. Her lover, while as inexperienced as her, was incredibly good at adapting. His constant efforts to pleasure her body caused her mind to become hazy. Nevertheless, she never forgot his face enraptured in her embrace. Laplace kept moaning and panting as Abraham continued plunging her body into intense pleasure. His rod reached her stomach and conquered every part of her womb, leaving nothing behind. Half an hour passed, and Abraham felt his body ejaculating. Obviously, he didn't want to have a child out of accident and was about to pull out. But before he could do so, he felt Laplace's legs keeping him in. "Haha, keep going, my dear. Don't worry and do what you want. Besides, a dragon couldn't be so easy to impregnate, right?" Laplace smugly teased him, causing him to push deeper into her pussy. "Oh, what a tease." Laplace's words made sense. If it was easy for dragons to get pregnant, there would have been hundreds or thousands of them roaming in the Ferris Sea. It was clear that it took time and hard work for a dragon to be impregnated. With this in mind, Abraham didn't hesitate no more and kept pumping her pussy with his rod. She moaned over and over again while clenched her fingers into his shoulders. It was a bit painful, but it made the experience somehow better. "Laplace!" He roared and ejaculated his seed deep into the dragoness's womb. His vitality drained, making him pant heavily from the wild experience. Abraham gently took his penis out of her womb, not wanting to make Laplace uncomfortable. He looked at his rod and found it drenched from her orgasms. It was completely wet. Semen also followed afterward as they slowly but surely trickled out of her crotch, dripping onto the bed. The middle-aged man lay beside the dragoness and thought about the beautiful experience he had gone through. He closed his eyes as exhaustion was about to take his body. But before he could fall into slumber, he felt something climbing over him. Abraham opened his eyelids and saw the white-haired dragoness in a messy appearance. Her silver-white hair was disheveled and her t-shirt and shorts were taken off her body. She was fully naked before his eyes with a gaze longing for more. On her cheeks were tints of crimson red as she grinned at the middle-aged man before asserting, "We aren't finished yet, my Abraham. I'm sure you're far from done." Without any hesitation, Laplace began rubbing her crotch over his weary rod, and in a magnificent fashion, it rose stronger than ever before. The white-haired dragoness didn't wait for a moment and rode his towering penis. She moaned as it penetrated deeper than ever before while moving her hips front and back. "Ah, your cock is so good. Abraham, I'm becoming addicted to it." Laplace smirked while Abraham held her hips as she rode him without care. Her dominating nature returned, and the middle-aged man felt worried for his life. He hoped to not get sucked into a dry husk by the dragoness. After all, there were still many things he needed to do in the United Navy. But nevertheless, it was hard to concentrate as pleasure began to take control of his mind. Her hot and flesh insides were rubbing together with his rod, and it was exhilarating. Abraham's body began moving despite being ridden by the dragoness. It wanted to push deeper into her womb, and he wasn't thinking of stopping it. And so, the erotic romance and adventure between the fleet admiral and his dragon continued for hours until the golden sun rose from the lines of the boundless horizon. Chapter 113. 113 The following morning. Warm radiance pierced through the silky curtain strapped upon a window, creating a tranquil ambience within the room. Perceiving the warmth of the morning sun, Abraham slowly opened his eyelids and saw his room covered in a pleasing brilliance. He felt pressure over his arm, prompting his eyes to turn towards it. He saw the white-haired dragoness gazing at him with her golden irises. A smirk encapsulated her lips while her cheeks glossed with a pinkish tint. "Oh my, you finally woke up?" Laplace expressed with a teasing smile as she continued. "You must have been exhausted from working hard a couple of hours ago." "Yeah, I wonder why." Abraham rolled his eyes while thinking about what had happened in their erotic adventure and romance. The white-haired lady on his arm practically sucked the vitality from his body. Even though he could adapt through the activation of his perk, recovery, it was difficult to do so, as the dragoness never intended to stop in their intriguing activities. It wasn't me that tried to do various positions, Abraham. You loved changing positions too much. You exhausted yourself from doing so. Laplace pulled out her fingers and shook them in front of the middle-aged man. But nevertheless, I didn't think there would be so many positions that we could do in an intercourse. As expected, you're knowledgeable. She continued with a smirk on her face. You don't even sound tired at all. Abraham sighed to himself as his partner was brimming with vitality. Without recovery, I would have died from how much she forced me to come. I'm a dragon, my dear. Other than being strong, dragons are known for their endurance. Laplace wanted to flex her pale, thin, soft, yet strong muscles, but was interrupted as Abraham embraced her body and kissed her for a single moment. Thank you, Laplace, he whispered to her, making the dragoness smile and reply. You have given me the greatest gift I could have gotten. Hearing the words of the white-haired lady, Abraham raised an eyebrow as he swiftly inquired. That sounds peculiar. Are you pregnant? He was ready to take responsibility. After all, he didn't hold back during their activities and flooded her womb with his seed. Noticing the worried yet accepting words of the middle-aged man, Laplace merely chuckled as she shook her head at his inquiry. She wasn't pregnant, though there was still a lot of him inside her. As I said before, I can't get impregnated easily. I can control when my eggs get ejected into my womb, so there's no need to worry. You can pump me however you desire, my Abraham. She softly smiled while pressing her breast on his chest. When did you become so seducing, Laplace? Abraham kept the dragoness in his embrace while she grinned and whispered. The moment you took my flower, I became yours. But let us calm ourselves. Laplace looked at Abraham's jet-black irises and glanced at the clock. It wasn't their holiday yet, so they couldn't be absent from their jobs. It's already morning. Thankfully, Abraham's horniness hadn't completely taken control of his brain. He noticed the time and realized that they were about to get late. You're right. How about you take a bath while I go prepare our breakfast? He suggested to the beautiful white-haired lady beside him. Laplace kissed him and replied, I'll take you on that offer. She got out of the cozy blanket, revealing her captivating and gorgeous naked body. Hickeys scattered all over her body, mostly from her neck, breast, and thighs. It seems that Abraham had been enjoying his meal too much. Laplace merely smirked at the middle-aged man and entered the bathroom with her cake wiggling left and right for him to see. Abraham watched it without hesitation as he had graduated from the embarrassment and learned to appreciate it. After the white-haired dragoness entered the bathroom, Abraham got out of his bed and arranged it from its signs of their previous activities. He would probably have to clean this bed, but that was for later. First, he needed to prepare for their breakfast. He covered his naked body with his towel since he also needed to take a bath after Laplace's finished. It wouldn't do good to not take a bath after what they had done during their adventures. Abraham stepped out of his room and went to the kitchen on the ground floor after climbing downstairs. He opened his fridge and thankfully found it to be thriving with ingredients and food. Taking out the ingredients needed to create a spectacular breakfast, he immediately began cooking in the kitchen. Living alone, it was natural to be proficient in cooking. After all, even someone like him would find it hard to keep eating refrigerated and outdoor meals for the entirety of their lives. The aroma of bacon, eggs, and rice dispersed throughout the kitchen. The sound of oil crackling in the heat resounded while Abraham skillfully scattered spices throughout his fried rice. What a way to start the morning. I guess this is what a relationship feels like. No wonder my former colleagues seemed addicted to them. He quietly thought to himself and continued cooking their meal. Epsiloneria. Thatum. How adept. Abraham turned his gaze towards the living room and saw Laplace leaning on a pillar. She wore the same type of clothing as before, although a bit different. Instead of a white t-shirt, she wore a black one. While she didn't even bother wearing a pair of shorts anymore, and only went with the t-shirt. In simpler terms, she was naked. If you're curious, I only have my panties with me. However, my bra was broken by a certain someone. Laplace answered Abraham's questions trapped inside his mind. Apologies for your bra, I'll buy you a new one. Abraham coughed as he didn't think he would be guilty of destroying her bra. Oh, is that a strategy to learn my 3 sizes? I can't tell you about them, you know? You could just as dash. You can tell me that later. Instead, have a seat and enjoy my creation. Abraham presented their breakfast, which was a plate of fried rice with a sunny side up and a strip of bacon beside it. It was amongst his greatest creations, cooked with complete adoration. Laplace gazed at the meal before her and smiled. "Would you like to eat with me?" she inquired the middle-aged man, who shook his head with a saddened look. "Sadly, while I'd like to, I'll have to take a bath." "Don't worry, I can wait," she replied and waved her arms as he stepped into the bathroom after preparing his clothing. As Abraham disappeared into the confines of the bathroom, Laplace touched her belly and remembered their nightly activities. The pleasure was addicting, especially for a dragon like her. It made her want to spend days and nights with Abraham in bed, as they enjoyed their time together while he pumped her with his seed. Asterisk sigh. Asterisk, but I can't be greedy. There is a time for everything. To be consumed by lust is detrimental, she muttered as she threw the devious thought to the back of her mind. The United Navy still needed them. As such, they needed to balance their time with themselves and the greater organization. After peace comes in the long term, perhaps they could think about it. However, who knows? There's nothing and no one stopping us from doing it anywhere private. She smirked to herself as ideas began to emerge within her mind. Inside the branch office building of the United Navy, Abraham rode an elevator heading upward. After eating their breakfast, the two decided to part ways. Abraham made his way to the branch office building, while Laplace headed to the military complex in the defense sector. The metallic door of the elevator slid open. Abraham stepped out of its confines and walked through the hallway where his office resided. It was then that he saw a particular white wolf, a beast folk, wearing a lieutenant's uniform. The beast folk immediately noticed him and saluted. "I am Mercedes of the Special Response Unit. Greetings, the Fleet Admiral," she uttered with an aloof tone, though somehow brimming with admiration. "What brings you here, Mercedes?" Abraham questioned, why she was waiting in front of his office. Mercedes didn't hesitate and answered him. "Vice Admiral Charlotte sent me here to assist you. She heard that you were in need of a secretary. Shouldn't you be with Laplace? After all, she is your superior commanding officer." Abraham was a bit confused since she should have been with Laplace, managing the Special Response Unit. Mercedes shook her head and responded. "The Special Response Unit is currently in an inactive status. The management responsibilities are with the commanding officer. I'm only there for assistance." Since Lieutenant Colonel Laplace had proven herself to be efficient on her own, the Vice Admiral decided to transfer personnel to the Fleet Admiral, hereby assisting him in his duties. "I see. I'm grateful for your volunteer and assistance, Lieutenant Mercedes." Abraham felt some relief as he finally had someone with whom he could share the burden of the files inside his office. "Lieutenant, do you know where the Vice Admiral is?" he inquired while opening the locks to his office. He was curious about the whereabouts of his executive officer. "Well, she should be currently in the office of my commanding officer," she calmly answered while her nose detected the scent of the dragon scattered throughout the Fleet Admiral's body. Meanwhile, Charlotte stood inside the office of the dragoness and gazed at Laplace's golden irises before the edges of her lips rose. "It seems that you already caught the Fleet Admiral." Chapter 114. 114 Relationship. "I am not authorized to answer that question," Laplace responded with a soft smile, pretending to be ignorant of what Charlotte had uttered to her. The dragoness's actions made the Vice Admiral chuckle. "It looks like the Fleet Admiral has chosen well. Anyhow, Vice Admiral Charlotte, may I ask what you're doing inside my office? Do you have something to ask from me?" Laplace inquired as she sat on her comfy chair. "Nothing much. I already asked what I was curious about. I'm merely here to discuss about your lieutenant's transfer to become the secretary of the Fleet Admiral," Charlotte answered while sitting on the chair in front of the dragoness. Mercedes became his secretary? Laplace was a bit surprised, as it was the first she had ever heard of it. "Yes, there has been reports about the Fleet Admiral leaving his office in a half-dead state. I wanted to find a secretary to assist him in his duties. There was a lot, but most of them already had their respective jobs and were too busy. I heard about your efficiency in handling paperwork, and the lieutenant practically confirmed it. So, I got her transferred to the Fleet Admiral's side." Charlotte was honest all throughout and spoke with calm. "Unexpected, but I guess he needs all the help we can give." Laplace wasn't bothered by the disappearance of her assistants. Perhaps, with her in his side, she could keep tabs with him without much of a problem. "That's right. I'm glad we are in the same page. Speaking of the page, have you thought about our next operation?" Charlotte questioned and brought up the topic of their next operation. "Next operation? It hasn't been long since OPL. Has our logistics recovered from the losses we got in that operation?" Laplace raised an eyebrow, a bit confused of their rapid pace. Our resources and supplies have grown since Operation Phantom Liberation. With the existence of the Hunter, our versatility and long-range capabilities have significantly advanced. Charlotte explained and continued. Our reconnaissance crafts have detected an archipelago in the west of our influence. The group of islands are under the control of some colony, and we suspect the beastfolk tribes to be in the same aspect. The upcoming operation will be not as big as the former one. The fleet admiral should have been made aware about it through Lieutenant Mercedes. Charlotte concluded her explanation and stood up. How's the new recruits of the Special Response Unit? Charlotte asked, curious about the status of the unit under the Dragoness's authority. You mean Espada and his Minikins? They are doing good, although having a hard time adapting to the United Army's doctrine. But they are open to learning, so they have good foundation. Laplace responded and opened the files on her desk. That's a piece of good news. The Special Response Unit has been gaining a lot of reputation, especially since the advent of Operation Phantom Liberation. Many high commanding officers have lots of expectations, Laplace. Charlotte slowly walked out of Laplace's office, leaving the Dragoness alone. Laplace thought about the words of the Vice Admiral and shook her head. What others thought of her didn't matter. In her eyes, only Abraham mattered, and it shall stay that way. Though, it looks like I'll have to lay low for some time. She quietly thought to herself and read through the files of the day. Meanwhile, in the branch office building, Abraham was working through various documents with Mercedes beside him. His work efficiency had increased the moment she became his secretary. The pressure of the workload had also eased, proving the effectiveness of the lieutenant. But as he went through the documents, he found something intriguing amongst them. It came from the Intelligence Bureau of the Command Center. From the looks of it, they have discovered something significant and desired for an operation. An archipelago in the west containing a colony possible controlling various beastfolk tribes. Naturally, we can't pretend they don't exist and must liberate them. But that would probably set off a full-scale war with the colonial dominion of Terra. Abraham was in a precarious situation as he found himself confused as to what he should do with the file before him. He glanced at the calmly working Mercedes and decided to ask for her opinion. What do you think about an operation against an archipelago colony? He questioned White Wolf Beastfolk, who stopped doing her job and gazed at him for a short while. She then coolly answered, an operation against the colony would probably spark a war against the colonial dominion. But such a war is something we can't avoid it, especially with our values. As the United Navy, we must liberate those oppressed by their oppressors. For that is our identity, and we shall do so regardless of consequences. Mercedes sighed and continued. The values of the United Navy is too foreign for this world. Perhaps, in the far future, we will have to fight against everything and everyone to preserve ourselves. She had an expression of melancholy, but it soon changed when she glanced at him. Square root right angle side or y ya. Of kirillitsa горизонтально перечеркнуто. But with the fleet admiral on our side, I doubt we could lose. She grinned with determination, even though her usual behavior was that of cold aloofness. You're right about that, Mercedes. I'm glad that you understand our values so well. Abraham smiled at the beastfolk as it appears that others outside of the United Navy have understood their core values. This gave him hope that there was a future for them in this world. It looks like this operation cannot be undermined. Abraham thought to himself and gave his signature to the operation. The requirement of such an operation was fairly simple. It merely needed the UNS Trinity of Solace, UNS Lightbringer, and UNS Jaeger of the Blue Seas. According to the file, these three warships were enough to take care of the colony, and he agreed with its deduction. The UNS Trinity of Solace had unrivaled firepower, the UNS Lightbringer had remarkable defense, and the UNS Jaeger of the Blue Seas had incredible versatility. When combined, the three would become a formidable force in the Ferris Sea. With this in mind, Abraham wasn't against for their deployment into the Eastern Archipelago. But naturally, of course, to counter any Magus interference, he would have to send the Special Response Unit in. It hasn't been long since we got together, and now I'm already thinking of sending her off. Abraham sighed and was disappointed at himself. It seems that they were too reliant to the Dragoness in the subject of magicraft. Mercedes, is the Special Response Unit ready for any upcoming operation? He asked the beastfolk beside him, who answered aloofly. Yes, they are ready, Fleet Admiral. Even though the Minikins and Espada are having a hard time adapting to our doctrine, only through battle could they be forged into finer steel. Mercedes dropped some hard lines, which made Abraham somewhat impressed. Well then, I'll be sending the Special Response Unit to assist in the operation regarding the liberation of the archipelago in the east. Abraham uttered to the lieutenant, who only nodded in response. But out of nowhere, the aloof girl seemed to have opened a subject for the fleet admiral. An interesting subject regarding what had happened recently. "Sir, have you been with the lieutenant colonel?" She calmly inquired as the thick scent of the dragoness scattered throughout the fleet admiral's body was becoming too hard to ignore through time. Abraham raised an eyebrow as this was the first that the lieutenant had questioned him, and he didn't think it would be so personal. Obviously, he couldn't answer such a question. "What made you ask such a question, Lieutenant Mercedes?" He was also curious how the beastfolk managed to bring up a strange, personal, and intriguing subject to him. The fleet admiral simply reeks of the lieutenant colonel. Throughout your body, there is only her scent, especially in your crotch, where it seems to be emanating outward. Mercedes honestly answered with surprising purity. Abraham was surprised by the answer of the lieutenant, and it made sense. She was, after all, a wolf beastfolk. Her sense of smell could probably be better than most canines, so her noticing the scent of the dragoness despite him bathing his body in hot water wasn't out of bounds. "Are you performing a mating ritual of some sort? Should I be expecting a child to be born from the dragon's womb? Will the United Navy have its heir?" Mercedes threw a lot of questions, but most of it was about them having kids. Sadly, while we desire to do so, we don't wish our children to live in the current situation of the United Navy where war is in the horizon. A heir will be postponed until later. After all, the two of us still has a lot to do. Abraham explained, understanding that there was no use in hiding it. That makes sense. The heir must live in an era of peace, instead of an age of war. The fleet admiral and the dragoness probably don't have enough time to raise children. And a child without their parents' attention grows bitter as they get older. Like before, Mercedes was spouting some hard sentences to the fleet admiral. "Thank you for your understanding, Mercedes. I hope that you won't say much about my relationship with Laplace." The both of us agreed that it's not time yet. Abraham didn't want the news about their relationship to scatter throughout the naval organization. Mercedes looked at Abraham and replied, "I shall do so, Fleet Admiral." Chapter 115. 115 Magus Tower. Deep within the colonial dominion of Terra, within a vast medieval city reminding one of an ancient maze, the famous Magus Tower stood proudly before its land. It was the gathering place of the most respected humans, the Magi. Inside the Magus Tower was a massive hall where the reception of its interior dwelled. Hundreds of Magus scattered around as they have been called throughout the sea region of Terra for an emergency meeting. Most Magus discussed one another in specific groups, acting like the nobles of old. But it soon changed when an old man walked into the immense hall of the Magus Tower, wearing a wizard's clothing, with a white beard and a pointed hat, along with some wooden cane. Some would have considered him a peaceful old hermit, but appearances were always far from the truth in the world of magicraft. When the Magus noticed him, all of them turned silent and stopped conversing with one another. Their attention was fully captured to the old bearded man, awaiting for his words. The old Magus stopped walking and finally spoke to the gathering. After all, he was the one that called for them to be in the Magus Tower of the colonial dominion. It was rare for such emergency meetings to be enacted, but in his eyes, war was looming in the horizon. They must prepare for what was to come. "I am pleased for all of you to have answered my call. I am Archmagus Gunther, the head of the Magus Tower." The old Magus introduced himself to his audience and continued. "You must have an idea as to why I have called upon you here in the colonial dominion of Terra, and you are sadly correct. War is inevitable for us," he expressed with regret. Murmurs resounded throughout the grand hall of the Magus Tower. Most of them were astounded, but already expected the emergence of such circumstance. "The culprit for our troubles is the treacherous organization of humans called the United Navy. They are heretics who colluded with animals like the beastfolk to fight against their own kind. They don't even have a tinge of mana inside their bodies, signifying how far they have gone from the Magus Tower's light." In his eyes, the United Navy was the bane of humanity. It needed to be extinguished before it could grow stronger in the sea region of Terra. Otherwise, who knows what could happen? This is a world where something improbably could happen, so Gunther didn't dare to test destiny. What makes them troublesome is their advanced technology reaching to an unknown level. They appear to be a bit better than the dwarves in terms of technology, and they don't even gift it to humanity. The Archmage clenched his fist, causing the gathering of Magus to stir up. How they dare! Such low lives! It seems that they confused mercy for weakness. Gunther spread out his hands and calmed the crowd down, making silence return to the rowdy hall of the Magus Tower. As such, we must do something against this heretical organization. It is our duties as the respective members of humanity and students of magicraft. The arcane is our light and wisdom. We will show them its undeniable might. All of them were in agreement with his words. They were already enamored by his charisma and wisdom, making them wish to do whatever he command. But we must not underestimate them. In their grasps is the dragon of the revolting tide. The Archmagus squinted his eyes and continued. She is extremely dangerous, considered to be the greatest threat of humanity. After her disappearance in the frontier and the revolting tide working properly without her, most of us thought that she had died due to unknown reasons. One would have never thought for her to go deeper into the blessed of humanity. The fact that she had joined the heretics means that she stands by their cause. She isn't the dragon of the revolting tide anymore, but the dragon of the United Navy. The Archmagus had never fought against the dragoness personally, but his colleagues in the frontier have fought against her and understood how much of a challenge she was. She alone had a rivaling threat level of the United Navy. The only ones that called take care of her without much of a problem were the sovereigns. But the Archmagus understood that the court of the arcane was as chaotic as it was with rivaling powers pitting against one another. They practically had no time getting their attention in the Ferris Sea. Even their expansionary fleet, Principitus Humanum, was left to dust, anchored somewhere in the colonial dominion of Terra. Their reply from the pleas of assistance that the expansionary fleet had given to Europa was 3 words. Do it yourself. This made the Archmagus understand that they were alone in their fight against the United Navy and the infamous dragon. Even though humanity appeared to be united, it was fractured as it was 1,000 of years ago. What should we do against these heretics and the dragon, Sir Gunther? One of the Magus inquired. His question was the sentiment of every Magus in the vast hall. Archmagus Gunther merely gazed at the Magus and calmly replied with a tone laced of wisdom. We must fight against them with all our might. Our survival depends on their destruction, so we have no choice but to do so. However, we cannot simply charge into battle without hesitation. Instead, we have to fight with intellect. I advise the creation of a grand strategy to defeat these enemies of our Magus Tower. His words of wisdom boomed throughout hall of the Magus Tower. The gathering Magus in the Grand Hall gave a round of applause to the old man as they echoed his sentiment throughout the hall. It appears that the United Navy weren't the only ones preparing for the inevitable war. In the archipelago residing in the west, there was a tribe of deerfolk under the oppression of its preceding colony. To not face the punishment of the colony, they must honor them with gifts and slaves. So, for years, they present a sacrifice to the colony. Inside one of the tribal homes of the deerfolk was a human girl. She was surprisingly helping the deerfolk prepare for the upcoming winter, which was rare for a human to do. But everyone had stories, and she had hers. She was part of the Wyvern Rider Legion under the authority of the Viceroy. Yes, she was a member of the first Wyvern Rider Squadron that the UNS Lightbringer took out from the heavens. She miraculously survived the ambush after her wyvern saved her. After falling into the sea, she felt days afloat in the turbulent waters before washing up in the shores of the Deerfolk Island. At first, she was pensive against them and didn't want to have anything to do with them. But through their patience and kindness, she learned that they weren't animals that should be enslaved. This took 3 weeks for her to understand, though. The thought of human supremacy was too ingrained to her being and mind. It was a part of her life and worldview, so it was something difficult to change. But there was something that could help change, and it was kindness. Understanding can only be brought when one was willing to become not ignorant. For one to abandon their worldview requires bravery to subject their life and beliefs. Only kindness can make them do so. As a human in the colonial dominion, she was fairly knowledgeable about many survival techniques, and that included food storage for the upcoming winter. This kind of knowledge was far-reaching in the lands of humanity. After all, even to them, the winter itself was still treacherous as it was 100 or thousands of years ago. Hermona, would you like to play with me? A young teenage beastfolk entered the tribal home and expressed to the wyvern rider named Hermona. I can't do that yet, Saintess. Hermona replied as she had to prepare the home to be ready for storage as winter was about to come. But you promised me you'd play. The teen beastfolk pouted and turned her head away, disappointed by the broken promise of Hermona. Hermona sighed and walked towards the teen. She then patted her head and said, All right, I'll make time to play with you. The teenage beastfolk grinned and felt elated to have a playmate. After all, almost everyone in the tribe avoided her after she became a saintess. Hermona looked at the young one and remembered how she was the one that saw her washed up in the shores. The kid offered her food, which Hermona obviously rejected, thinking it was animal food. Naturally, her perspective had changed since then. But there was something she was curious about, and it was the young beastfolk's identity as the saintess of the deerfolk tribe. No matter how much she inquired to surrounding tribe members, they don't seem to give her any information about the saintess. Though, before she could encapsulate her thoughts to the mysteriousness of the saintess, a deerfolk ran into the tribe yelling with all his might. The colonial envoy has arrived. I repeat, the colonial envoy is approaching. Hearing the words of the panicking beastfolk, Hermona raised an eyebrow and realized what his words meant. This made her furrow her eyebrows as she got out of the tribal home and instructed the surrounding deerfolks. Prepare yourselves and take the gifts out to be sent to the colonial envoy. Chapter 116. 116A Choice. In the wooden and weary docks of the deerfolk tribe, the elders stood to meet their oppressors while the young men dragged out the crates of supplies containing their months of hard work. As they do so, a shadowy figure observed them from afar. It was none other than the former wyvern rider, Hermona. She looked at them with curiosity and cautiousness. She was aware of the offerings given by the beastfolk tribes, but she wasn't knowledgeable of its deeper intricacies. Be careful while dragging out that crate. Our offerings are greater than before with the help of that human. Perhaps they wouldn't punish us too much this year. One of the elder deerfolk expressed to the young men. The young men merely nodded while the elders furrowed their eyebrows. Their offerings were better than the last couple of years, so they desire for their oppressors to be merciful to them. It didn't take long before a fairly gigantic wooden ship resembling a brig sailed across their shores. Inside it were human guards and the colonial envoy of the archipelago colony. As their ship docked into the deerfolk tribe, several dozens of guards stepped out and lined up together before the beastfolks. The elders stepped away while the young men stood their ground. Unlike the weary and traumatized elders, the young beastfolk had their minds cleared from fear and despair. After the colonial guards positioned themselves, the envoy finally stepped out of the giant medieval brig. He was a thin man, but wore luxurious clothing clad with golden strings. The colonial envoy had an arrogant expression on his face as he observed the animals before him. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and uttered with a conceited tone, "I have arrived as the representative of the colony. I expect a great offering from your tribe, otherwise we wouldn't give you a tinge of our mercy." Hearing the words of the colonial envoy, the deerfolk elders shivered, remembering the tragedies brought about by the so-called envoys. Seeing such fearful display, the colonial envoy smirked as he ordered his guards to check the offering of these animals. "Check what these animals got, and make sure to identify everything." The colonial guards nodded in understanding and began checking the wooden crates. The young beastfolk backed away from the guards, but nonetheless, they still maintained their determination. While the guards checked the offerings of the deerfolk tribe, Hermona continued observing them from afar. Even though it was somewhat peaceful at the moment, she understood that things could go wrong in any second. Though, as she gazed upon the scene, she realized how much of a monster she was. To think that she would treat the beastfolk in such contempt. Seeing it in this perspective made me realize how hateful we were. We treat beastfolk worser than our criminals, merely because of the former's appearance resembling that of an animal. Hermona wanted things to change, especially their treatment towards the beastfolk tribes. Her time with the deerfolks made her realize that they weren't that much different from humans. So, why should they treat them as lesser beings? But she understood that it would be difficult. After all, she would practically be fighting against the entirety of humanity. It seems that your offering this time is a lot better than the last year's. It looks like you animals have gotten smarter, the colonial envoy remarked, giving hopeful expressions to the elders. But sadly, your offerings are still far from enough. We need your greater offering. I'm sure you won't deny my words, right? The arrogant man shook his head and expressed with a smirk. The elders felt fear and didn't hesitate to nod their heads in agreement. The young beastfolks in the background could only clench their fist from the situation unfolding before them. "We shall bring our sacrifice, great one." The elder bowed and glanced at the young men to bring their sacrifice. The young beastfolks felt saddened, but had no choice and followed the commanders of their elder. It only took a moment before their sacrifice was brought in front of the colonial envoy, and it was none other than the saintess of the deerfolk tribe. In the distance, Hermona felt shocked as her heart pounded. She finally realized what the role of the saintess in the deerfolk tribe was. She gritted her teeth and wanted to walk out from her hiding spot. Meanwhile, the saintess looked around the weary dock with a confused expression. She wondered why she was brought here by the elder. According to her fellow kins, she was supposed to fulfill her duty at this very moment. Elder? Why did you bring me here? What should I do? The saintess asked the elder, who merely maintained his silence. Another elder stepped up and responded to the confused young one. You are to maintain silence and do your duty as the saintess. Even though shocked by the cold words of the elder, the saintess had no choice but to follow his words. After all, she was an obedient saintess of the Deerfolk tribe. Epsilon. Oh, as expected, the quality of your offerings are better than other tribes. The colonial envoy smiled and walked towards the young saintess. After arriving before her, he touched her fist and perversely glanced at her body. Ripe, young, and beautiful. I'll take this on dash. Before the colonial envoy could continue, a voice resounded in the distance, bringing about the attention of everyone. They were surprised that someone could interrupt the envoy in such a disrespectful manner. The colonial envoy furrowed his eyebrows in annoyance and turned his gaze towards the direction of the voice. It was then he saw a human girl with the insignia of the Wyvern Riders. His annoyance immediately turned into astonishment as Wyvern Riders were becoming rarer in the colonies as they have been called upon by the colonial dominion. The same could be said with the Magus. It was very clear that the colonial dominion was preparing something big. Wyvern Rider, what brings you here, and why do you interrupt our rite? The colonial envoy squinted his eyes and questioned the intruding girl. Even though she was a Wyvern Rider, he still had a job to do as the envoy. Where are you bringing that girl? Hermona questioned the envoy, as she needed to know the destination of the saintess. The colonial envoy raised an eyebrow and promptly answered, I will bring her to the domain of the colonial governor. He desires for young beastfolk girls. He answered as he didn't think that it was a big deal. The Wyvern Rider should be planning to help them in their endeavors. After all, they were the warriors of humanity. When Hermona heard the words of the colonial envoy, she had a bad feeling inside her heart. She then took a deep breath and asked another question. What happened to the previous saintesses? The colonial envoy became confused as to why she was asking so much questions. But since everyone seemed curious about the answer of such a question, he humbly complied with a grin. What do you think happened to them? The colonial governor played with them to his heart contents and threw them away when they became broken. It is an honor for the beastfolk to be used by our governor. The words of the colonial envoy sounded like insults to Hermona. She glanced at the confused saintess and imagined such horrifying fate befalling over the young one. As scenes of horror passed through her mind, it was at this moment Hermona understood what she needed to do. She gazed at the colonial envoy with a calm gaze and said, After spending time with them, I realized what I needed to do. Hearing her words, the colonial envoy was confused trying to make sense of her words. I have to free them. Mana exploded from the Wyvern Rider as countless fire arrow spell circles materialized behind her. Fire arrow was a basic spell for Wyvern Riders. It was something akin to a swordman's sword. The colonial envoy finally understood what the Wyvern Rider meant and gritted his teeth. Are you crazy? Betraying humanity and siding with these monsters? Have you thought of the consequences it would bring you? The words of the colonial envoy made sense, but she realized that she needed to stand up for something once in her life, and she finally understood where she needed to be. So, she didn't desire hesitation at this very moment. She had made a choice. Fire arrows. Hermona ordered and countless fire arrows propelled themselves to the guards and the colonial envoy. The envoy ran with his life, while the guards sprinted towards the Wyvern Rider. Unfortunately for them, though, they were too late. The fire arrows pierced through their bodies, instantly burning through them like hot knife through butter. Regardless of their armor, the colonial guards fell in an instant. Beside the ramp of the medieval brig was the colonial envoy crawling towards it. He was barely alive and felt death creeping into him. Hermona stood beside the envoy and burned his body into dust. He looked at the ship and did the same. The giant medieval ship was set ablaze as fiery flames consumed everything in its path. The elders were horrified at what the Wyvern Rider had done, but the young beast folks felt hope and respect. Don't just stand there. Clean up the mess and let's have a meeting. Hermona ordered the young men, who happily obliged. She then coldly gazed at the elders, though sighed after a short while. We have rebelled. Chapter 117. 117 Who do you ask for freedom? In the Deerfolk tribe within the archipelago colony, silence shrouded the land while the beastfolk gathered around in a single spot. Within its center was a human girl, a brave one in the hearts of the Deerfolk. Moments ago, this young girl fought against their oppressors, giving them a tinge of hope inside their hearts. They now sought for liberation, their freedom. What have you done, Hermona? You have doomed us all. One of the elders cried out in despair while the others followed suit. The fact that they had just killed a colonial envoy meant that their tribe would sooner or later disappear from the face of the earth. I apologize if what I had done had wronged you, but I can't simply watch everything unfold. Hermona responded to the elders and continued. As ironic as it is, I desire for freedom, and I'm sure every one of you wishes for the same. She looked at the surrounding beastfolk who didn't utter replies, but with their determined gaze, she understood that they desired the same as her. Those from the colony are oppressing us from our rights of this world. We are free, not some animals to be shackled somewhere for their use. Hermona uttered with confidence. Everyone in this world is free. Those that oppress their freedom are tyrants and oppressors. So, let me ask you one question. What do we do with oppressors and tyrants? She questioned the beastfolks around her. None of them replied until Hermona asked again. What do we do against oppression and its tyrants? Her words resounded throughout the silence, causing some beastfolks to reply. Fight. Resist. Liberate. That's right. We mustn't stand still and let them reap us for their benefits. In this world, we are free and we must fight for our freedom. Without it, we are nothing more but helpless creatures. Hermona's words inspired the young deerfolks. It was akin to the covenants of the prophet slowly engraving itself to their entire being. The elders noticed the changing atmosphere of the tribe and understood that the greater opinion of the deerfolks were morphing. Even though they were afraid of the future, they also felt hope for the first time. But to fight against our oppressors, we must have one thing in our grasps, and that is power. With enough power, they would be willing to listen to us. If they don't, we will be making sure that they listen. As the words of Hermona echoed, the deerfolks became riled up. We must fight. For our freedom. Take them down. Seeing the deerfolks regain their lost confidence, Hermona beamed a smile and signaled them to quiet down. The young deerfolks followed as they already saw Hermona as their de facto leader. At the moment, we don't have power, so we need to be careful. The first thing we need to do is take down their ships. She presented a strategy for them to use. It was none other than raiding nearby ships for supplies and possibly armaments. Luckily for us, most Magus and Wyvern riders have been called to the colonial dominion, which means that we have a chance. They were also lucky about the changing socio-political landscape of the sea region of Terra. After raiding their ships, we will try liberating other tribes from their tyranny. With more numbers, our raiding operations would grow larger. Hermona didn't want to directly confront the colony. After all, no matter how large their numbers were, they were no match against the local colonial navy. Have you thought about allying with the heretics of humanity? One of the young deerfolks raised their hands and suggested an idea. Hermona raised an eyebrow as this was the first she had ever heard of heretics. Please explain. I haven't heard of any heretics in my experience. She wanted the young deerfolk to expunge more information about the so-called heretics. While the colonial guards were talking with one another as they dragged the wooden crates, I heard them talking about heretics making the colonial dominion nervous. According to them, the heretics have the dragon of the revolting tide in their side. Not only that, they also have powerful warships that even the war masters are having a difficult time fighting against. As the deerfolk explained, many beastfolks became amazed of the heretics. They didn't think that there would be others like them fighting against the oppressors. On the other hand, Hermona finally realized what the young deerfolk meant after making a connection inside her mind. It was none other than the ones that killed the entirety of her squadron. To be honest, she didn't know what to feel about them, but she remembered them rescuing slaves from a merchant ship. So, perhaps, them being allies might not be out of the possibility. Wait, don't they have Crassus's runic communicator? Perhaps, I can connect mine to it and talk with them. Hermona thought to herself, even though it wasn't a clear idea. She wasn't confident that they would side with the deerfolk tribe, but it was something they could try. She wasn't against it, and maybe it could make their chances against the colony greater. Thank you for telling me about these heretics. I'll try talking to them, proposing a possible alliance. She expressed to the young deerfolks who merely nodded their heads in understanding. I'll go for now. Prepare yourselves, we'll start raiding our first ship in the following hours. Hermona ordered and headed back to her tribal home. After returning to a small wooden house, she opened a small crate and took the remaining things that signified her identity as a wyvern rider. Along with them was the runic communicator. Even though she could use it to call for help, she never bothered to, as her life with the deerfolk tribe was already satisfying enough for her. Hermona held the runic communicator in her pale fingers and took a deep breath. She hoped that she wasn't making a mistake by calling them. She looked at the runic communicator with an intense gaze and finally called for Crassus's frequency. And it didn't take long before someone from the other side picked it up. It's been a while since someone called from this runic communicator. How about you introduce yourself? A calm voice escaped the confines of the communicator, causing the Wyvern Rider to feel a bit anxious. These were the people that immediately massacred her squadron without a tinge of mercy, so she was a bit fearful of them. After all, she barely survived from their attack. On the other hand, her colleagues became burnt pieces of flesh in mere moments. I am Hermona, from a colony situated in an archipelago. She finally responded to the voice from the other side. Okay, Hermona, judging from the way you speak, you seem like a human. Am I wrong? The calm yet inquisitive voice echoed throughout her house. Yes, I am a human. Out of instinct, Hermona answered honestly as though she was speaking with her superiors. A human. Why have you called me? Are you from the colonial dominion? The voice questioned her identity and the faction she was part of. Hermona took another breath and replied. I was from the colonial dominion. I am now part of the Deerfolk tribe in the archipelago colony. Deerfolk tribe? A human being part with a tribe of beast folks? Interesting. This is the first I have ever heard of it. Please continue, Hermona. Why have you called for Crassus's runic communicator? It seemed utterly surprised by what she had replied. I called because I knew that you would be the one receiving it. I have led the Deerfolks to a rebellion against the colony. It barely has any powerful defenders as various Magus and Wyvern Riders have been called upon the colonial dominion. I want to propose an alliance between us to liberate more tribes in the archipelago colony. Hermona calmly explained to the voice from the other side. I see. So, you are leading a rebellion. And in the archipelago colony? It looks like you are quite lucky. But before we accept your proposal for an alliance, we would like to confirm your words. Are you against it? The voice inquired, to which Hermona shook her head and uttered. No, you can confirm my words however you want. All right, Hermona. I'll send a special response unit to your location. Could you ping it to me through the runic communicator? Hermona followed the voice and pinged their location to the other side. Thank you for your compliance. Expect to receive them in a few hours. Meanwhile, in the branch office building of the Port of Dawn, Abraham laid the runic communicator to his desk and felt like he had just become like an office worker in his previous life. It was a strange experience, not befitting of a fleet admiral. Should I have been more cold or commanding? Nah, that wouldn't do good for our image. He shook his head as the United Navy were protectors. There was no need for them to act dominating to be powerful. After all, they already were. Nonetheless, it looks like the Special Response Unit got their first mission for the upcoming operation. He muttered to himself before making a call. The former mission of the Special Response Unit was to rile up the tribes to start a rebellion. It appears that there was no need for them to do so. The only thing that was needed to be done was assisting the rebels in their endeavors. And this would be the new mission of the Special Response Unit. Chapter 118. 118 Operation Storming Freedom. Inside the Fleet Admiral's office residing within the branch office building of the Port of Dawn, Abraham found himself in a peculiar situation. When he told them about what had previously happened with his call on the runic communicator, they began staring at him with dumbfounded expressions. Fleet Admiral, I believe you should regard to your safety first before doing anything. Vice Admiral Charlotte suggested as Magicraft had strange abilities that not even them might comprehend. A random woman talking to him? The Dragoness Laplace raised an eyebrow with an expression of scrutiny, though Mercedes thankfully saved the Fleet Admiral by adding some information. From the conversation between the two of them, I believe that the woman was asking for assistance in her rebellion against the archipelago colony. Mercedes clarified. Isn't this good then? Our target is that colony, and with the tribes brewing trouble inside, the upcoming operation would go smoothly without any problems. Laplace's former thoughts of destroying someone's head faded, and was in agreement with the subject of alliance. The problem is the identity of this woman, Charlotte uttered, causing Laplace to look at her with a questioning face. The Vice Admiral merely shook her head and continued. Her identity isn't some random beast folk who wants some liberation, but a human girl. Hearing the words of Charlotte, the Dragoness was deeply shocked. A human girl trying to liberate beast folk tribes? It was akin to hearing a hero from a fairy tale. It simply wasn't possible in her eyes. Are you sure about that? Laplace inquired, causing both the Vice Admiral and Fleet Admiral to nod their heads. With their confirmation, the Dragoness was in a state in disarray. Though, it didn't take long before she could recover from it and regained her clarity that was lost from the previous shock. Abraham, is she to be trusted? The Dragoness questioned the Fleet Admiral, who softly smiled and responded. I know she's to be trusted, but the United Navy needs actual evidence for them to accept it. That's why I'm sending one of your teams into the island to check things out. If it was a trap, they could easily get out of trouble with their superior physiques. But I'm not sending your subordinates into a suicide mission. The reason why I'm confident is that one of the information she had told me had already been confirmed. Abraham uttered and brought out a file. The Vice Admiral and the Dragoness glanced at the file, reading its name. Ever since the end of Operation Phantom Liberation, I have been investigating the activities of the Colonial Dominion. One of the many things I have discovered is that they are recalling their forces scattered throughout the sea region of Terra. This was something that the girl told me through the runic communicator. Abraham brought up a good point and continued. Her rebellion could easily grow stronger without our help, but that wouldn't be enough to take care of the main colony in the archipelago. That's the reason why she brought up an alliance between her forces and ours. The Fleet Admiral took out another file as he brought out many more plans he laid out with the help of Systema. The following operation will be Operation Storming Freedom. Our target is the colony in the archipelago. Their forces are deeply weakened as the number of Wyvern Riders and Magi are lesser than half. In this operation, the United Navy will be deploying the UNS Lightbringer and UNS Jaeger of the Blue Seas. After much thought, these warships are confirmed to be enough for the mission. There are also more operations targeting the northern, southern, western, and eastern colonies scattered throughout our sea region. The Red Fleet and the UNS Trinity of Solace will take care of the north, while the UNS Guardian of the High Seas and the main forces of the Special Response Unit will be handling the south. While the Colonial Dominion gather its forces, we will take down its colonies one by one and liberate more beastfolks along the way. Abraham concluded his long explanation, which brought silence into the room. None of them had thought that their fleet admiral would unload surging intelligence to them at breakneck speed. He was supposed to be the lax one. How could he betray them? At any rate, Charlotte was the first one that recovered from Abraham's surprise attack and remarked to the information at hand. Since the colonies have been weakened, you want to strike while the iron is hot. Hearing her words, Abraham nodded in agreement and expressed his thoughts about it. I plan to stay in the Port of Dawn, managing the wider scope of operations. I'm planning to have you with the Red Fleet in the north, Charlotte. You'll be commanding them, along with the UNS Trinity of Solace as your battleship. While most of the United Navy are out, the Port of Dawn will be at its weakest state. You shouldn't be staying in this island like cattle. Laplace understood what Abraham was trying to do. Yin, Theta, that is a risk I'm willing to take, Laplace. The operation must be managed in this island where long-range communication are extremely developed. With the help of the intelligence officers in the command center, I'll be able to manage the war effort without much delay. This is something that I must do, especially as the Fleet Admiral of the United Navy. When she heard Abraham's determined words, Laplace couldn't utter a single word. She knew that it would be useless against her man, who was incredibly hard-headed when making a serious decision. Anyhow, Mercedes, I will be sending you along with a team from the Special Response Unit to the colony in the archipelago. You will be confirming the status of the Deerfolk tribe and its human rebel. If you confirm their status as good, then the larger operation will begin. The strategies have been sent to the commanding officers involved, so there's no need for you to worry about it. Abraham turned his gaze to Mercedes and explained what she needed to do in Operation Storming Freedom. Mercedes saluted to the Fleet Admiral and replied, I shall follow your command, Fleet Admiral. I'll make sure the success of the operation. Good. I will be expecting news from you. But be sure to be cautious and careful. Machinery, land, and wealth can be regained. However, once lost, you could never get your life again. Abraham remarked, wanting the wolf beast folk to be careful. I shall do so, Mercedes nodded and felt somewhat delighted to be considered as someone important to the Fleet Admiral. Laplace then placed her hand on Abraham's wooden desk and uttered, I'll complete the mission as fast as possible, Abraham. So, tuck in and take care. Anything can happen, especially when those Magus don't play fair. Understood, Laplace. Abraham nodded in understanding and didn't want to rile up the Dragoness anymore, even though he thought of it as a bit too much to expect an assassination, especially when the Colonial Dominion will be busy hearing the news of several of their colonies being turned upside down. But it was better to be cautious than not, lest, shall he regret it. It didn't take long before their discussion ended, and the group dispersed. The Fleet Admiral was left alone in his office, while preparations of Operation Storming Freedom was at full motion. 20 kilometers from the archipelago colony, an osprey was piercing through the skies heading to its destination. Inside the aircraft was the reconnaissance team of the Special Response Unit, led by First Lieutenant Mercedes. In the reconnaissance team of the SRU were combined members of veterans and the newly recruited Minikins. There was also Lieutenant Espada with them, acting as the second in command. When the Osprey reached a dozen kilometers away from SRU's designated landing zone, Mercedes stood up and looked at the team under her command. She squinted her eyes and uttered, "You have already been briefed regarding your upcoming mission, but as per protocol, I shall debrief you again. Our mission is intelligence and status confirmation of the rebels in an island under the control of the colony. We will only directly make contact with them once their status has been confirmed by the intelligence department. Following the confirmation will be the beginning of Operation Storming Freedom. Our team will lead the rebels to liberate more beastfolk tribes scattered throughout the colony, while the fleet will sail to the heart. We will not partake in the main battlefront unless ordered so. Make sure to control yourself, otherwise you will meet your consequences. You are part of the Special Response Unit, under the direct command of the Dragon Laplace, and the authority of Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard. We are the warriors of the United Navy, and shall fight against even the strongest enemies." Mercedes's short speech ended when the red luminescent light of the Osprey's interior turned green. The personnel under her command stood up and saluted to her before preparing for deployment. Seeing this, the typically cold beastfolk smiled and reminded them of one important thing. But remember, victories can be reclaimed, but your lives will forever be lost once you die. Be sure to not act foolishly during the mission, and take care of yourselves. After uttering such words, the Osprey's ramp slowly opened, lightening up the interior of the aircraft. It slowly revealed an island below them as winds surged out into the open. "This is Candor 1. Personnel are clear for release." When the Special Response Unit heard the confirmation of the pilots, they immediately hopped off the aircraft without any hesitation or delay and went free-falling in the blue skies. Chapter 119. 119 Status Confirmation. Within the Deerfolk tribe, Hermona stood in the docks watching several beastfolks preparing a light and fast-sailing ship. In order to start raiding for armaments and supplies, they needed to be quick and immediate, not giving their opponents time to react. But as she observed them in silence, she couldn't help but remember the conversation she had with the big man of the United Navy. He sounded lax, but was inquisitory. Each of his words were asking some sort of information from her, and she had no choice but to comply. According to him, a task force should be sent to confirm what she had said. She didn't hesitate to believe his words. After all, for some reason, she had been feeling the stare of someone else. It was an instinct she had received as a wyvern rider, so she trusted it with her life. The fact that they arrived mere hours after their conversation meant that the so-called heretics were already targeting the colony all along. They were merely part of the gears that would start the machine. She didn't know if she should fear such proposition or not, but there was one thing that was clear to the wyvern rider. The United Navy were certainly capable, which meant that the fall of the colony might not be so far in the future. "Lady Hermona, we have prepared the needed arsenal to start raiding. Our best sailors have aboard the ship and are waiting for you to take command," one of the young deerfolks reported to the wyvern rider. She looked at him and noticed his anxious expression. This made her squint her eyes as she understood that something was amiss. "Thank you for your assistance," but she merely nodded in gratefulness and walked towards their raiding ship. The young beastfolk could only observe with worry as she walked away from him. As Hermona arrived before the ship, she noticed the unnatural silence. She furrowed her eyebrows as she practically realized what was happening in front of her. There's no need for such intricate and useless schemes. You all must be the ones sent by the United Navy to investigate the matters of the tribe. After she uttered her words, several figures emerged in front, beside, and behind her. It seems that she was surrounded, but she maintained her calm and determined expression. "Apologies for the trouble, Miss Hermona. We are the reconnaissance team sent by the United Navy to confirm the status of this island and its inhabitants." Hermona heard the aloof words, causing her to gaze towards it. She then saw a white wolf beastfolk, who was somewhat beautiful even to a human like Hermona. The most interesting part of the beastfolk was her clothing, akin to a black military leather suit. "I thought it was mere rumors, but it seems that beastfolks have allied themselves to the United Navy," she muttered while looking at Mercedes. Her words were clearly heard, making the beastfolk remark, "We were merely liberated, and shall continue to do so. At any rate, we have done our observations these past few hours, Miss Hermona. Naturally, this was under the direct orders of our fleet admiral," Mercedes expressed, while Hermona raised an eyebrow. "And, are you satisfied with your observations?" Hermona questioned, wanting to know the thoughts of the other side. "That is classified, but we will be assisting you in your activities as raiding rebels. Mercedes didn't answer her question and merely said what they would be doing with her. Even though I'd like you to be honest, I guess we really aren't in equal terms, so I'll shut my mouth. Hermona mumbled to herself and walked towards the raiding ship where most of her crew were conversing with Minikins. It was an intriguing sight that made her wryly smile. All right, this newly arrived team will be assisting us in our raiding activities. They are allies, and I hope that the relationship between the two of us foster. Hermona uttered to her crew and the reconnaissance team. While she was giving her speech, Mercedes observed in the sidelines. Even though it was peculiar for a human girl to be leading a beastfolk tribe. After observing Hermona, Mercedes understood the reason why. She had the qualities of a leader, something severely lacking in the deerfolk tribe. Mercedes had already heard about how she burned an entire medieval brig to save the so-called Saintus. She even killed the supposed colonial envoy and his guards, creating the first rebellion in the colony of the archipelago. But a wyvern rider. How did she come ashore to this island? Perhaps there is much more that we should know about this strange human girl. Mercedes quietly thought to herself and closed her eyelids. She remembered the previous moments where she called the fleet about the status confirmation. Mercedes stopped observing Hermona, who was leading the preparation of the raiding party. She glanced at her team beside her and the unusually silent Espada. The status of the island and its inhabitants had been confirmed. A human girl was leading them, and they were wholeheartedly supporting it. M square root right angle epsilon dom. Do you find it strange, Espada? Mercedes softly inquired to the giant Minikin, who merely grunted in response before answering her inquiry. I have noticed that this tribe lack anyone with the qualities of a leader. I suppose that this colony have done a better job at culling future rebels from their islands. Nonetheless, in desperate times, she stood against the oppressing force. Even if she was a human, she had done something that they couldn't do. It gave them hope for their freedom, making her the one that holds their torch. A patriot. As such, as peculiar as it might seem, I don't find it strange. Espada's answer made a lot of sense and opened a lot of ideas inside Mercedes's head. It appears that there was a reason why he was the former war chief of the Minikin tribe, or the now called the state of Minas. I guess you are correct about that. Now that we have confirmed their status, it's about time to contact the fleet. Mercedes took out a radio and opened a communication line. Meanwhile, in the seas beside the archipelago colony was the piercing formation of ships, the temporary fleet, Storm. Inside the fleet was the UNS Lightbringer and the UNS Jaeger of the Blue Seas. Inside the Combat Information Center of the UNS Lightbringer was Captain Lux, the first captain of the United Navy. Sir, the reconnaissance team has opened a communication line, requesting for connection. A communication operator reported, causing the captain to nod it in agreement and respond. Connect, and have them in our speakers. Affirmative, Captain Lux. The communication operator swiftly began operating the comms and connected the line to the onboard speakers. Asterisk ZZZZZZZZ. This is Lieutenant Mercedes of the Special Response Unit Reconnaissance Team. Please respond. Asterisk. Mercedes's words echoed throughout the Combat Information Center, while the captain of the UNS Lightbringer replied. Communication open to UNS Lightbringer. Lieutenant, has the status been confirmed? He calmly inquired while gazing through the screens displayed by their drones. Asterisk Captain Lux, status is confirmed. The Deerfolk tribe are now rebelling against the colony and its leader is a human girl. We will be advancing to Phase 2 of Operation Storming Freedom, thereby assisting the rebels. Asterisk, the fleet is free to sail towards the heart of the colony. Hearing the confirmation of Lieutenant Mercedes, Captain Lux grinned and felt excitement in his heart. He looked at his intelligence officers and ordered, send this information to our data link. Set our course to the colonial center of this archipelago and prepare for battle. Lieutenant Mercedes, take care of yourselves and your mission. We will be relying on your assistance in the battle. Captain Lux uttered through the comms. Asterisk, we shall not fail, Captain Lux. After all, we are the Special Response Unit of the Fleet Admiral and the Dragoness. Asterisk Captain Lux smiled after hearing what she had said as the transmission closed. Back to the island, Mercedes turned off the radio and glanced at her men. Let's meet with this rebel leader of ours for Phase 2. In the present, the reconnaissance team was currently sailing with the raiding team of the Deerfolk tribe. Their mission, with the help of the map looted from the colonial envoy, was to attack the merchant lanes of the archipelago. According to the map, the archipelago had a busy sea. Business was practically booming with various exploited tribes accelerating it. The reconnaissance team stood in the bow as they maintained contact with the fleet. From their messages, it seems that the fleet was mere 50 kilometers away from the main colony in the archipelago. It shouldn't take long before the official battle of Operating Storming Freedom. And it shouldn't take long for ours, too. Mercedes muttered to herself as she noticed a shadowy silhouette in the distance. It was none other than their target, a merchant ship. Medieval brig detected 6 clicks in the east, Espada shouted, bringing the attention of the crew and Hermona. All of them looked at the direction his eyes was pointed at and saw a black dot. Set our course to the east, sail at full colors. Hermona ordered the young deerfolks, who immediately uncovered more of their sails. The helmsman turned the wheel, setting the ship to the east. Even though clearly inexperienced, the deerfolks were swift. Espada, it's time to take that out, Mercedes ordered the giant Minikin, making him grin. After all, he was very excited from the weapon they were given by the United Navy. I was wondering when you would order me to take it out, he remarked while taking out parts of the Anzio 20mm Vulcan from his bag. Chapter 120. 120 Operation Septentrionalis Libertas. Audiobook title, Naval Gacha System. It's time to monopolize the 7 Seas Part 04C. Chapter 120. 120 Operation Septentrionalis Libertas. Sailing through the turbulent and far northern waters were the frigates of the United Navy and its capital battleship UNS Trinity of Solace. They were codenamed the Temporary Northern Fleet. Libertas, commanding the massive Northern Fleet, was Vice Admiral Charlotte, the executive officer and the current temporary commanding officer of the UNS Trinity of Solace. Their mission was to liberate a northern colony that separated them and the colonial dominion of Terra, and they were fast approaching. In the bridge of the capital battleship, UNS Trinity of Solace, Charlotte observed several files in the command table recently delivered by various intelligence officers. Contained in these files were intelligence about the northern colony, a military fortress with dozens of battleships docked throughout its port with an estimated military population of over 10,000 personnel. It isn't to be underestimated, she mumbled to herself as she thought about the strategy presented to her by Abraham. Military fortresses in the foreign world were highly protected with runic shields. Merely sending a missile strike to deal against the fortress would be wasteful. A strike force would have been preferable to take down the shields, but sadly the Special Response Unit had their forces concentrated into the south with this in mind. Abraham's strategy was merely simple. It was to use the Trinity of Solace to pummel the northern colony's shields into damnation. After all, as strong as their shielding was, it wouldn't be strong enough to sustain constant shelling. The logic made sense, but it was an untested one though. It's not like there was anything she could do about it. I'll task the frigates with defending the UNS Trinity of Solace, while it shells the military fortress. Afterward, they will begin the bombardment of the colony. Charlotte quietly thought to herself, and nodded in satisfaction. It was an adequate strategy at the moment. But we are extremely lucky that the military fortress doesn't contain slaves or civilians of some sort. Otherwise, the operation would have been complicated. She muttered to herself, but was interrupted by a reporting intelligence officer. Vice Admiral, we have detected a fleet heading our way. Hearing the words of the intelligence officer, Charlotte raised an eyebrow as she glanced at him with a cold expression. Is the airspace clear? She inquired as enemy reconnaissance might have discovered them. The intelligence officer nodded, since he had already checked the airspace before reporting to the Vice Admiral. Even he was astounded and wondered how they were discovered by their adversaries. Then, how? Is Magicraft at play again? Charlotte furrowed her eyebrows as their surprise attack was rendered useless. There was also the fact that they didn't notice they were discovered. If their adversaries hadn't confronted them head-on, they would be unknowingly playing in the hands of their enemy. The fleet might have been ambushed out of nowhere. Thinking of the possibilities, Charlotte felt cold and declared, "Prepare for battle. All personnel to your battle stations." When the naval personnel heard her declaration, they began moving swiftly and scattered. The announcement of the Vice Admiral. How far are our adversaries? She inquired the intelligence officer, who promptly answered, 116 clicks. Estimated time for contact is 40 minutes. That's enough time. Prepare the vertical launching systems for first strike. I want them ready in a minute, Charlotte ordered while the intelligence officer nodded and saluted to the Vice Admiral. Affirmative. We will contact the surrounding frigates. After saluting to Charlotte, the intelligence officer walked away to do what he was ordered to do while the others gathered every data they had regarding the incoming fleet. Vice Admiral Charlotte calmly observed the situation at hand and realized that she hated the variable called Magicraft. It was too unexpected and could be exploited for a greater kind of warfare. It was unfortunate that they didn't have Magicraft on their own. Otherwise, there would have been no need for them to be extremely cautious while sailing through the seas. What is the number of warships in the fleet? She questioned the radio operator, who immediately answered, "We have detected 2 dozens of large warships, suspected to be battleships." In the dash, the radio operator stopped reporting as he noticed the enemy fleet disappeared from the radar system. He furrowed his eyebrows and understood what it meant. Vice Admiral, I know. Send my live feeds of our surrounding waters. Inspect for any distortion. Charlotte ordered her intelligence officers, and they immediately discovered the distortion right angle epsilon rho of gorilla spatial distortion 360 degrees, south of our heading, one of the intelligence officers reported, making Charlotte look at the monitor and mumble in ambush. Tell the frigates to prepare for weapon release, she coolly ordered and continued, contact the fire control personnel, have them get our port-side naval gun ready. The communication operators and intelligence officers nodded. After they heard of her orders, the communication operators sent her orders to the nearby frigates. While the intelligence officers contacted the fire control personnel, it didn't take long until the spatial distortion was replaced by the adversary fleet. Charlotte observed them through the monitor and understood that this would be a troublesome battle. I can't believe that I'm wishing for the problem dragon to be with me, she quietly thought to herself though. A moment later, she shook her head and regained her calm. She acted as though her previous thoughts hadn't taken place inside her head. Meanwhile, behind the temporary fleet, Libertas, was the enemy fleet of the northern colony. It was called Custos. The guardian fleet of the colonial dominion of Terra. Inside the captain's quarters of the leading battleship was the fleet commander. Ignis. He was an old bald man wearing a black eye patch of his left eye. His eyes radiated a hawk-like stature, akin to his scrutinizing nature. The Ostrom colony is the gate of the colonial dominion, separating it from the larger sea region. It must not fall, no matter what, he uttered with his stern voice before standing up. The heretics of humanity have sent their harbingers, and it is our duty as the guardian fleet of the colonial dominion to banish these traitors from the world. The fleet commander walked out of his captain's quarters. As he stepped out, several dark-cloaked figures surrounded him. They were part of the Inquisition, a special type of magus, the Inquisitors. It appears that you were right about what heretics fleet, but nonetheless, I can't believe that the Inquisitors are involving themselves in this matter here. I thought you would be busy dealing with elves or the Pretonians, the fleet commander remarked to the hooded figures before him. Even though they surrounded his entirety, he lacked fear on his face, signifying his experience as the fleet commander of the Guardian Fleet. The colonial dominion stands as the gateway of Europa to the Ferris Sea. It can't simply fall because of some traitors and rebels, one of the dark-cloaked men expressed. While slowly taking out their hood, what emerged was a handsome man with pale-like skin and blonde hair. Then, the sovereigns must be interested of the United Navy, Ignis commented, while turning his gaze to the metal fleet in front of them. He felt that even with the Inquisitors, the battle would be difficult and costly. Perhaps they are the so-called United Navy, a faction of traitorous humans with technology more advanced than the dwarves. The fact that they appeared out of nowhere in the sea region of Terra meant that there is something intriguing about their origins. The blonde Inquisitor merely smiled at the fleet commander. Although Ignis didn't feel delighted to be smiled at by some Inquisitor. After all, they were monsters in human bodies. The orders of the sovereigns were their covenants, which meant that they would massacre a human city if the sovereigns ordered them to do so. Though it's not like anyone can simply reject orders from the sovereigns. I guess you're right about that. I'm also a bit curious about the United Navy. They are humans, but a lot more humane than us, the fleet commander remarked, causing the blonde Inquisitor to squint his eyes. What makes you say so? He questioned, while Ignis merely sighed and uttered, you call them traitors and heretics because you think they are. I call them as such because it is my duty. This world isn't bounded by the rights and wrongs. I hope you Inquisitors understand that. Hearing the words of the fleet commander, the blonde Inquisitor didn't give Ignis any more questions. This made the old man to shake his head and walk towards the bow of his battleship. I heard that the United Navy has a fleet that made Principitus Humanum retreat. I guess this will be a challenge for my fleet. Custos. I hope that it would be a worthy one. Ignis smirked while staring at the fleet of metallic warships. On the other hand, in the bridge of the Unis Trinity of Solace, Charlotte gazed at the enemy fleet before squinting her eyes. The edges of her lips then rose as she grinned at the giant medieval battleships. It has been a while since I fought in this battleship. I was wondering where or when I'll ever sink warships to the deepest depths of the ocean. It seems that I have been given a God-given opportunity. Oh, my, how praiseworthy. From the looks of it, there was a reason why Charlotte became the youngest vice admiral in history. Nevertheless, the northern seas would soon be riddled with thunderous explosions, fiery flames, and suffocating deaths. A stormy battlefield amidst the turbulent waters. Chapter 121. 121 Anticipated Times. In the rough waters of the archipelago colony, a lone merchant ship steadily floated through the tide. The medieval brig came from a nearby colonial dominion and was intending to buy high-quality slaves from the colony. Unfortunately for them, though, they were raided by the rebels of the Deerfolk tribe and their unknown contemporaries. Please don't kill me. Surrounded with the corpses of his guards was the foreign merchant. His expression of disbelief uttered horror from what had recently happened to his merchant ship. Don't worry. As long as you cooperate, you won't be killed. Mercedes expressed while she tilted her head with a smile. Following it on her hand was a knife pointed at his throat. An obvious intimidation. Hermona stood on the side, while the young deerfolks took the supplies and gold stored in the brig. She looked at the merchant with a determined expression, though in her heart, she found it difficult to be now actually against humanity. There's no going back after what I had done, and after choosing this path, I can only see the end of it. She shook her head and got rid of her merciful thoughts. After all, they needed information from the merchant. What do you want from me? The merchant cried out as he was willing to give anything to the silver wolf beastfolk, as long as she let him live. It's nothing much compared to your life. I want to know more routes regarding your merchant friends, especially those carrying armaments to the colony. The edges of Mercedes's lips rose while her eyes squinted. But I see can't do that. The Merchant Association would hunt me down. The merchant stammered before his ear was cut by Mercedes's knife, causing him to cry out in pain. Ark! Let me remind you once again, either you speak or you pay for your life. Mercedes coldly reminded the merchant as she wasn't interested in wasting her time playing with him. Oh, okay. I'll speak. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. He begged for his tears as countless tears streamed out of his eyes, drenching his terrified face. Don't keep me waiting, she aloofly remarked, making the merchant's spine shiver. The merchant routes in this archipelago are in this map, although they would be useful for pirates as the Navy would usually patrol these waters. The merchant took out a small yet detailed map from his pocket. It was a treasure as his business heavily relied on routes, and mapping such routes required lots of resources that even money couldn't buy. Isn't it much better to be immediately compliant? You wouldn't have lost an ear. Mercedes took the little map and shook her head in disappointment. She stopped pointing her knife to the merchant's neck and stood up. All right, treat him and make sure to imprison him tightly. He's a merchant from a nearby colonial dominion, so we can gain a lot of intelligence from his brain. Mercedes pointed at her head and glanced at her men behind her. Affirmative, First Lieutenant Mercedes. The Minikin saluted while the remaining personnel of the Special Response Unit looted the entirety of the medieval brig. They didn't leave anything useful behind. Hermona took notice of this trait and wondered if they were secretly pirates all along. At any rate, she thought about the moment when Mercedes immediately took out several guards with ease. Even she couldn't move that fast, making her impress of the amazing physique that Mercedes had. Miss Hermona, we got the routes we need to continue our raids. Would you like to continue? Mercedes inquired while playing with the little map between her fingers. Hermona gazed at the silver wolf beastfolk and promptly nodded. Let's continue. I need the weapons one of these ships contains to kickstart the rebellion. The rebellion needed all the armaments it could get, and the only way for them to get it without facing the entirety of the local colonial navy was through raiding merchant ships. It wasn't a pretty way to acquire weapons, but it was enough and satisfactory for their current circumstance. Okay, since we're merely tagging along, we'll follow whatever plans you have in mind. Mercedes threw the little map to the young lady, who caught it with ease. On the other hand, the merchant finally noticed a human girl with these animals. He pointed at her in shock and yelled out, "A traitor! How could yo dash?" The merchant couldn't continue as he noticed Mercedes's sharp gaze pointed at him. It was as if she was warning him. The moment he spoke another word from his filthy mouth, his head would fly off from his body, and this hidden warning was enough for the merchant. He shut his mouth and didn't continue speaking despite his unremarkable opinion about Hermona helping the beast folks in their rebellion. Don't bother much about what he's talking about. His opinion is as worthless as the monster you had burned. The only reason we are keeping him alive is because of the information inside his head. So the words of a dead man mean nothing. Square root right angles I am ya, Mercedes remarked, causing Hermona to frown. Her shackled emotions were spilling as her anxiousness, fear, and lost was beginning to consume her. I am alone, she muttered under her silent breath. But the silver wolf beastfolk merely smiled from her words. Mercedes shook her head and clarified to the wyvern rider, "No, you're not. You aren't the only human fighting against the tyranny of humanity. There are many others like you, and they were the ones that saved me." The words of Mercedes caused the flickering light inside Hermona's heart to grow stronger. You mean them? Hermona asked as she understood what Mercedes meant with her earlier words. Hearing the young girl's question, the silver wolf smirked and replied, "That's right, the United Navy. The humans who we would fight to death for, the ones that saved us, the ones that liberated us. They are none other than the United Navy, and they will become the dominant force of the Fairest Sea. The sovereigns, the beastfolk, primal deities, or other races for that matter, are insignificant to us compared to them. We will make sure of their continued existence. As the beast folks who were saved and liberated, it is our duty to do so." Mercedes's short speech echoed throughout the medieval brig. It was a declaration that made everyone stop moving a single muscle. The Minikins and beast folks of the United Navy felt enlightened, while Espada chuckled. The first lieutenant is correct. The United Navy will become strongest, and we the beast folks will make sure of it. He also followed suit and declared without any hesitation or delay. Hermona felt amazed by the confident words of the beast folks. The fact that they declared to lay their lives for humans made her feel strange. It was somewhat delighting to realize the path she had to take wasn't a road where she walked alone. So, don't worry about being alone. Young lady, you're far from being alone. Mercedes grinned at Hermona as the breeze of wind ruffled her silver fur. In the turbulent northern waters beyond the horizon of Creskara, Charlotte stood in the bridge while it trembled and shook from surrounding explosions. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk. The naval guns were firing its entire salvo towards the enemy fleet. Some were avoided, but most impacted their targets. The shielding of the enemy battleships cracked upon contact, while others immediately collapsed. Those collapsed shields were immediately pummeled with missile strikes from surrounding frigates, who were also firing their respective naval guns towards the enemy battleships. Vice Admiral, 2 enemy vessels have been confirmed sunk. 3 are heavily damaged from bombardment. The remaining vessels are scattering themselves. An intelligence officer reported to the commanding officer of the UNS Trinity of Solace, "Don't hesitate. Keep up the bombardment. Don't give them time to breath." She ordered to her naval personnel, who followed with haste. Another salvo from the 16-inch naval guns followed.